Chapter 2471. Black Wind City's night raid was very successful. The City of Death suffered heavy losses, and many experts fell. Bai Ziqing himself was forced to enter the Death Star field to hide his whereabouts with the help of such a large star field. At first, Black One was cautious, but then he gradually let down his guard. The rumored Bai Ziqing might not be so powerful, but he was still chased into the Death Star field. Bai Ziqing, you have nowhere to run. Black One's pursuit forced Bai Ziqing into a sizable valley. Bai Ziqing, who was being chased, suddenly stopped and laughed out loud. Demon General, hey, you're really powerful to be able to force me to this extent. However, you seem to have forgotten something. Don't you think everything went a little too smoothly tonight? With this, Black One frowned and thought about it carefully. It seemed that something was wrong, but he had never noticed it. Bai Ziqing's words suddenly made him realize that tonight's night raid was really too smooth. Especially this Bai Ziqing, who was rumored to be tyrannical and cruel. In tonight's battle, the other party was retreating step by step, which was different from usual. If Black One had dealt with Bai Ziqing before, he would definitely be able to see the problem. Unfortunately, since Bai Ziqing became a demon general, he had only heard of Bai Ziqing's name and had never really fought against him. Bai Ziqing, do you really think I will believe it? There are only 3 people around you right now, and on my side there are dozens of people. Killing you is easy. Black One said proudly. Bai Ziqing said gloomily. Is that so? Boom! An even more vigorous aura burst out from Bai Ziqing's body. Black One was like a lonely boat in the ocean, drifting with the wind, about to be drowned by the wind and waves at any time. You hid your strength, Black One said. Was everything just now just an illusion? Bai Ziqing laughed sinisterly. You are quite smart. I am at the middle stage of the 8th transformation, how can you suppress me? Although you have more people, who said that I only have these people? Hua! The surrounding void fluctuated, and the formation dispersed. More than a dozen 7th stage professionals appeared behind Bai Ziqing. The situation immediately changed. Not good, I've been tricked. Black One was indeed not stupid. After seeing these people, he immediately realized that the news of their Black Wind City had been leaked. Bai Ziqing was tricking him. Lang Xingtian. After thinking about it, Black thought of one person. Only he would set up a trap. Black One, you're too stupid. At this moment, Lang Xingtian arrived with his men and blocked Black One's last escape route. It's you. Black One glared at him. You colluded with the humans. The people behind Black One were in chaos. They didn't expect that victory would be turned around in the end. Even they might be buried here. Lord Wolf, we are only obeying Lord Black One's orders. Please let us go. A leader panicked and begged for mercy. We are willing to follow Lord Wolf. Lang Xingtian had brought 10 or so people with him, and all of them were experts. In order to get rid of Black One, they had put in a lot of effort. As long as they could get rid of Black One, everything would be worth it. You can go in peace. When the time comes, you will be the heroes of the Empire. For the Empire, you will make great contributions, and your loved ones will be proud of you. Lang Xingtian said. Black One, you asked for all of this. Originally, you should have been a good demon general. Who told you to be so ambitious and want to take away my power? Don't you know that Bai Ziqing and I have a cooperative relationship? You want to stand up, but I won't let you. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. For the sake of this matter, Bai Ziqing hid it from everyone. Taking advantage of the people of Black Wind City, he took the opportunity to kill many people who opposed him. Both sides were win-win. Lord Wolf, you can make your move now. Otherwise, there will be more trouble. Bai Ziqing said. Attack! Lang Xingtian and Bai Ziqing's men attacked together. The people on Black One's side were flustered. People kept falling down, and the whole place was filled with the smell of blood. Black One also became the main target of attack. Bai Ziqing and Lang Xingtian attacked together. Black One was basically at a disadvantage. Even if he used his original body, he still couldn't withstand the other party's joint attack. Move the real guy. Seeing that most of his people were about to be killed, Black One's eyes flashed with a cold light as he used his special weapon. This time it wasn't Black One's trusted aid. Bai Ziqing and Lang Xingtian didn't pay attention to it at all. When there were only 20 or so people left, they all took out their special weapons. Energy guns. This was a good thing. In particular, the quality of these energy guns wasn't low. They were powerful enough to kill a 5th to 6th stage profession. Even a 7th stage profession wouldn't dare to take them head-on. As soon as they took out their energy guns, they surprisingly gathered together and pointed in one direction. The beam of energy was like a sharp sword, catching Bai Ziqing and Lang Xingtian's experts off guard. In almost an instant, the 5th and 6th stage profession experts were beaten into a hornet's nest. Damn it, that's an energy gun, and an intermediate energy gun at that. Bai Ziqing was dealing with Black One when he heard the commotion in the distance. When he looked over, it was as if he had lost his life. His elites were constantly being shot and killed by the other party. Especially after seeing the energy gun. He was no longer calm. Even he didn't have many of these special weapons. Where did the fiend race get their fiend generals from? After switching to the energy guns, these people formed a circle with their backs against each other. They covered a large area of effect, killing people from both sides and alleviating the pressure. Facing the intermediate energy guns, even Lang Xingtian and Bai Ziqing's people were helpless for a moment. Under the concentrated attacks, they had no chance to fight back. Lang Xingtian, Bai Ziqing, how does this intermediate energy gun taste? Black One could finally take a breather. The intermediate energy gun was one of his trump cards. Although these people weren't his, being able to threaten them was enough to make him happy. You guys can scheme, but so can I. Lang Xingtian didn't expect that Black One would scheme against them and silently get his hands on more than 20 intermediate energy guns. In the Fiend God Empire, only a few factions had them. Brother Bai, you go deal with them. I'll kill Black One. After this, we'll split the intermediate energy guns evenly. Lang Xingtian's eyes flashed. I'll go deal with them. Bai Ziqing also knew the threat of the intermediate energy guns. He freed his hands and attacked Black Cloth's trusted subordinates. He was also very angry. He usually schemed against others, but in the end he was schemed against by others. Death Harvest. A condensed death scythe swept across the sky towards them, wanting to completely reap their lives. These people didn't panic. They took out something that looked like a scroll and formed a barrier. The death scythe collided with it, creating ripples. Attack. Chapter 2472. Bai Ziqing's attack failed and he was immediately attacked crazily. Even he didn't dare to underestimate them. He kept dodging and trying to attack, but every time he was forced out. The threat brought by those 20 people far exceeded Bai Ziqing's imagination. He never thought that holding an intermediate energy gun would be so dangerous. I don't believe that you have so much energy to consume. Once your energy consumption can't keep up, I will kill you. Bai Ziqing was also smart. After failing to attack, he realized that the energy of the opponent's intermediate energy gun would be a flaw. The more this kind of energy gun was used against an expert like him, the more energy it consumed. Once it couldn't keep up, he could find an opportunity to open a gap. This time, Bai Ziqing was destined to be disappointed. More than 20 intermediate energy guns constantly formed a huge net, firmly blocking Bai Ziqing outside. Bai Ziqing was proud of his strength, but at this time he could only stare. These people were too difficult to deal with. On the other side, the battle between Black One and Lang Xingtian was also in full swing. Neither side could do anything to the other. Lang Xingtian also began to panic. It seemed that the situation on Bai Ziqing's side was not good. Black One, you hit it really well. If I'm not wrong, Hu Man's death must have something to do with you. Lang Xingtian came back to his senses. Black One's attack was big and wide. Axe shadows slashed out one after another. He looked like he was going all out, vaguely maintaining a balance. Lord Lang, you're really whimsical. What does Hu Man's death have to do with me? It's you who colluded with the human clan to murder the demon clan's powerhouses. Just this point alone makes it hard for you to escape death. Lang Xingtian had never taken Black One seriously. Even if the other party held a meeting to make things difficult for him, it didn't make him pay much attention. Black Wind City was not something he could control. As long as he was here, he would always suppress the other party, unless Black One left Black Wind City and found another place. It's not certain who will die today. I'm an 8th stage professional, and you're at the peak of the 7th stage. Lang Xingtian knew that the situation would be disadvantageous to him if he dragged on. So he directly used his trump card. Wolf God's possession, devastating blow. Lang Xingtian became holy, and a gigantic illusory figure appeared behind him. It was incredibly huge and filled with boundless evil energy. The illusory figure opened its claws and grabbed towards Black One's position, causing 10,000 lightning bolts to appear. Black was already on guard and underestimated Lang Xingtian's attack. He was sent flying by his opponent's wolf claw, and a deep wound was left on his body. Black One, you're still too young. Lang Xingtian's face was slightly pale. In order to activate this move, he had consumed a large amount of energy, but he was still very satisfied. You can die now. Another wolf claw shot toward Black One. This was Lang Xingtian's ultimate attack. Normally, this kind of attack was very damaging to one's vitality. Unless there was no other choice, one would not use it. In order to kill Black One, Lang Xingtian was going all out. As long as Black One was dead, he would be able to obtain the intermediate energy gun. That would definitely be a huge contribution, especially the intermediate energy gun, which was a very rare commodity. This kind of thing had always been in the hands of Tianji Hall, and it was rarely circulated outside. No matter why it appeared in Black One's hands, it would soon become his. Even if he only had half of it, it would still be something that he dared not even dream about. Black One was seriously injured by his opponent with just one move. The cold, sinister energy attached to the wolf claws was ravaging his body continuously. He could not muster any strength at all. I don't want to die. Black One had underestimated Lang Xingtian's strength. He had always thought that the difference was not big, but now it seemed that the difference was not small. Senior, save me. At the critical moment of life and death, Black One finally remembered that mysterious senior. Except for him, no one could save him. Boom! When the illusory wolf claw was about to fall on him, a shield appeared out of thin air, blocking in front of Black One. The wolf claw that could seriously injure Black One with one hit could not break a shield. Black One felt as if he had walked on the edge of life and death, and his back was covered with cold sweat. When that shield appeared, Black One knew that he was saved. There is someone else. Lang Xingtian's heart skipped a beat, and a bad feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. He had heard the word senior clearly, and he was very clear about Black One's background. How could there be a senior? The opponent's casual shield had blocked his attack, and that was his strongest attack. Go! Lang Xingtian was cunning by nature, and he knew that it was impossible to kill Black One tonight. Even if he could leave alive, it was still unknown. Lang Xingtian turned around and fled, not bothering to inform Bai Ziqing. Since you are here, you don't need to leave. A cold voice exploded in Lang Xingtian's ears. Senior, this is a misunderstanding, listen to me. Lang Xingtian tried to explain, but a big hand reached out from the darkness and slapped down. With a loud bang, Lang Xingtian was turned into powder. Black One was frightened, and his pupils kept shrinking, and his body was also trembling. Too strong. Black One mumbled to himself. Bai Ziqing also turned around and saw a scene that scared his soul out of his body. Lang Xingtian, who was almost as strong as him, was actually killed by a mysterious hand, and it was an instant kill. How terrifying was this? This is a trap. Someone wants to deal with me. Bai Ziqing turned around and ran. He couldn't believe that these people had hired such a top-level expert to kill him. Pung! A cold wind came from behind, and Bai Ziqing kept changing his body, but he was still hit by a finger, and flew out like a broken sack, crashing into the valley. Killing 2 8th-rank professionals with one move. It really consumes a lot of energy. This kind of attack, even the rich and overbearing Lin Fei felt very pained. Lin Fei, who was dressed in black, came out of the darkness and grabbed with one hand. Bai Ziqing was attracted by a strong force, and fell into Lin Fei's hand, and was thrown on the ground like a dead dog. Cough cough cough. Who are you? Bai Ziqing kept coughing blood, and his breath was very weak. You are a loser. You are not qualified to know. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and a spot of light fell into Bai Ziqing's forehead. Bai Ziqing's expression changed greatly, and he struggled in pain, which lasted for dozens of breaths. When he stood up again, there was no more resentment in his eyes, only obedience and respect. Master, I have already mastered this body. Bai Ziqing's voice was cold, and there was a big difference from before. Then you should first master this body. Lin Fei turned his gaze to Black One. You should know what to do next. You can hand over 2 intermediate energy guns, and I believe the higher-ups won't say anything. As for these people, I'll let them help you control Black Wind City. Do you have any objections? Chapter 2473. Without Bai Ziqing and Lang Xingtian's siege, Black One took the gift left behind by the mysterious senior and incorporated the rest of the people. At the same time, he made up a good reason to return to Black Wind City. Although the losses this time were great, Black One was still very excited, especially that mysterious senior. His strength was unfathomable, and he must be a top expert of the 9th stage profession. What a thick thigh! Black One decided to hold on to this thigh, especially after seeing the gift. The heads of the 8th stage profession experts, many of which were experts of the Death City. With this gift and the intermediate energy gun, even if Lang Xingtian died, Black One would be able to make it seem like he died in the line of duty. The City of Death was filled with casualties. The night attack of Black Wind City caught everyone off guard. Bai Ziqing clearly knew the situation, but he concealed it and used the people of Black Wind City to take advantage of the chaos to destroy some people who were dissatisfied with him. No matter how Bai Ziqing planned, he still fell into Lin Fei's trap in the end. Lang Xingtian died, and Bai Ziqing was transformed into a puppet. Originally, Lin Fei planned to kill Bai Ziqing's men, but after thinking about it, it wasn't a good thing. If he left Bai Ziqing behind, he could secretly run his fief and use it to fool outsiders. That would be the best thing. Bai Ziqing was sent by Lin Fei to deal with the City of Death. The night attack of Black Wind City would definitely make a lot of noise, and the people of Peerless City would definitely come to investigate. The news of Black Wind City's attack on the City of Death spread throughout the Wushuang Star Field the next morning. This time, the City of Death suffered heavy losses. Many of the 7th or 8th stage profession experts died. It was rumored that the Death City's guardian had killed a demon general of Black Wind City, causing them to take revenge and attack the City of Death at night. As soon as the news spread, everyone was shocked. Such a large-scale night attack had not happened in the Wushuang Star Field for a long time. The death of a demon general in Black Wind City was also a big deal. When Mu Haoqiang heard about this, he cursed. What is Bai Ziqing trying to do? Didn't I tell him to restrain his subordinates? Why did he go and kill a demon general? Now, it has attracted a large-scale revenge from Black Wind City. The City of Death had never been under Mu Haoqiang's control. Thus, he naturally did not have a good impression of Bai Ziqing. If there was nothing important, he would practically not go to the City of Death. Now that the City of Death had caused such a huge commotion, Mu Haoqiang was truly angry. Who knew if the people of Black Wind City would come for revenge next time? It was not that Mu Haoqiang did not have any enemies in his position. If small skirmishes broke out again and again and the Domain Lord found out, he would be labeled as incompetent. Bring some people to the City of Death. I want to know the cause and effect, and then tell Bai Ziqing that this matter must be dealt with properly. If something like this happens again, no one will have a good life. Mu Haoqiang called his trusted aide over and told him to bring people to investigate this matter. He also warned Bai Ziqing that even if he had a powerful background, it was best not to act recklessly. Sir, that Lin Fei is here again. Mu Haoqiang was in a very bad mood. When he heard this, he waved his hand and was about to order his subordinates to send Lin Fei away. Sir, this won't do. The subordinate said. That Lin Fei said that such a big thing happened in the City of Death today, which is equivalent to affecting his earnings. He has the right to know what happened, and he also said that Sir will definitely come out of seclusion. Mu Haoqiang narrowed his eyes and understood Lin Fei's meaning. He coldly snorted. What a cunning brat. I originally wanted to leave him alone, but with such a big thing happening, I really can't continue to leave him alone. The City of Death had been attacked by the Demon God Empire's Black Wind City at night and massacred. As the city lord, if he were to go into seclusion, it would be unreasonable. Take him to the reception room. Mu Haoqiang had a preconceived impression, so he naturally did not have a good impression of Lin Fei. Lin Fei quickly sat in the reception room. That city lord Mu Haoqiang had not appeared yet. If it was an ordinary person, they might be annoyed, but he was not anxious at all. He was very relaxed. Just like that, after an hour, Mu Haoqiang finally arrived. Little Lin, I'm really sorry. With such a thing happening, there are a lot of things to take care of. I've made you wait for a long time. When Mu Haoqiang saw Lin Fei, his heart was slightly shaken. He was too young and his impression of him was even worse. Lin Fei said indifferently, "City Lord Mu, you have a myriad of affairs to attend to every day. I can understand." A trace of displeasure flashed in Mu Haoqiang's eyes. Especially the words myriad of affairs to attend to every day. It was especially ear-piercing. He suspected that Lin Fei knew something and deliberately said that. As a city lord, he was born to be busy. He didn't even have much time to cultivate, and now something like this has happened. Mu Haoqiang sighed. Lin Fei admired Mu Haoqiang's acting skills very much. He was definitely lying through his teeth. Those who didn't know might really believe it and not suspect anything. However, Lin Fei knew very well that there was a special creature here. "City Lord Mu, I'm here for the fief. I heard that there's a problem with my fief, but I don't know what's going on. When His Majesty bestowed the fief to me, he didn't say that such a situation would happen. I wonder how City Lord Mu will explain it." Lin Fei said word by word. Explanation? Mu Haoqiang was about to fly into a rage on the spot. No one had ever dared to say such words in front of him. If it was an ordinary person, he would have directly thrown them out, but Lin Fei was different. He was a noble, had a huge fief, and was also a junior brother recognized by the emperor. Mu Haoqiang was unhappy, but he didn't dare to do anything to Lin Fei. Giving him the cold shoulder was the biggest action he could take. "Little Lin, this is actually an accident. You just arrived and you don't know. The City of Death is too close to Black Wind City. I can't explain the reason for it for a while, but I can guarantee that I will give you an answer soon. I guarantee that you will smoothly obtain the fief." Mu Haoqiang began to bluff. In the past few days, Lin Fei had been in the inn. Mu Haoqiang's men had been watching over him, so he wasn't afraid that the other party would know the details of the City of Death. A young fellow, no matter how scheming he was still a young man. As for why his teacher would lose to Lin Fei, it was nothing more than old age and blurred vision. He accidentally fell into the other party's trap. Lin Fei wasn't here to listen to the other party's nonsense today. His face darkened slightly. "City Lord Mu, I don't want to listen to these empty words. That fief was bestowed to me by my senior brother the emperor. Now I am going to receive the fief. I hope that City Lord Mu will accompany me. It would be best if I can gather another army." Mu Haoqiang really wanted to refuse the other party. This kind of aggressive aura made him very uncomfortable. Chapter 2474. Mu Haoqiang naturally didn't want the expeditionary guards to interfere in local affairs. If this matter were to spread, he would definitely be the unlucky one. There was no need to offend Lin Fei at this time. In the end, Mu Haoqiang naturally compromised. His original mission was to accompany Lin Fei to receive that piece of land. If he insisted on not going, he was afraid that he would leave a bad impression. "Little Lin, wait here for a moment. I'll get someone to mobilize the army to accompany you." Mu Haoqiang stood up and left, gritting his teeth in hatred. On second thought, he smiled again. "The City of Death is in a mess now. Even if the land is in your hands, you may not be able to control it." Mu Haoqiang's movements were very fast. He gathered a group of 3,000 soldiers to accompany Lin Fei to the City of Death. Because the Wushuang Star Field was close to the Demon God Empire, the soldiers here were very good at fighting. They were full of energy and spirit. It was obvious that they often fought on the battlefield, so an army of 3,000 was enough. 3,000 heavily armed soldiers appeared outside the City of Death. The City of Death was already in a mess. When they saw the army, they panicked and didn't know what was going on. "Call out City Lord by Ziqing." Mu Haoqiang didn't plan to enter the City of Death. The night attack of Black Wind City had turned more than half of the City of Death into ruins. Even now, the smell of blood was still floating in the air. "City Lord Mu is here." Could it be because of Black Wind City? Did anyone notice? Who's that kid sitting next to Mu Haoqiang? It seems that City Lord Mu is very respectful. Mu Haoqiang's appearance only surprised everyone a little, but many people noticed the young man next to him. This young man was very unfamiliar. I remember now. That kid is Lin Fei, the rookie king of the Imperial College. He's here to take the land. No wonder City Lord Mu brought 3,000 soldiers. There was an uproar at the scene. This piece of land had been vacant for a long time. Who knew how many people in the Wushuang Star Field wanted to get their hands on it? Although it was a little dangerous, he was still a lord. In this piece of land, he was the king and had the supreme right to speak of life and death. No one expected that this piece of land would be taken by a youngster in the end. It was unknown just how many people were envious of this. This was truly a blessing from their ancestors. Ever since this uninhabited land had become a city of death, everyone had subconsciously ignored the feudal lord. This was especially so for the local factions, who had already divided up the land. Now that there was a successor, many people present were very unhappy. This was tantamount to hanging a sharp sword over everyone's head. This feeling was definitely not good. Subconsciously, everyone was very excluded from this Lin Fei. Governor Bai is here. The 5 patriarchs are here as well. There's going to be a good show. It looks like they're going to boycott Lin Fei. Soon there was a commotion at the city gate. The higher-ups of the City of Death, led by Bai Ziqing, appeared together. Each of them represented a faction from the Wushuang Star Field. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were boycotting Lin Fei. At the very least, they wanted to give him a show of strength. If Lin Fei had a powerful background, they might be wary of him. However, other than being a noble, he had nothing else. It would be very difficult for them to acknowledge him as a lord. Bai Ziqing and the 5 patriarchs, you've come at the right time. Mu Haoqiang did not want to stay here any longer. Today, I have something to announce to you. Do you see the young man beside me? He's the new star of the Capital Institute, Lin Fei. At the same time, he's also the junior brother of His Majesty. He's also a noble conferred by His Majesty. You should know that from today onwards, the City of Death will belong to Lin Fei. Mu Haoqiang's voice was loud and clear, echoing throughout the entire City of Death. At this moment, everyone stopped in their tracks. They were rather shocked that a lord had come to the City of Death. From now onwards, this place would become his private territory. The City of Death was too far away from the capital of the empire. Some people did not even know about the news. Only the higher-ups of the City of Death knew about it, but they did not announce it. In the City of Death, it was the first time many people had heard of it. Everyone was used to the City of Death. Suddenly, they heard that someone had inherited this piece of land. From now onwards, this place would become their private territory. Many people could not accept it. The news came too suddenly. Bai Ziqing and the 5 patriarchs looked very calm and did not show any signs of anger. After Mu Haoqiang made the announcement, Bai Ziqing was the first to step forward. Welcome, Lord Lin Fei, to the City of Death. From now on, we are your people. Bai Ziqing revealed a rare smile. That's great. We finally have someone here. We believe that from today onwards, the City of Death will become glorious in Lord Lin Fei's hands. The 5 patriarchs all had smiles on their faces, and they spoke all kinds of praises. Mu Haoqiang also had a smile on his face. He knew the personalities of these patriarchs and Bai Ziqing. They would not tolerate another lord or city lord above them. The biggest possibility was that they would make Lin Fei a figurehead and become a city lord in name only. After all, Lin Fei had no subordinates. This was one of Lin Fei's shortcomings. Moreover, the people here were all natives and had powerful backgrounds. Dealing with Lin Fei would be a piece of cake. In the end, there was only one outcome. They would either leave with their tails between their legs or become a puppet. Little Lin, let me introduce you. These are all from the City of Death. Mu Haoqiang introduced everyone to Lin Fei one by one, looking very kind. Next, there were some formalities to go through. Mu Haoqiang was very enthusiastic, and soon this piece of land had an owner. In the imperial capital, this piece of land was recorded in the records. Lin Fei coming here was just a formality. All right, the matter is settled. I'm going to leave too. After Mu Haoqiang took care of the matter, he prepared to leave the City of Death. Although he wanted to stay and see Lin Fei suffer, he gave up in the end. City Lord Mu, wait a moment. Lin Fei stopped Mu Haoqiang. I have something I don't want to know. Please help me. If I can do it, I will definitely do my best. Mu Haoqiang said with a smile. Lin Fei pointed to the 3,000 soldiers not far away. City Lord Mu, You should know that I have just arrived and the city of death has just been attacked by Black Wind City at night. I don't know if they will come again. So I want to ask the city lord to leave the 3,000 soldiers here for a few days to stabilize everyone's emotions. I believe that city lord Mu will not refuse. Chapter 2475. Mu Haoqiang instructed his trusted subordinates and left 3,000 soldiers behind before returning. Lin Fei was also brought to the city lord residence by Bai Ziqing. To outsiders, everyone seemed to be getting along very well. Only those who knew the situation knew that things weren't as simple as they thought. On this day, Lin Fei was staying in the city of death. At night, Bai Ziqing and the 5 clan heads personally received Lin Fei. They expressed that they would respect him as the master of this land. As for anything else, they didn't say anything. Lin Fei was laughing the entire night. It seemed that he was happy. He personally patted his chest and promised that he wouldn't do anything to the city of death. In the dead of night, Bai Ziqing quietly entered Lin Fei's room. Master. Lin Fei didn't seem to be drunk. Have you completely controlled this body? Yes, Bai Ziqing said. At this moment, Bai Ziqing didn't look any different from the Bai Ziqing they met back then. Be it his tone or his actions, they were exactly the same. It was hard to tell if he was real or fake. This was the benefit of the system's modification. Bai Ziqing's consciousness had actually been completely wiped out. This was the Bai Ziqing after the system's modification. He was a completely new person. In fact, he was also a puppet. He was completely loyal to Lin Fei and would never betray him. Tell me everything you know. Understood. If Mu Haoqiang or the 5 clan heads saw this situation, they would probably be dumbfounded. No one would have thought that an extremely terrifying person in the hands of an outsider would be so easily modified and controlled. In the city of death, Bai Ziqing's influence was the greatest. The 5 clan heads were actually here to split the benefits. Over time, they controlled a portion of the city of death. Bai Ziqing's consciousness had been wiped out, but all his memories had been inherited. Other than those in the know, no one would have thought that Bai Ziqing was no longer the Bai Ziqing from before. Such a huge change was unimaginable. Bai Ziqing began to speak. He was very careful with every word. Some secrets that no one knew were now like ordinary things. He spoke for a full hour before stopping. Lin Fei's expression was very rich. I knew it had something to do with the royal family. As expected, it really does. The master behind Bai Ziqing is actually the 5th prince. Lin Fei had never doubted his own judgment. It was not surprising that Bai Ziqing was the 5th prince's man. According to Bai Ziqing, there were many people like him. They covered almost all the 38 star regions and earned a lot of money for the 5th prince. The 5th prince was ambitious. If he wanted to expand his forces and influence, money was indispensable. It was normal for him to recruit people from various star fields to work for him. It was only because of the 5th prince's people that Peerless City did not dare to interfere with the city of death. Now the future crown prince had not been confirmed. As long as one was not an idiot, they would definitely not offend someone at this time. The 5th prince had contributed a lot to the city of death's current scale. Lin Fei also knew that the 5th prince had sent a message, instructing Bai Ziqing to get close to Lin Fei. The 5th prince wanted to plant a spy by his side. It would be best if the spy could become a confidant. If Lin Fei had not controlled Bai Ziqing in advance, then Bai Ziqing would have followed the 5th prince's instructions and relied on Lin Fei at a certain time. He would have helped Lin Fei control the city of death step by step. He would have gained Lin Fei's trust step by step and become a confidant. The 5th prince had used this move very well. At the appropriate time, he would even push it a little. Those who did not know would definitely fall for it. At that time, no one would know, and the secret would fall into the 5th prince's ears. Of course, this was only one of the 5th prince's moves. He had prepared a few moves for Lin Fei, including slow-acting poison control. He would not allow Lin Fei to become someone else's helper. The 5th prince is really narrow-minded. In order to deal with me, he has really broken his head. Unfortunately, all of his plans are going to fail. Lin Fei sneered. Lin Fei remembered the 5th prince's dirty tricks. At the same time, he had a general understanding of the unparalleled star field. Even a native might not know as much as Lin Fei. Master, the 5 clan heads have joined forces with me to make you a figurehead. They are going to make you a puppet in name only. They are even secretly looking for people to extort money from you. Extort? Lin Fei smiled. The news of his wealth had been deliberately spread by someone who knew how many people were secretly eyeing this fat piece of meat, ready to take a bite out of it. Don't worry. Next you will be like them. Let them have a good time. Lin Fei simply mentioned what was going to happen next and told Bai Ziqing to act as usual. Lin Fei really did not want to control the city of death so quickly. He had no interest in this place. Even if he wanted to open a secret base, it would not be here. For a few days, Lin Fei's performance was very ordinary. The next day, Bai Ziqing and the 5 clan heads adopted the method of ignoring Lin Fei. Other than arranging for an errand boy, there was no one else. Lin Fei was so angry that he could only helplessly return to the temporary courtyard of the city lord's mansion. Ha ha ha. I knew this kid would not be able to control himself. A little kid dares to snatch back the fief from them. He is really thinking too much. Mu Haoqiang, who heard the news, immediately reported the good news to Master Yun Zhongtian. Good, that kid also has this day. Yun Zhongtian did not leave. He wanted to see Lin Fei's defeated look. Only then would he feel happy. Mu Haoqiang never thought that Lin Fei would be able to obtain the fief. How could a poor kid be willing to hand over the fief? That brat is also smart. He knew to leave 3,000 soldiers behind to instruct them, and even promised them a handsome reward. He forgot that these 3,000 soldiers are my private soldiers. Without my orders, no one can mobilize them. In the end, that brat was given the cold shoulder, and could only leave with his tail between his legs. Mu Haoqiang thought of another matter and couldn't help but laugh. The news of Lin Fei's defeat in the City of Death spread to the eyes of those who were interested. After listening to the news, the domain lord of the Wushuang Starfield shook his head. These people really know how to make trouble. But this is also good. Can temper that kid. Perhaps this is what His Majesty wants. Unfortunately, this kid has no perseverance. His performance is too poor. The domain lord of the Wushuang Starfield naturally understood some of His Majesty's intentions. Originally, the domain lord of the Wushuang Starfield admired Lin Fei. After listening to the following report, he felt a trace of disappointment. Looking at the overall situation from the details, Lin Fei's performance was completely a guy who did not know how to use his brain. He was completely seduced by the temptation of the fief. The 5 local forces of the Wushuang Starfield were originally worried about Lin Fei. It was impossible for them to give up the benefits of the City of Death. The best way was to make Lin Fei a figurehead. Chapter 2476. Lin Fei tossed and turned in the City of Death, but he didn't get anything he wanted. At the beginning, everyone would pay attention to Lin Fei, but later on they lost interest. Under the suppression of internal and external forces, it would take time for Lin Fei to truly take power. Just when everyone was no longer paying attention, a shocking piece of news spread. Mu Haoqiang's 3,000 soldiers actually didn't leave. They silently fell into Lin Fei's hands, causing countless people to vomit blood. How could such a thing happen? Everyone knew who those 3,000 soldiers belonged to. That day, Mu Haoqiang had left 3,000 soldiers to help deter the people of Black Wind City. Lin Fei didn't have the slightest command, and had silently changed owners. Who knew how many people's eyes had been blinded? This method was amazing. Those 3,000 soldiers had quite a good foundation. Mu Haoqiang had spent a lot of money for them. In the blink of an eye, it had become someone else's wedding dress. Countless people were stunned. They couldn't understand why the 3,000 soldiers would side with Lin Fei. Among them there were Mu Haoqiang's trusted aides. The most terrifying thing was that Mu Haoqiang's trusted aides didn't die. Everyone was watching how Mu Haoqiang would resolve this matter. Bastard, how could this be? A bunch of trash, my 3,000 private soldiers. In the Peerless City Lord's mansion, Mu Haoqiang listened to his bruised and swollen subordinates report the situation. In his rage he had knocked over countless things, and now they were all in pieces. Mu Haoqiang had been watching Lin Fei make a fool of himself. He had never thought that his 3,000 soldiers would be eaten by that brat. It was impossible to think about it. City Lord, this is true. They no longer listen to your orders. The wound on my face was caused by them. That Lin Fei also said that the 3,000 soldiers were given to him by the City Lord to help him keep safe. Mu Haoqiang couldn't accept the fact that the 3,000 soldiers had changed owners. When he left, he wasn't worried at all that Lin Fei would play tricks. No one could move his own soldiers. Bring them to the City of Death. The City of Death was bustling with noise and excitement once again. The 3,000 soldiers who were originally stationed outside had quietly become Lin Fei's subordinates. When the 5 family heads found out about this, they were all speechless. Now that the 3,000 soldiers had fallen into Lin Fei's hands, the situation was completely different. It meant that Lin Fei now had a certain level of threat. Before, Lin Fei was just a single person, and his strength was not enough. He could not turn the world upside down, so it was fine as long as nothing happened to him. With 3,000 soldiers, they had to be on guard. Mu Haoqiang's 3,000 soldiers were all at the 3rd to 4th transition. It was not a problem for them to surround and kill a 5th transition expert. Even a 6th transition expert would not dare to face them head-on. Most importantly, the fief belonged to Lin Fei. No one could ignore this point. If Lin Fei really wanted to kill someone in their own territory, they really couldn't do anything. He had every reason to do so. It could be said that everyone in the City of Death had to listen to Lin Fei. If they resisted, they would not be able to bear the consequences. The expeditionary guards would not mind personally dealing with them. Mu Haoqiang once again appeared outside the City of Death and saw the temporary camp. 3,000 soldiers were stationed in the temporary camp, and security was tight both inside and outside. In the center of the camp, there was a huge flag with the word Lin fluttering in the wind. To Mu Haoqiang, this was extremely glaring. The word Lin meant that his 3,000 soldiers had changed hands and had pledged their allegiance to Lin Fei. Mu Haoqiang came to the entrance of the camp in exasperation. Immediately, guards came out to stop him. The military restricted zone is in front. If you dare to take another step forward, you will be killed without mercy. The cold killing intent told everyone that this was not a joke. Once they crossed the boundary, they would be killed. Open your eyes and see who I am. I am your city lord. Get out of my way. Mu Haoqiang was enraged. Who gave you the right to stop me? In the past, these people would obediently move aside after being scolded. But this time it was a complete failure. The soldiers held onto their long sabers and did not look like they were going to retreat. This infuriated Mu Haoqiang greatly. Idiots! Men beat them up. Mu Haoqiang was really angry. Being stopped in front of his own people and even threatened to kill without mercy really provoked Mu Haoqiang. Wang Xiao, get out here. Wang Xiao was the person in charge of the 3,000 soldiers. He was also Mu Haoqiang's confidant. If one were to say who he hated the most, the first person would not be Lin Fei but Wang Xiao. Without Wang Xiao, Lin Fei would not be qualified to gain the loyalty of the 3,000 soldiers. Wang Xiao was the first person Mu Haoqiang wanted to kill. Mu Haoqiang's men were all experts. After a few rounds they charged in. Behind them lay a large number of soldiers, all of them howling non-stop. Woo 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 woo. Just as they charged in, a sharp alarm came from the military camp. Someone has broken into the military camp. Kill. Kill them all. The military camp reacted quickly. The first to attack were the archers. Special arrows that covered the sky whistled toward Mu Haoqiang and his men. Ever since Mu Haoqiang became the city lord, no one had dared to attack him, especially in the Wushuang starfield. Everyone was respectful to him, afraid of offending him. Today was the first time he was attacked, and it was by his own soldiers. It could be said that he had never felt so sullen. Boom! Boom! The arrows shot over, and when they got close to them they all exploded, setting off waves after waves of explosions. No one had expected the power of the archers to be so terrifying. The entire military camp was filled with a loud rumble. Everyone in the City of Death heard it. Mu Haoqiang had once again underestimated the 3,000 soldiers. He had thought that once he came, his own soldiers would not immediately come to their senses. In the end, he was attacked by his own soldiers. Looking at the experts he had brought with him, they were all covered in wounds. Some of them were even like hornets' nests, breathless. The others were not any better. City Lord Mu, what is the meaning of this? How dare you bring people into a restricted military zone? Do you believe that I can kill you right now? When that happens, even the area lord will not dare to say anything. In the sky, Lin Fei appeared. He shouted angrily as soon as he appeared. He directly put a big hat on Mu Haocheng's head. Mu Haocheng immediately came to his senses after being shouted at by Lin Fei. This was no longer a place without a master. Lin Fei said that this was a restricted military zone, so it was trespassing into a restricted military zone was completely in line with the law of death. This is a misunderstanding. Get your people to stop. Mu Haocheng's tone was much weaker. He could see the killing intent in Lin Fei's words. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the archers stopped. Many of the experts Mu Haocheng had brought with him had been shot dead. The remaining ones were in an extremely sorry state. All of them were injured. Chapter 2477. The 5 patriarchs of the City of Death appeared in the sky one after another. That brat really dares to make a move. He's indeed bold and powerful. I thought he was worried about Black Wind City, but I didn't expect him to actually want to eat 3,000 soldiers. Now we're in trouble. With 3,000 soldiers, that brat has martial force in his hands. It won't be easy to deal with him in the future. We've underestimated this Lin Fei too much. He quietly took down 3,000 soldiers. In the future, we have to be wary of this brat using force. He already has a legitimate reason. The only thing the patriarchs wanted to know was how that brat obtained 3,000 soldiers. A brat had instantly become their greatest threat. It was beyond their imagination, and the previous countermeasures were useless. With soldiers in his hands and the fief belonging to Lin Fei, the other party had an absolute advantage. This was the last thing they wanted to see. If they had known this would happen, they would never have agreed to station 3,000 soldiers here. They hated Mu Haocheng to death. A dignified city lord had actually been schemed against by a junior. 3,000 soldiers had changed hands. They had to wonder how Mu Haocheng was the city lord. 3,000 soldiers were already like this, let alone the others. Of course, they were also worried that the private soldiers they controlled in private would also become like this. That was not something they wanted to see. Mu Haocheng was in the wrong now. He had forgotten that this was not his own peerless city. The empire had strict rules for fiefs. If one trespassed into the fief, they would be killed with a single word. No one would stand up and say anything. Lin Fei, I'm only asking you what's going on with 3,000 soldiers. Mu Haocheng was in the wrong and changed the topic. He felt a little like a scoundrel. Lin Fei said seriously, didn't you give them to me? You said that I'm new here, how can I not have any soldiers? The 5 patriarchs all have ulterior motives. With 3,000 soldiers I can pose a threat to them. You told me this yourself. The faces of the 5 patriarchs changed on the spot. They looked at Mu Haocheng with eyes full of hatred. Mu Haocheng defended himself. You're talking nonsense. 3,000 soldiers were obviously taken by you. Don't try to slander me, and don't try to sow discord. The 5 great powers behind the 5 great family patriarchs were all comparable to the Mu family. If they really offended them in one go, it would be a great loss to the Mu family. This matter must be explained clearly. Lin Fei said seriously, City Lord Mu, remember, you were the one who gave me the 3,000 soldiers. If it wasn't for you, do you think a little brat like me has the right to command 3,000 soldiers? Hearing this, the eyes of the 5 clan heads became sharper and sharper. They also didn't think that Lin Fei had the ability to get 3,000 soldiers. Moreover, they were all trained by Mu Haocheng. The captains and leaders of the 3,000 soldiers were all Mu Haocheng's people. The 3,000 soldiers had fallen into Lin Fei's hands. The greatest possibility was that Mu Haocheng had given them to Lin Fei. Only Mu Haocheng's orders would the 3,000 soldiers have no objections. If you don't believe me, I can let Wang Xiao say it. Lin Fei called Wang Xiao over. As soon as he came up and saw Mu Haocheng, his expression was very natural. There was no fear or unnaturalness. This lowly one greets City Lord Mu. Everyone's eyes were as bright as snow. Wang Xiao's behavior was very reasonable. If Wang Xiao had secretly brought people to join Lin Fei, he would definitely feel guilty when he saw Mu Haocheng. Even the slightest change could be seen. Wang Xiao, how dare you? Who allowed you to do this? Mu Haocheng shouted, his gaze like a sharp sword. Wang Xiao revealed a blank expression. His expression didn't change because of Mu Haocheng's shout. City Lord Mu, didn't you ask us to do this? Mu Haocheng was very disappointed. He didn't see any problems with this person. This person was still the same person and he was very familiar. However, he knew in his heart that he had never intended to give the 3,000 soldiers to Lin Fei. His expression also became very ugly. Wang Xiao, you're lying. Wang Xiao was panic-stricken. Lord, I really didn't lie. The 3,000 soldiers were indeed given to you to Lin Fei. He also told us to follow Lord Lin Fei. He said that we would soar in the future. My brothers all heard it. Mu Haoqiang knew that he had failed this time. No matter what the reason was, the 3,000 soldiers were in Lin Fei's hands. It was impossible to take them back. Even Wang Xiao, as his confidant, had said such a thing. It was easy to imagine what the situation was like. No one would believe what he said. Everyone would think that he had given the 3,000 soldiers to Lin Fei, and he would definitely be the scapegoat. Young Master Lin Fei, you really have a good plan. Mu Haoqiang stared at Lin Fei. City Lord Mu, I don't know why you would say that, but the 3,000 soldiers were really given to me by you. I can swear to the heavens. Lin Fei raised his hand and said very sincerely. Mu Haoqiang didn't believe Lin Fei's words. Then I congratulate young Master Lin Fei. You will soon truly control your fief. After saying this, Mu Haoqiang turned and left. There was no point in staying any longer. However, he wouldn't let Lin Fei feel at ease and agitate the 5 family heads. Everyone thought that he had handed over the 3,000 soldiers to curry favor with Lin Fei. At the same time, he would deal with the 5 family heads, and by Ziqing, it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Mu Haoqiang couldn't say it out loud. He had given the 3,000 soldiers to Lin Fei. Who was he? Did he have to curry favor with Lin Fei? He really wanted to explain to the 5 family heads. However, looking at their eyes, he knew that it wouldn't work. They would definitely believe Lin Fei's words and think that he was the one who did it. His trusted aide Wang Xiao had already admitted it. This matter couldn't be explained unless Lin Fei himself admitted that he was the one who did it. I finally understand why Teacher Yun would fall in the hands of Lin Fei. That brat is too cunning. Mu Haoqiang left dejectedly. The following troublesome matters still needed to be dealt with. The 3,000 private soldiers had changed hands, and it would be painful for a very long time. Mu Haoqiang left with a face full of anger and helplessness. The 5 family heads were also on guard against Lin Fei. They didn't say anything and returned to the City of Death. Needless to say, it was obvious that they were going to discuss countermeasures. I've finally completed the first step. With 3,000 soldiers, the 5 family heads won't dare to act recklessly. I can also begin the next step. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up, revealing a trace of a smile. Mu Haoqiang's 3,000 soldiers had actually been modified by Lin Fei. He had easily changed the ownership of the 3,000 soldiers. They now had an official private army in this expeditionary empire. With Mu Haoqiang as the scapegoat, no one would suspect him. 3,000 soldiers wasn't something anyone could control. As one of Mu Haoqiang's trusted aides, the answer couldn't be more obvious. Chapter 2478. Mu Haoqiang had been tricked by a junior and lost 3,000 soldiers. He became the biggest joke in everyone's eyes. Lin Fei became famous once again. To be able to trick a peerless city lord was something that not even 1 in 1,000 people could do. No one dared to underestimate Lin Fei's abilities anymore. The forces that had previously looked down on Lin Fei were all dumbfounded when they heard the news. After the 3,000 soldiers fell into Lin Fei's hands, Lin Fei announced something. He changed the name of the City of Death. From then on, the name of the City of Death became a thing of the past. Carefree City. This was the name that Lin Fei had changed. At the same time, laws that could only be issued by the feudal lords were enacted within the boundaries of Carefree City. Anyone who violated these laws would be suppressed by the 3,000 soldiers. After the original City of Death became Carefree City, the 3,000 soldiers were stationed outside the city and not inside. After Mu Haoqiang left, the 3,000 soldiers launched a cleanup operation. This cleanup operation was carried out without any warning. It was launched suddenly. The 3,000 soldiers entered the city and surrounded and killed people from all walks of life. Most of them were wanted criminals of the empire. Under the leadership of Wang Xiao, the 3,000 soldiers seemed to have received the news in advance. They were in designated positions every time. Every time they caught someone, they killed anyone who resisted. This cleanup operation captured and killed more than 1,000 people, all of whom were celebrities on the wanted list. The person in charge of the Expeditionary Guard branch rushed over personally and thanked Lin Fei profusely. In order to deal with these people, the person in charge had been looking for ways to deal with them. Dealing with the wanted criminals is what I should do. The middle-aged person in charge was very happy. He had done something big without a sound. When the news spread, he had made a contribution. If all the feudal lords were like Lord Lin, our mission would be much easier. The middle-aged person in charge said emotionally. It was not that they could not deal with the wanted criminals of Carefree City, but that they could not catch them. Either the news was leaked or the wanted criminals were hiding. This time, when the middle-aged supervisor heard that over 1,000 wanted criminals had been captured, he was incredibly excited. He also viewed Lin Fei in a new light. Before leaving, he invited Lin Fei to be his guest. In the eyes of the 5 patriarchs and by Ziqing, Lin Fei's encirclement was clearly a warning, a very serious warning. But this time they couldn't speak. Currently Liberty City belonged to Lord Lin Fei in name. They could not stop him from doing whatever he wanted to do. Lin Fei's movements were too fast, as if he had prepared in advance. Once he launched the encirclement and annihilation, it was very smooth. What did this mean? He had a source of information. Their first suspicion was that Lin Fei had cooperated with the Expeditionary Guard. Only in this way could Lin Fei receive the news and successfully complete the encirclement. He had given them quite a show of strength. Lin Fei's sudden action had stunned the 5 patriarchs for a short period of time, especially after Bai Ziqing chose to remain silent. Naturally, they would not stand out, and Lin Fei had become a little fox in their eyes. He was too good at scheming. The most terrifying thing was that he had grasped the righteousness, which was the most troublesome. Unless they wanted to rebel, they would never be able to openly deal with Lin Fei for the rest of their lives. If they really did that, they would undoubtedly die. Even the family behind them would not be able to bear it. No matter what, they would lose a layer of skin and bleed a lot. After a while, Lin Fei had finally gained a firm foothold. On the surface, no one would target Lin Fei. No one wanted to be labeled as a collaborator with the enemy. Lin Fei's explanation for this matter was very simple. It was that these wanted criminals and the demon clan of Black Wind City had collaborated from the inside and outside, and they had been labeled as collaborators with the demon clan. After hearing this reason, the 5 patriarchs, who could not swallow it at first, completely shut their mouths. They secretly cursed Lin Fei for being too shameless. His mouth was too powerful. After the encirclement and annihilation operation, Lin Fei did not stay in Liberty City like ordinary people. Instead, he did something that no one would have thought of. Near a certain valley in Liberty City, a forbidden military area was built. 3,000 soldiers began to build houses there. In just 10 days, a huge palace was built in the valley. Everyone was dumbfounded by this action. Many people could not figure out what Lord Lin Fei was thinking. Why did he go outside and build a palace with 3,000 soldiers stationed inside and outside? For a moment, Lin Fei was covered in a mysterious veil. We can set up the teleportation formation now. A huge underground base had been opened up in the depths of Liberty Palace, surrounded by layers of formations. In order to set up this place, Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort. This place was carefully selected by Lin Fei. The huge palace on the surface was only used to confuse everyone. The real use was in this underground base. If a formation grandmaster were to come in, he would definitely be greatly shocked. Those famous and peerless formations could almost all be seen. The most terrifying thing was that these formations had joined forces from the inside and outside, forming a huge and extremely ferocious formation. Even if a 9th transformation professional expert came in, they would lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. Moreover, wanting to leave was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In this underground base, Lin Fei had spent 800 black crystal cards to set up a peerless ferocious formation. At the same time, he had built an energy center. The 800 black crystal cards were the first batch of energy for the energy center. Unless those people used up 800 black crystal cards, they wouldn't be able to leave even if they came in. They would be tortured to death. Yes, sir. 3,000 soldiers were stationed outside, surrounding and protecting the huge palace. In the underground base, Lin Fei summoned his army puppets. They were all equipped with high-grade energy guns. In total, he had over 200 high-grade energy guns. These high-grade energy guns would consume a terrifying amount of energy every time they were fired. In order to ensure his safety, Lin Fei had gone all out. At the same time, he had equipped himself with high-grade flying devices. The low-grade flying devices and energy guns had been cracked by the system. This small team of 200 men had become Lin Fei's strongest means of attack. It didn't matter if one was a 7th transformation professional or an 8th transformation professional. If they encountered this small team, they would either die or be severely injured. This was a true killing machine. With a command, a large group of people immediately started setting up the teleportation formation. As long as the teleportation formation was set up successfully, from today onwards, the distance between Emperor Peak and Liberty Palace would no longer be a problem. Lin Fei would be able to travel back and forth between the two places without being suspected. This place would become a true secret base. One day later, the teleportation formation was set up successfully. Lin Fei activated the coordinates, and the two teleportation formations were connected successfully. There weren't any problems. Lin Fei had tried a few times, but it was unobstructed. The commotion of the teleportation formation was also perfectly suppressed. There was almost no feeling. Even if there was, it would be isolated by the formation. Chapter 2479. This bastard. Peerless City, City Lord's Mansion. Mu Haoqiang smashed another item, and the room was filled with fragments. Ever since he had suffered a setback at the hands of Lin Fei, Mu Haoqiang had become a big joke in the eyes of many people. Even within the Mu family, many people were laughing at him. A few senior elders in the family also had some complaints about Mu Haoqiang. Because of this matter, the reputation of the Mu family had been affected. This matter came quickly, and it also affected quickly. Mu Haoqiang had finally resolved the dissatisfaction of the family. His heart was filled with hatred for Lin Fei all the time. From seizing 3,000 soldiers to encircling and capturing the wanted criminal, everything had provoked Mu Haoqiang. Every time his 3,000 soldiers would be brought up, putting on an act. That brat is just a little fox. He must be plotting something again. Mu Haoqiang didn't think that Lin Fei would choose a deserted place to build a palace. There must be a problem with this. Little Mu, this matter can't be dragged on. Lin Fei is so scheming at such a young age. When he came, he must have planned for a long time. Every step he takes has a deep meaning. If you really let that brat continue to accumulate strength, you can only watch helplessly in the future. Yun Zhongtian said sinisterly. Originally, he thought that his student would help him vent his anger. He didn't expect that Mu Haoqiang would also fall into this trap. The loss of 3,000 soldiers made Yun Zhongtian feel very embarrassed. Therefore, during this period of time, he invited a few array masters to make up for Mu Haoqiang's loss. Mu Haoqiang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Indeed, we can't let that brat continue to grow. In for a penny, in for a pound. Let's get rid of Lin Fei. As long as Lin Fei is dead, everything will be in the past. We can start with Lin Fei's assets. Yun Zhongtian added. Lin Fei was young and talented. His future was limitless. Yun Zhongtian could almost see that Lin Fei would become a big shot in the future. At that time, Lin Fei would only need to say a few words to make his life difficult. This was not what Yun Zhongtian wanted to see. Sir, there's a mysterious person outside. He wants to see you. As the two were discussing, one of Mu Haoqiang's confidants walked in and took out a small item. Mu Haoqiang's expression changed. Invite him in immediately. Who's here? After the confidant left, Yun Zhongtian asked curiously. Mu Haoqiang revealed a trace of joy. Master, if you don, Mu Haoqiang said. A moment later, a mysterious person was let in. The other party removed his cloak, revealing a pale face. City Lord Mu, I trust you have been well since we last met. Governor Bai, you're a rare guest. Please take a seat. Mu Haoqiang did not dare to neglect Bai Ziqing. Bai Ziqing sat down. This must be Grandmaster Yun Zhongtian. Yun Zhongtian had heard about Bai Ziqing through his student Mu Haoqiang. He did not dare to put on airs. You're too kind. It's just an empty title. It's not worth mentioning. Master Mu, Master Yun, I won't beat around the bush. Both of you want to kill Lin Fei and the City of Death wants to kill Lin Fei. Why don't we work together to deal with Lin Fei? Bai Ziqing said coldly. Mu Haoqiang laughed dryly. Master Bai, you must be joking. Lin Fei is His Majesty's junior brother, and the Capital College's newcomer king. I wouldn't dare to kill Lin Fei even if I had 100 guts. Lin Fei was someone with status and background. At least in the Capital Institute, Mu Haoqiang could not afford to offend him. What kind of person was Bai Ziqing? He was ruthless and unscrupulous. Mu Haoqiang would not foolishly admit that he wanted to kill Lin Fei. Bai Ziqing sneered. Master Mu, if you don't want to kill Lin Fei, I'll leave immediately. And Master Yun, you were tricked by Lin Fei in the Capital College. Don't you want to kill Lin Fei? Do you dare to deny it? Mu Haoqiang and Yun Zhongtian looked very uncomfortable when they were questioned in front of their faces. They wanted to kill Lin Fei, but they didn't want everyone to know unless that person was a fool. Mu Haoqiang had chosen to avoid the question from the beginning. He had underestimated Bai Ziqing. He could hear the hatred and murderous intent Bai Ziqing had for Lin Fei in his voice. Lin Fei is still a junior. Mu Haoqiang was interrupted before he could finish. Don't flatter yourself. As long as Lin Fei is alive, you, Master Mu, will be a joke. Think about it, Lin Fei is so young, so talented and so full of potential. Do you think he has the right to become the ruler of the Wushuang Starfield in the future? Also, I don't mind telling you that Lin Fei is not a good person. First he tricked you, then he tricked us. Don't be fooled by the fact that there hasn't been any news recently. But the people I planted risked their lives to spread the news that Lin Fei has the support of a mysterious force and is preparing to deal with us. Master Mu, can you still sit still? Mu Haoqiang's face turned red as if he had been hit in the head. He had to admit that Bai Ziqing's words were very reasonable. As long as Lin Fei was alive, he would always be a joke. Even if he became the city lord, he would always have to lower his head. Lin Fei was already a nightmare. This was secondary. The most important thing was that Lin Fei's future was limitless. It was certain that he would become a big shot in the future. It was even possible that he would become a ruler. City Magistrate Mu, Lin Fei knew about your relationship with Yun Zhongtian a long time ago, but he pretended not to know about it. He tricked your 3,000 soldiers into making things difficult for him, and he clearly remembers that you tried to make things difficult for him. Because of your 3,000 soldiers, the forces of the Peerless Starfield and other superpowers have begun to make contact with him. For example, recently he's prepared to work with outsiders to give you, City Magistrate Mu, a big gift. Take a look at this, lest I say that I'm lying. Bai Ziqing took out an item. He threw it in front of Mu Haoqiang. This is a high-grade recording device. It can record information. Yun Zhongtian recognized it at a glance. Yes, that's right. This is a high-grade recording device. It was given by my subordinates. It was almost discovered. Bai Ziqing said. You will know after you see it. This time Mu Haoqiang couldn't bear it anymore. If Lin Fei had allied with outsiders to deal with him, he wouldn't be afraid of Lin Fei alone. However, he wouldn't be able to deal with the forces in the dark. He immediately suspected that it was the other forces that were plotting against him, or even the forces that were hostile to him. The high-grade recording device turned on and projected a screen. On it was the conversation between Lin Fei and the mysterious man. There was a plot against Mu Haoqiang. It's them. It's definitely them. Chapter 2480. Master, Mu Haoqiang and Yun Zhongtian have all been fooled. They believe that Master will take revenge on them. Xiaoyao Palace Secret Base. Bai Ziqing stood in front of Lin Fei and reported the latest situation. After Xiaoyao Palace was set up, Lin Fei set up a short-distance teleportation array for Bai Ziqing in the City Lord's mansion of Xiaoyao City, so that he could arrive at Xiaoyao Palace in the shortest time possible. Mu Haoqiang and Yun Zhongtian have both been tricked by me once. Now that they've been provoked by you like this, they'll definitely believe your words. At that time they'll definitely contact someone to attack Xiaoyao Palace. At that time we'll catch them all in one fell swoop. This plan came from Lin Fei. Bai Ziqing was nothing more than an executor. Whether it was Yun Zhongtian or Mu Haoqiang, they had all been defeated by Lin Fei. One day they would definitely come for revenge, so it was better to deal with them in advance. Go down and prepare. After Bai Ziqing left, Lin Fei went to check on the source life tree. The energy of heaven and earth in the Wushuang star field was ordinary, far inferior to the imperial capital. Not only that, but it was also better in other places. Planting the source life tree was better than nothing. Mosquito meat was also meat. On this point, Lin Fei was very open-minded. On Black Wind City's side, Black One and the others returned to Black Wind City and announced the news of Lang Xingtian's death. Black Wind City was filled with sorrow. In a short period of time, losing 2 demon generals was no small matter. As the only demon general, Black One didn't care about what they said. He presented the powerful human cultivators from the City of Death and gave a passionate speech, which won everyone's support and praise. The demon race was actually very indifferent to life and death. They always believed that the fist was bigger. They naturally worshipped the strong, and those with low strength would die in vain. Black One was able to kill a human race expert and avenge Human. Everyone's eyes were filled with worship. Only Lang Xingtian's faction was unwilling to believe Black One's words. After returning to Black Wind City, Black One reluctantly expressed that he was in charge of Black Wind City and smoothly controlled the forces of Black Wind City. Those who were slightly dissatisfied were all suppressed. After the overall situation was under control, Black handed over the news, reporting on the situation in Black Wind City. At the same time, he mentioned the matter of the intermediate energy gun. The news went up layer by layer, causing quite a stir. The death of the 2 demon generals was really nothing, but the mid-grade energy gun made the eyes of his superiors light up. This was indeed a great contribution. The Demon God Empire had been trying to crack and research the energy gun, but there were too few of these good things. The news from Black Wind City was unanimously approved by everyone, and the lost demon general was directly ignored. The unparalleled starfield, the City of Death. The higher-ups of the Fey God Empire knew about it. It was a very chaotic place, and the people they killed were human race experts. It was not difficult to obtain an intermediate energy gun. Hei quickly received the recognition of his superiors, and the reward came down. He replaced Lang Xingtian's original position and became the #1 demon general of Black Wind City. A secret team came down from above, and on a dark and windy night, they took away the intermediate energy gun. Hei became the #1 demon general of Black Wind City, and he was proud of himself. Although the 2 demon generals were sent down, he didn't care. As long as he had the support of the mysterious big shot, a mere demon general was nothing. He had seen the mysterious senior's methods with his own eyes. "Senior, what do you need me to do? Please tell me." When he saw the mysterious senior again, Hei was extremely respectful. "Actually, it's nothing much. I just want you to bring some people to make a move. I guarantee that you will be able to make a great contribution." Lin Fei entered Black Wind City as if he was entering his home. Lin Fei was going to make a big deal and then eliminate them all. Hei didn't dare to ask what it was and agreed without hesitation. With a group of subordinates provided by the mysterious senior, Hei wasn't afraid of anything. Even if it was a demon general, he would still have to obediently wait. Unparalleled Starfield. Black Tiger Gang. This was a relatively large gang. To put it nicely, it was a gang. To put it bluntly, the Black Tiger Gang was a den of thieves that specialized in robbing houses. The Black Tiger Gang was a den of thieves. There were about 5,000 people in it, and 3,000 of them were above the first transition profession. It could be considered a very powerful gang. Deal with the new Lin Fei from Liberty City? Sect leader Li Hu frowned slightly, an ominous glint flashing in his eyes. Yes, if sect leader Li agrees to send people out, we are willing to offer 100 black crystal cards. The temptation of 100 black crystal cards was still very great. This was a huge sum of money. It had been a long time since someone had made such a big move. 150. Li Hu stared at the person and said, "Black Tiger Gang, 2,000 people. Done." Oh. In the unparalleled starfield, an undercurrent was surging. However, in the unparalleled starfield, almost all of the forces that had a certain level of notoriety were visited by a mysterious person. This mysterious person was generous, and at the same time, he revealed a piece of news. Lin Fei had over 1,000 black crystal cards, and it was suspected that he had around 2,000. Regardless of whether the news was true or not, it was still very attractive. After Liberty Palace was built, there was almost no activity. That Lord Lin Fei stayed in Liberty Palace all the time, and there were very few opportunities for him to show himself. The more it was like this, the more people felt that Lin Fei was carrying out some unknown secrets. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye 10 days had passed. Outside Liberty City, many strangers with familiar faces appeared. Many people recognized some of them and shut their mouths, afraid that they would offend these people. Tonight is a good day. Mu Haocheng appeared in a secret chamber in Liberty City. The Great Formation has been set up. No matter how big the commotion is, no one will be able to detect it. No matter how powerful that Lin Fei is, he probably wouldn't have expected that he would be doing me a great favor by staying in Liberty Palace. Yun Zhongtian looked a bit complacent. In order to deal with that Lin Fei, he had set up a great formation in person and risked his life to kill Lin Fei. Bai Ziqing said, "This time Lin Fei has almost offended many forces in the Wushuang Star area. Now with the formation that Grand Master Yun has set up, as long as the formation is shut down, Lin Fei will have no way to escape." The three of them burst into laughter. That night, as Bai Ziqing had said, it was a dark and windy night. In order to deal with Lin Fei, Bai Ziqing and the others had put in a lot of effort. Finally, the day of harvest had come. Mu Haocheng wanted to kill Lin Fei to vent his anger. Yun Zhongtian wanted to get the secrets of Lin Fei's tactical deployments. At such a young age, Lin Fei had a better grasp of tactical deployments than Yun Zhongtian. There must be some secrets in it. As long as Yun Zhongtian learned them, Chen Yuanshan would have to step aside again, and the Department of Tactical Deployments would return to his hands. They are approaching Liberty City. Those 3,000 soldiers are not a threat. The people we found this time are all experts in killing and looting. In order to deal with Lin Fei, we have sent out 15,000 people. Even after the incident, people will only think that it was done by the underground forces. They won't have any evidence to link it to us. In the Dark Night, Chapter 2481. Inside Xiaoyao Palace. Through the huge screen, Lin Fei could see the situation outside clearly. There were special creatures everywhere, covering every inch of the place. The show has finally begun. Regardless of whether we succeed or not for a long period of time, you guys have to be well behaved and behave yourself. Lin Fei didn't wish for any trouble to occur in this land. From all directions of Xiaoyao Palace, a force was approaching unceasingly. They were all protected by formations. Even divine senses were useless. These forces successfully arrived outside Xiaoyao Palace. Yun Zhongtian's array formation was also activated immediately, covering the entire area. Not a single sound could be heard outside. Break the formation. These forces had all received guidance before. They immediately broke the formation outside Xiaoyao Palace. After a loud rumbling sound, the formation cores were broken one by one, tearing apart Xiaoyao Palace's defensive formation. At this moment, Xiaoyao Palace was like a piece of meat without any protection in their eyes. Charge! Charge in and capture Lin Fei. We will be rich. Kill! Voices soared into the sky from a few directions as they charged towards Xiaoyao Palace. 3,000 soldiers charged out as well. Kill them all. The resistance of the 3,000 soldiers was extremely weak. Especially when faced with the attack of over 10,000 people, the 3,000 soldiers were forced to retreat, leaving behind corpses on the ground. They charged in from the periphery and were about to break into Xiaoyao Palace. The leaders of these forces were all beaming with joy. Capturing Lin Fei would be a great achievement. This kind of transaction was too easy with no difficulty at all. When they were halfway there, a few 7th job transition experts of Xiaoyao Palace came out and suppressed the enemies for a while. However, among the tens of thousands of enemies, the few elders were all 7th job transition experts. Both sides were evenly matched. After a long time, Xiaoyao Palace's side was at a disadvantage. How dare you barge into the territory of the Overlord? You are simply courting death. A late-stage 8th job transition expert charged out from the palace and killed over 100 people the moment he appeared. The scene was filled with blood. A terrifying pressure suppressed the expressions of those 7th job transition experts. Such an expert was still very terrifying. This should be Lin Fei's final trump card. I wonder which force is so generous to arrange for a 8th job transition expert to protect Lin Fei. Bai Ziqing said coldly. Mu Haocheng was glad that he had come to the right place. If he had been targeted by an 8th-stage professional expert, it would have been a huge nightmare. This old man will deal with this person. Yun Zhongtian set up a formation outside, just in case he decided to deal with this person himself. Bai Ziqing and Mu Haocheng did not stop him. Yun Zhongtian charged out. Seal! A huge formation was set up, sealing the energy fluctuations of heaven and earth. Yun Zhongtian's anger was not small. In order to kill Lin Fei, he did not hesitate to take action personally. Against a late-stage 8th Revolution professional, it would be impossible for someone of the same realm to succeed in a short period of time. However, it was different for a formation master. Moreover, it was a formation grandmaster. When this late-stage rank 8 professional started fighting with Yun Zhongtian, he was suppressed right from the start. He used formation after formation to suppress the other party. The heaven-grade spirit array's attacks were continuously unleashed, one after another, not giving the other party any chance to catch his breath. Where? The formation spear pierced through his chest from behind. An expert had fallen. Yun Zhongtian's forehead was covered in sweat. Success! Yun Zhongtian let out a smile. Without the resistance of the 8th-stage professional, Xiaoyao Palace's resistance was weak, and they were forced to retreat. Quickly defend. That young man is Lin Fei. Everyone, hurry up and capture that kid. We will be rich. A mere 2nd-stage professional, watch me. Voices kept coming from within the palace. All sorts of loud rumbling sounds could be heard, and miserable screams could be heard from the depths of the palace. Be careful, this is a heaven-grade spirit array. Bastard, my subordinate, that kid is too scary. How can he master such a powerful formation? Bai Ziqing and Mu Haocheng entered the palace together. The interior of the palace was huge. That kid is really going all out. Inside the palace, Lin Fei, who was dressed in black, was constantly unleashing formations. Relying on the formations, he was able to block everyone's attacks. Around him were corpses, forming an empty space. If you want to kill me, you must have the strength to do so. Lin Fei conjured a formation, and a fire dragon appeared. The fire dragon swept across the surroundings, burning the corpses of the thieves into nothingness, as if they were works of art. Anyone who touched them would definitely die. I have underestimated Lin Fei. I didn't expect him to master such a heaven-grade spirit array. With the protection of the formation, it is theoretically impossible to win by outnumbering him. Yun Zhongtian's eyes flickered. If we want to defeat Lin Fei, we must attack together. I will use the formation to restrain him, and you will destroy the formation core. Once the formation weakens, he will lose for sure. Yun Zhongtian was very confident in himself. After all, Lin Fei was a junior. No matter how powerful he was, he would still lose to him. Let's do it. Bai Ziqing said decisively. Mu Haocheng naturally wouldn't say anything, but he was also thinking about it. Especially Lin Fei's formation, he was really envious of it. At the realm of rank 2, Lin Fei was able to last until now by relying on formations, forcing those rank 5 and 6 experts to be helpless. There were not many people in the entire empire who could do this. Seal. Yun Zhongtian immediately conjured a formation of the seal character formula. Lin Fei, let's do it again. This time you will lose for sure. Yun Zhongtian, who was dressed in black, wrapped himself tightly. Once the formation was activated, the pressure on everyone was greatly reduced, and they all looked at this mysterious person. Lin Fei was furious. So it's you, you are dead for sure. I am a nobleman conferred by the empire, and a lord. If you die, you will no longer be a nobleman but a lord. Yun Zhongtian conjured a set of formation flags, encircling everyone within his attack range. Heavenly meteorite descent. Once the formation was formed, countless huge stones fell from the sky, and they were incomparably hard like a heavy rain. Immediately, all kinds of screams came from the scene. Lin Fei's position also became the focus of attention. Countless meteorites fell like a black mass. Lin Fei didn't just sit and wait for death. Several fire dragons drilled out and smashed the meteorites, but they couldn't handle the number of meteorites, and they were always at a disadvantage. In order to deal with Lin Fei, Yun Zhongtian had calculated for a long time, and after studying his previous failures, he finally suppressed Lin Fei this time. You guys go and break the formation core. As a veteran formation grandmaster, Yun Zhongtian knew Lin Fei's situation with one successful strike. As long as the defense was broken, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to resist the attacks of the three of them. At this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. Chapter 2482. No one knew this would happen. Bai Ziqing's palm strike with all his strength left a bloody hole in Yun Zhongtian's body. He had used all his strength in this attack and did not stop at all. It was like a flood that crushed through Yun Zhongtian. Bai Ziqing, are you crazy? Mu Haoqiang was also stunned by this sudden scene, and he couldn't help but cry out. He couldn't figure out why Bai Ziqing wanted to deal with Yun Zhongtian. You all conspired against City Lord Lin. You should be killed. Bai Ziqing said coldly. He raised his hand and punched towards Mu Haoqiang. The fist wind howled. We've been fooled. Mu Haoqiang reacted immediately. This was a trap targeted at him. Bai Ziqing had pledged his allegiance to Lin Fei. This trap might be Bai Ziqing's proof of allegiance. Boundless hatred rose from Mu Haoqiang's heart. It had always been Mu Haoqiang who schemed against others. He never thought that he would be schemed against one day. Go! Mu Hao forcefully withstood a punch, and brought a few of his subordinates to forcefully break out of the encirclement. As long as they returned to Peerless City, even if Lin Fei was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to make a move. Of course he would definitely suffer this loss. This kid is too calculative. Mu Haoqiang still felt that he had underestimated Lin Fei. Lin Fei had silently plotted against him. Who knew what else was waiting for him? As for his teacher, Mu Haoqiang did not have the mood to care about him. Kill! Mu Haoqiang began to attack the people in his team, forcefully carving out a bloody path. Several of his elite subordinates were all killed in an instant, and he felt the pain for a long time. This time he was truly alone. Lin Fei Bai Ziqing, I will definitely take revenge. The pitiful Mu Haoqiang fought his way out and encountered the formation that Yun Zhongtian had set up. He cursed furiously and only managed to escape with great difficulty. Looking at Xiaoyao Palace, a chill rose from the bottom of his heart. This was the scariest part. If possible, he didn't want to come here ever again. Mu Haoqiang fled all the way to Wushuang City. Only there could he feel at ease. Isn't that the Wushuang City Lord? Ha ha ha, even the heavens are helping me. After escaping from Lin Fei's fief, Mu Haoqiang felt a chill run down his spine. He met a team in front of him, and when he looked at them he broke out in a cold sweat. It was Black Wind City's Demon General He Yi. What the hell? Black One charged over excitedly. Capturing Peerless City Lord is a great achievement. I originally wanted to plunder a city, but I didn't expect to meet a city lord. Little ones, kill him. Peerless City Lord Mu Haoqiang was only rank 8 initial stage, while Demon General He Yi also had rank 8 initial stage strength at his peak. He was not inferior to Mu Haoqiang. Moreover, there were dozens of experts around Black One. In this siege, Mu Haoqiang was constantly restrained. After a dozen or so moves, Black struck his shoulder, and his entire shoulder was shattered. His injuries were severe. Mu Haoqiang used a secret technique and luckily escaped from the encirclement, increasing the distance between them. City Lord Mu, don't run so fast. You are City Lord Mu. Mu Haoqiang was chased all the way. Along the way, he listened to all kinds of provocative words, and he almost coughed up blood as he returned. Black One chased Mu Haoqiang all the way to the outskirts of Peerless City. When the guards at the city gate saw the city lord covered in blood, their expressions all changed. There were also demon race demon generals chasing after him. Aha, City Lord Mu, you are lucky. You really ran back to Peerless City. Next time, let's have some fun. Human race experts are only a ha. Devastating voices echoed in the sky above Peerless City. Numerous tyrannical auras appeared in the sky above Peerless City. The first to notice Mu Haoqiang's miserable appearance was unnatural. The dignified City Lord Mu was actually being chased. If it was a human race expert it would have been fine, but it just had to be a demon race demon general. This was an extremely difficult thing to accept. When did the demon race become so arrogant? Mu Haoqiang knew that he was at a disadvantage. Demon race, I will not rest until you die. Xiaoyao Palace. Without Mu Haoqiang, the remaining forces were nothing to them. Elder Yun, that day you were unwilling to accept your defeat. Now you are stirring up trouble behind my back. Today I will let you know what my true strength is. Lin Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out from his eyes. Yun Zhongtian hated Bai Ziqing for being despicable. He actually sided with Lin Fei and lured them into a trap. In an instant, the situation was reversed. Especially when a group of soldiers came out from the dark. They held energy guns in their hands and shot wildly. Seeing this, Yun Zhongtian's scalp went numb. This was a brutal massacre. Tens of thousands of people besieged Xiaoyao Palace. Not many of them died under the hands of the 3,000 soldiers. Instead, almost all of them died in this place. Yun Zhongtian realized that Lin Fei had great ambitions. The empire had so many rare weapons. This was simply impossible. The ray of light shot over. Yun Zhongtian clenched his teeth and set up a formation. He thought that he could block it for a while. However, it couldn't withstand the monstrous power of the ray of light. A bloody hole appeared on Yun Zhongtian's body. At this moment, Yun Zhongtian experienced the feeling of death. It was so close. In his eyes, Lin Fei had become an invincible figure. Who are you? Lin Fei didn't answer Yun Zhongtian's question. He threw a tube of medicine into Yun Zhongtian's body. Yun Zhongtian died without knowing why. At this moment, the Wushuang Star area had suffered a huge blow. Congratulations, Master. You have resolved the hidden danger. I believe that even if they want to make a move, they will have to consider whether they have the ability to do so. Bai Ziqing walked up. Lin Fei said disapprovingly, "They are just a group of ants. If they weren't used for publicity, why would they go through so much trouble? I believe that for a long time, no one will dare to provoke me." In the following days, a crazy news spread throughout the Wushuang Star area. The underground forces of the Wushuang Star area were almost completely destroyed by Lin Fei. No one survived. Over 10,000 people besieged Xiaoyao Palace and were all killed. Lin Fei became famous because of this battle. From then on, no one dared to look down on Lin Fei. Those underground forces all knew that they had a lot of experts. However, in the end, they still fell into the hands of Xiaoyao Palace's Lin Fei. Those forces who originally planned to secretly deal with Lin Fei. After hearing this news, all stopped. Even if 10,000 people besieged Xiaoyao Palace, they were all killed, let alone them. There was also a rumor that Xiaoyao Palace had a 9th stage professional expert. Only this kind of expert could kill over 10,000 people. The more this news spread, the more people believed it to be true. Other than a 9th stage professional expert, who else could do this? Even an 8th stage professional expert might not be able to stop them. This time, among the 10,000 people, there were many experts. Only a 9th stage professional expert could suppress them. Among all kinds of guesses, everyone agreed with the possibility of a 9th stage professional expert. Before figuring out the identity of the 9th stage professional expert of Xiaoyao Palace, no one dared to deal with Lin Fei. Doing so was simply seeking death. Chapter 2483. Mu Haoqiang. The Castellan Mu Haoqiang became famous. Under the propaganda of some people, Mu Haoqiang, the Castellan of Peerless City, became the most shameful Castellan. Nobody suspected that Mu Haoqiang went to deal with Lin Fei. Instead, they thought that Mu Haoqiang was unlucky to have met the demon general He Yi outside. Mu Haoqiang was suffering in silence. How could he be so unlucky to have met the demon general He Yi and be chased all the way to the city gate? There was nothing more shameful than this. After the news spread, Mu Haoqiang hid in the Castellan's residence. He didn't go out and acted like a coward. No matter what they said, he wouldn't say a word. Mu Haoqiang couldn't find a good reason to say this. It would only make things worse. Everyone only needed to know that he was chased by the demon general. After a few days, Lin Fei came to the Castellan's residence. The underground forces secretly besieged Xiaoyao Palace. On the surface, nobody knew about it. The big forces all heard the news and wanted to watch the show. Who would have thought that it would be a one-sided situation? It even helped Lin Fei and made him famous. After the incident, Lin Fei kept a low profile and didn't say anything. It was as if nothing had happened. Because of Lin Fei's actions, nobody dared to look down on Lin Fei. This kind of person was the most difficult to deal with. Lin Fei came to find me? Mu Haoqiang had been hiding these days. There was no news from Yun Zhongtian. He didn't dare to send people to investigate. He could only lick his wounds in silence. He was afraid that once he went out everyone would say, "Everyone look. That is the Castellan of Peerless City." He was chased by the demon general. He brought shame to the human race. Who would feel comfortable hearing such words? "Lord, should I say that you are not here?" The confidant thought himself clever and said. Mu Haoqiang hated Lin Fei quite a bit. At this time he did not dare to refuse. He was in the wrong in this matter. If Lin Fei spoke carelessly, he would lose his position as the city lord. Invite him in. In the reception room, Lin Fei sipped his tea quietly with a satisfied expression. Behind him, Bai Ziqing stood beside him like a bodyguard. "City Lord Lin, you don't come here for no reason. What's the matter?" Mu Haoqiang said as soon as he sat down, suppressing the anger in his heart. Lin Fei unhurriedly took a sip of the fragrant tea and put down the cup. "Actually, it's nothing much. I just want to give something to City Lord Mu. I believe you will like it very much." A high-grade recording device was placed on the table. At this moment it was extremely dazzling to Mu Haoqiang's eyes. His pupils contracted slightly. When Mu Haoqiang saw the high-grade recording device, he knew that something was wrong. Things were about to go south. He picked it up and recorded every single scene of the attack on Xiaoyao Palace. He didn't miss a single word. Everything was recorded. "City Lord Mu, are you satisfied with my gift?" Mu Haoqiang suppressed his anger and said, "You are really despicable." Lin Fei extended a finger and shook it lightly. No, no, no. I am not the one who is despicable. It is you, City Lord Mu. You and I are like the water in a well. You actually colluded with the underground forces to deal with me. Don't you think this is despicable? Moreover, I am a city lord, a noble of the empire. Tell me, if I spread this news, what do you think you will do? You know the consequences of trying to kill a noble. Mu Haoqiang stood up and said sternly, "You dare?" Lin Fei said, "Why wouldn't I dare? Don't tell me you dare to kill me here. But do you have the strength to do so? Everyone saw me entering the city lord's mansion. Who knows how many people are paying attention to me? If I die here, hee." Lin Fei's words had hit the nail on the head. Mu Haoqiang slumped to the ground. In that instant he had indeed thought of killing Lin Fei. He had destroyed the advanced recording device, but nothing had happened. Then what do you want to do? Mu Haoqiang was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and attack. He knew clearly that once he attacked, he would be finished. Wushuang City Lord would be the first to speak. The others would also use this as an excuse to remove him from the position of the city lord. The Mu clan behind him would also be in big trouble. The only thing that Mu Haoqiang saw was hope. Lin Fei did not hand over the device. This meant that this matter was limited to a small circle. Even if outsiders guessed it without evidence, no one would dare to not say anything. Lin Fei said, "A few days ago my Xiaoyao Palace was attacked and suffered heavy losses. I spent all my life savings on it. I feel that someone must compensate for this loss. As long as you are satisfied, I can return this thing to you." Mu Haoqiang never thought that one day he would be blackmailed by someone. Moreover, it was by a junior. However, he could not do anything. Kill? Would he dare? Even if Mu Haoqiang had 100 guts, he would not dare to kill. 100 black crystal cards. Take it as my compensation. Mu Haoqiang said painfully. Lin Fei slammed the table, causing tea to splatter everywhere. He said coldly, "City Lord Mu, are you trying to dismiss a beggar? 100 black crystal cards and you still have the nerve to ask for it? You are not trustworthy. Then there is no need to continue this discussion." Seeing that Lin Fei was about to leave, Mu Haoqiang could no longer sit still. 300 black crystal cards. Lin Fei acted as if he was about to leave as he said coldly, "You're the city lord. Do 300 black crystal cards fit your status? I will not say much. You can give me 800 black crystal cards or not. It is up to you. However, you only have the time to think before I walk out of the room. If you do not give it to me, I will give it to the expeditionary guards. I believe that they will like it very much. They might even reward me with a black crystal card." As the city lord of Peerless City, Mu Haoqiang was very clear about the purpose of the Expeditionary Guard's existence. They were the eyes and ears of the emperor. If the news reached the Expeditionary Guards, the Mu clan would definitely lose a layer of skin. Needless to say, he would definitely die. Mu Haoqiang could not bear to part with 800 black crystal cards. It was almost his entire family's wealth. Lin Fei started to walk. Step by step, every step was like a sharp knife in Mu Haoqiang's eyes, stabbing him continuously. Just as he was about to reach the door, Mu Haoqiang could not hold on any longer. Wait a moment. I will give you 800 black crystal cards, alright? For his own future and the honor of his clan, Mu Haoqiang could only give it. City Lord Mu, you have made the right choice. It is just 800 black crystal cards. I can easily earn them back with just a little effort. Lin Fei smiled. Mu Haoqiang stared at Lin Fei. I will give you 800 black crystal cards. However, you must guarantee that if the recording device is leaked, I will kill you even if I have to go to the ends of the earth. Chapter 2484. After extorting a sum of money from Mu Haoqiang, Lin Fei was not in the mood to find trouble with him. A few days later, Mu Haoqiang personally delivered 800 black crystal cards. When he left, his face was very ugly, as if his parents had died. The only good thing was that at least a potential big trouble was solved. The matter was so big that the expedition guards went there in person, harvested a batch of corpses, and received a lot of money. The expedition guards got credit, and everyone was happy. After everything was arranged, Lin Fei left the Wushuang Star area and returned to the Imperial Peak. Although Lin Fei was not in Xiaoyao Palace, no one dared to look down on Xiaoyao Palace. No one knew if there was an expert in charge, so it was not worthwhile to offend Lin Fei. After Lin Fei left, everyone was relieved, such as Mu Haoqiang. This time he suffered a great loss in dealing with Lin Fei. Not only was his reputation affected, but he also lost 800 black crystal cards, and no one knew when he could get them back. At least for a long time, Mu Haoqiang had to live frugally. Lin Fei returned to the Imperial Peak. Chen Yuanshan and Li Xiong came to congratulate him. A fiefdom, a country within a country, was not something ordinary people could have. They were all well-informed people who had been paying attention to the affairs of the Wushuang Star area. So they were not surprised by Lin Fei's means at all. In their eyes, Lin Fei had always been a synonym for mystery, and now he was even more deserving of it. After returning to the Imperial Peak, Lin Fei lived a low-key life again, spending almost all his time in the Imperial Peak. The Imperial Peak usually opened a big formation, saying to others that it was better to keep quiet and cultivate. No one in the Imperial College doubted Lin Fei's words. But in fact, Lin Fei traveled back and forth between the two places, and Xiaoyao Palace became a new secret base. The Imperial Peak became the main place to plant the source tree, because it was rich in heaven and earth energy. This cultivation base was very important to Lin Fei. When Lin Fei returned, he noticed that there would be unfamiliar figures appearing outside the Monarch's peak from time to time. They seemed to be spies. After reading through the information, Lin Fei realized that they were from the capital's factions. It seemed that the news had spread and attracted their attention. Fortunately, I've set up a teleportation formation in Xiaoyao Palace. As long as I don't leave Emperor Peak, you can only stare at me. Lin Fei knew that they were suspecting him because of the auction. Don't underestimate these powers. When they're smart, they're very smart. They can consider every detail. The bounty on Tianji Hall was still there. The entire empire, whether it was on the surface or the underground forces, were all searching for the Avengers. Lin Fei was very clear about the capabilities of Tianji Hall. That was truly a superpower. They were rich and overbearing, and the items they auctioned off on the surface were already very precious. There were also rumors that Tianji Hall had all sorts of good things inside. The strength of that place was not the least bit inferior to the Imperial Palace. From this aspect, one could see the foundation of Tianji Hall. Lin Fei was very powerful now. However, he was still lacking if he wanted to fight against Tianji Hall openly. He relied on energy units. Once he ran out of energy units, he would be like a fish on the chopping board. Continue to accumulate. This was Lin Fei's next main task. The secret base of Emperor Peak could produce a large amount of energy wall stones every day. To Lin Fei, it was far from enough. If he wanted to accumulate energy units in a short period of time, he could only do some big business. Tianji Hall. Didn't you want to put a bounty on my head? I'll make use of you guys to make some money first. Murderous intent flashed in the bottom of Lin Fei's eyes. Tianji Hall was a unique power that stood above the other powers. Ever since it was passed down, it had never shown any wild ambitions. In their eyes, there were only various financial transactions and all sorts of research. In the eyes of Tianji Hall, power seemed to be disdainful. Tianji Hall itself had an unparalleled influence. This influence was no less than the imperial power of the empire. Even the emperor couldn't recruit Tianji Hall. Even a fool could see the foundation of Tianji Hall. Tianji Hall was big. Naturally, it had branches everywhere in the empire. They opened many branches to sell all kinds of treasures of Tianji Hall, thus forming a high-end place. Any branch of Tianji Hall had as many treasures as the clouds. No one had ever dared to rob them. That was because all the people who tried to rob them were dead. Moreover, their families were killed. The people who killed them were completely afraid. One night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The Tianyin Star Zone, one of the 38 star areas, welcomed a mysterious guest. This guest was Lin Fei. From the Wushuang Star Zone to the Tianyin Star Zone, Lin Fei quietly arrived at a special place in the Tianyin Star Zone. It was the branch of Tianji Hall. Not a single branch of the Heavenly Mystery Hall was built in a city. Instead, it was a branch of its own, and it had its own base outside the city. No matter which place it was, the branch of Tianji Hall was always outside. The treasures of Tianji Hall were priceless. Even if it wasn't in the city, it would still be crowded every day. No one knew how many people wanted to buy treasures from the branch of Tianji Hall. In this place, no matter how high one's status was, one had to behave. What a big Tianji Hall. And it's a big deal. Lin Fei came to the void outside of Tianji Hall. He was quite surprised to see Tianji Hall using materials to refine a treasure that can attack and defend. Tianji Hall has really put in a lot of effort. The branch of Tianji Hall was in fact a treasure. In the entire empire, only Tianji Hall could afford such extravagance. The richer Tianji Hall appeared to be, the better Lin Fei's mood would be. Scan Tianji Hall. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to act. Haste makes waste. The huge Tianji Hall was quickly scanned by the system. A 3D image appeared. Formations were displayed one by one and analyzed layer by layer. If the people of Tianji Hall knew how powerful Lin Fei was, they would definitely not put him on the wanted list. This was purely looking for trouble. As expected of Tianji Hall, a branch is actually stationed with 5 experts, 3 early stage rank 8, 1 late stage rank 8, and more than 37th rank experts. Moreover, this Tianji Hall can withstand the attack of a peak rank 8 expert. Without a certain level of strength, don't even think about breaking the defense of Tianji Hall. In such a situation, anyone would have to shake their head to express their helplessness. Lin Fei was very calm. Analyze the formation and find the loopholes. Tonight I will break into Tianji Hall, so that they know, in front of the Avengers, a mere treasure is useless. Lin Fei sneered. Begin the analysis. The system's powerful analysis and deduction ability was completed in less than 30 minutes. Formation cores appeared one by one. As long as they attacked at these positions, they would be able to break into Tianji Hall. My revenge will begin from here. Lin Fei began to move. Array formation scrolls shot out one by one, and at this moment those openings happened to be at the most opportune moment to strike. Boom boom boom. In the quiet night, loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The earth shook. The entire Tianji Hall, including the nearby cities, was alarmed at this moment. Chapter 2485. What's going on? The commotion seems to be coming from the direction of Tianji Hall. Oh no, someone is attacking Tianji Hall. How is this possible? Who is so daring to attack Tianji Hall? When the divine senses landed in the direction of Tianji Hall, everyone finally understood what was going on. Someone was attacking Tianji Hall. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have doubted themselves. They wondered if they were seeing things. How could someone dare to attack the Heavenly Secrets Hall? Could it be that they didn't know the strength of the Heavenly Secrets Hall? Even if it was a branch of Tianji Hall, The loud rumbling sound tore open the prelude to the attack on Tianji Hall. What shocked everyone the most was that there was only one person attacking Tianji Hall's branch. It was not a large group like everyone had imagined. It was completely beyond their imagination. That's an array formation scroll attack. He's from the Avengers. Someone exclaimed. After hearing this, everyone immediately came to a realization. It seemed that other than them, no one else would have the guts to attack Tianji Hall's branch. Everyone was looking for the Avengers, but they didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to appear alone. Wasn't he worried that he would be suppressed? Ha ha ha. I've really searched far and wide for you. I'll capture you to claim the reward. This is mine. In the void, a tyrannical aura appeared, suppressing the mysterious man. This was an opportunity. Who didn't want to cooperate with Tianji Hall? As long as they captured this guy, it would mean that they would be qualified to be friends with Tianji Hall and even cooperate with them in the future. If there were more people, everyone might be vigilant. But now that the other party was alone, they didn't care at all and didn't pay attention to the rumors outside. More than a dozen large hands reached out from the void. At this time, everyone was shameless. Whoever captured the other party would gain unimaginable benefits. There were also some who did not make a move and stood at the side to observe. These were all old foxes who were more vigilant. They all knew about the battle outside the imperial city. It seemed like the other party was also alone, and in the end no one could stop him. Facing an unknown force before understanding the situation, the best choice was to observe and not offend them. Scram! A cold glint flashed across Lin Fei's eyes as he roared at the sky. A deafening sound exploded in everyone's ears. In the void, a series of groans rang out. After that, a series of black shadows fell down. Following that, a series of sounds rang out in an orderly manner. It was extremely terrifying. With just one roar, there were heavy casualties. In the distance, only some of the major figures knew how terrifying this roar was. They immediately took out their treasures and formed barriers, and they felt quite shocked. Are the people of the Avengers this powerful? Everyone was afraid of each other. Today, I'm here for revenge. If anyone wants to die, feel free to come forward. I'll personally send him on his way. Lin Fei's cold voice resounded in the night. The Tianji Hall branch was also caught unprepared. Ever since Tianji Hall's influence spread, very few people came to cause trouble. As time passed, the people of Tianji Hall got used to living a comfortable life. They usually swaggered around. Who would have thought that someone would recklessly attack the Tianji Hall branch? In the Tianji Hall branch, the sitting elder opened his eyes. Such guts, daring to attack Tianji Hall, truly reckless. The sitting elder, Su Wei, came out of the secret room and appeared in the main hall. Activate the formation. Arrange for the Tianji Hall law enforcement team to kill the other party. This rank 8 late stage Su Wei had the highest command in the Tianji Hall branch. The Tianji Hall law enforcement team was very terrifying and infamous. They were all equipped with energy guns. Any enemy that was attacked by them would definitely die. In the night, Lin Fei threw out array scrolls one after another, wantonly destroying the array core of the array. The huge array began to shake. It wouldn't take long for the entire array to be destroyed. Besiege Tianji Hall, kill without mercy. Besiege Tianji Hall, kill without mercy. A strict law enforcement team charged out of the array. They were all armed with mid-grade energy guns and wore special battle armor. The moment they appeared, they madly shot at Lin Fei. Beams of light that were like murderous swords enveloped Lin Fei's position. That's the law enforcement team. Tianji Hall's most ferocious combat force. Previously, a rank 8 professional expert was beaten to death by the law enforcement team. Lin Fei knew that Tianji Hall had a strong foundation, so he was still shocked to see the law enforcement team armed with mid-grade energy guns. With such equipment, Tianji Hall was indeed very terrifying. Whoosh! A barrier appeared in front of Lin Fei. The opponent's attacks all landed on the barrier, but it didn't move at all. There wasn't even a ripple. Mid-grade energy guns. The power is not bad, but it's a pity that it's still not enough. Lin Fei took out a black energy gun that was of a higher grade than the opponent's. Since you guys like to use this, I'll play with you guys. Those who had been paying attention all this while suddenly sucked in a cold breath. High-grade energy gun. Everyone's glasses fell to the ground. regardless of whether it was a low-grade or mid-grade energy gun. As long as one had the connections, they could be obtained. Although there weren't many of them, most of them were in the hands of the royal family. High-grade energy guns were different. They were very special and extremely difficult to produce. Every single one of them was a divine weapon with terrifying power. Countless people had tried to get their hands on one, but none of them had been able to do so. The price was also very high. Damn it, that's a high-grade energy gun. How did he get it? Su Wei was very confident in the ability of the law enforcement team. When the other party took out the gun, his eyelids twitched. He knew that something was wrong. Lin Fei opened fire. Beams of light entered the bodies of the law enforcers. Their battle armors, which could usually ignore attacks, were so fragile in front of the beams of light. Every beam of light killed a member of the law enforcers. Clouds of blood mist kept exploding like brilliant fireworks, causing Daigon to be dumbfounded. A law enforcement team was instantly wiped out. This was the most powerful law enforcement team. But in the face of the mysterious Avengers, they couldn't even last a breath's time. Tonight, Tianji Hall is destined to be removed from the list. You guys are too arrogant to dare to issue a warrant for the Avengers. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Boom! 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 More array formation scrolls were thrown over one by one, setting off a terrifying wave. At this moment, everyone finally believed in the terrifying power of the array formation scrolls. One by one, they threw them over without any regard for their lives. No matter how powerful they were, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. There was another loud rumble. Chapter 2486. This was the first time anyone had seen such a violent way of breaking through the array. The array scrolls in their eyes were money. Using money to break Tianji Hall's array was painful to think about. Even if you had money, this was not the way to use it. If you don't want the array scrolls, you can give them to us. Everyone knew about the array scrolls, but no one had seen them with their own eyes, especially those from the Tianyan Star region. Now no one would doubt the power of the array scrolls. Boom! The moment the array broke, a terrifying ball of light shot out from Tianji Hall. Just the aura of the ball of light was enough to make one's scalp tingle. It was definitely a terrifying move. The ball of light exploded at Lin Fei's position, setting off waves of ripples that raised everything nearby to the ground. So what if you broke the array? Tianji Hall is not as simple as you think. Su Wei finally revealed a smile. Su Wei had a clearer understanding of the Heavenly Secrets Hall's array formation than anyone else. But tonight, someone had broken the rules and used an array formation scroll to break through the array formation. If the Heavenly Secrets Hall itself wasn't a treasure, they would have lost a lot of face tonight. One expert from the Avengers was already so scary. What if a large group of them came? Su Wei did not dare to imagine it. It seemed a little too scary. This news had to be reported. Su Wei did not want to say much about the decision of the upper echelons. But now he was sure that the Avengers were far more terrifying and mysterious than he had imagined. The array scrolls were a free attack method. The other party also had a powerful special barrier method and advanced energy guns. It was not easy to look at them. The only thing worth celebrating was that he had finally killed an expert from the Avengers. In any case, he had made a great contribution. Tianji Hall is indeed a unique force. They even developed this kind of energy storage method to attack. I wonder how many times this energy can support your attacks? In the night, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. He did not look the least bit embarrassed. Su Wei looked up. How did you know? This was the secret of Tianji Hall. Any of the treasures in Tianji Hall could absorb the energy of heaven and earth to support the array formation and form a special attack method. Normally, it would not be used unless it was absolutely necessary. The things in your Tianji Hall are all leftovers from our games. Since you dare to place a bounty on our Avengers, you should know the consequences. In this world, there is no medicine for regret. Lin Fei rushed down and raised his gun. This spear was too fast. A shield appeared in front of Su Wei, and the powerful impact caused the shield to sway, and cracks appeared on it. The second shot came. Crack! Su Wei was sent flying, smashing through a large number of buildings. Let's go! Su Wei flew up and a dozen or so light beams shot toward him, sealing off his path. Battle armor immediately appeared on his body, and with a poochie sound, the light beams left bloody holes on his body. You can't do it. Another spear shot over. Su Wei's eyebrows jumped as he activated his shield with all his might, but he still couldn't block the attack of the light beam. The shield was torn apart, and the spear landed on his forehead, plunging him into endless darkness. A grand late-stage rank 8 expert had never thought that he would die to a high-grade energy gun. If he had known that this high-grade energy gun wasn't an ordinary high-grade energy gun, he would probably have died with everlasting grievances and grievances. Lin Fei raised his gun. If you don't want to die, all of you kneel and surrender. With a high-grade energy gun, Lin Fei was like a god of death. Rank 7 to 8 experts were all killed with one shot. The stubborn ones were all killed, and they no longer had any ability to resist. Those big shots in the sky were all dumbfounded, their hearts trembling. A few shots killed a late-stage rank 8 expert. Although the opponent did not expect it, everyone had seen the power. Didn't this mean that as long as there was enough energy, even a junior had the qualifications to kill a rank 7 or 8 expert? These big shots felt a wave of unease. Were technological weapons really so powerful? Then wouldn't their lifetime of cultivation have been in vain? Little devil, try and see if you can control the formation of Tianji Hall. Lin Fei did not let down his guard. Avengers, who gave you the right to cause trouble in Tianyan Star region? A roar resounded in the sky. A huge projection appeared in the night. A pair of sharp eyes shot out 2 terrifying rays of light, sweeping towards Lin Fei below. Those big shots were all shocked. The Tianyan region lord is here. Only the Tianyan region lord could cause such a commotion. They really could not think of anyone else. Lin Fei looked up. Tianyan region lord, you also want to go against the Avengers? Boom boom. 2 light balls shot out from a certain place in Tianji Hall, colliding with the opponent's light. The void trembled. The huge projection showed a trace of surprise. You actually know how to control the attack of Tianji Hall. The 2 light balls just now were the attack from Tianji Hall. With the help of the system, Lin Fei easily controlled it and casually released 2 attacks. Lin Fei did not believe that the Tianyan region lord would let him go because of this. Such a big shot must have a deep relationship with Tianji Hall. He would definitely take him down and hand him over to Tianji Hall. Condense the remaining heaven and earth energy into an attack. Boom boom boom. Lin Fei had nothing to fear. The energy collected by Tianji Hall was instantly used up, turning into many terrifying light balls that blasted into the huge projections area, exploding one after another. The major figures in the sky were all fleeing in a sorry state. Even they didn't dare to take the risk and stay. The energy release could affect them. In the night they formed a dazzling presence. A mere projection dares to act fiercely in front of me. You are not qualified. Lin Fei took out a high-level energy gun and fired, quickly locking on to the huge projection. With a loud rumble under the continuous attacks, the giant projection shattered into pieces. In fact, the huge projection did not have much power. It could deal with ordinary rank 8 powerhouses, but against people like Lin Fei, it did not even need to think about it. Withdraw. The huge Heavenly Secrets Hall rose from the ground and disappeared without a trace with a whoosh. Only a huge crater was left on the spot, proving the existence of the Heavenly Secrets Hall. Tianji Hall is gone. How did he take it away? It's unbelievable. Didn't they say that Tianji Hall is a special treasure? How could he take it away? The Tianyan region lord's projection was destroyed. Can a powerhouse from the Avengers be so strong? Tianyan Star Region. Chapter 2487. Husband, your divine sense was shattered by someone. Why did you let that person leave? This isn't like you. A beautiful woman in a white court dress stood next to a handsome middle-aged man and giggled. This middle-aged man was the Tianyan region lord. The 2 of them stood in front of the railing. In front of them was an endless void, but in front of them the void had become a huge mirror showing the scene in Tianji Hall. The Tianyan region lord hugged the beautiful woman and said with a smile, "Husband, you have a good relationship with Tianji Hall. If you let that man continue to make trouble, Tianji Hall will definitely be unhappy. That's why you took action. Unfortunately, that man is too powerful and can't be suppressed. Unless you take action yourself, it would be too unwise. Judging from that man's performance tonight, the Avengers are not simple. The beautiful woman looked pensive. Husband, you are so bad. The Tunyan region ruler said seriously. Nonsense. I did attack him. That scoundrel was powerful, and I could only watch him leave. What else could I do? Recently, the people of the Demon God Empire have been invading the surrounding cities. If I had really fought with that guy, I might have fallen into his trap. It wouldn't have been worth it. The beautiful woman giggled. Then what do you plan to do about this, husband? The beautiful woman asked. The Tunyan region lord said with a smile. What else can we do? We can't offend the Avengers rashly. My wife, you should have seen the strength of the Tianji Hall branch. Su Wei was killed in a few shots. This matter was caused by Tianji Hall, so they have to solve it themselves. Now I'm looking forward to the auction of the Avengers. If I can get an advanced energy gun, that would be great. What happened in the Tianyan Star Zone was almost impossible to hide. In less than half a day, the Tianji Hall branch had been destroyed by the experts of the Avengers. Even the treasure of Tianji Hall had been taken away. The news spread like wildfire. Everyone was dumbfounded. The forces that had been searching for clues about the Avengers were all dumbfounded. They broke into a cold sweat and kept cursing in their hearts. Do they have to be so cruel? That's right. In everyone's eyes, the Avengers were too cruel. Who did not know of the power of Tianji Hall's branch? Just a law enforcement team could kill a rank 8 expert, or at the very least they could heavily injure the other party. Such a law enforcement team was easily killed by the enemy. The scariest thing was that the powerhouses of the Avengers had advanced energy guns in their hands. This was definitely a killing machine that could kill anyone it pointed at. For a moment, the big and small forces all ordered their people to stop. It would not be right to investigate the Avengers, especially when the projection of the Tianyan region master had been shattered by the other party. Who would dare to look for trouble? Tianji Hall also received the news immediately. The entire Tianji Hall was in chaos. The deputy head personally led his people to the Tianyan Star area. When he saw the huge crater in Tianji Hall, his eyes turned completely red. This is outrageous. This is too much. How much effort had been spent on the construction of Tianji Hall? The loss of any one of them would make one's heart ache. This deputy head hated the Avengers to the core. They had just issued a bounty and wanted order, and the Avengers sent them a huge gift. A resounding slap. Search, we must find Tianji Hall. The deputy head said this and directly went to visit the Tianyan region master, seeking his help. A Tianji Hall falling outside had a different meaning. As long as it was outside, Tianji Hall would never be able to raise its head. Everyone knew that Tianji Hall had suffered a huge loss this time. Many people were probably watching them as a joke. The Avengers slapped Tianji Hall in public. In the eyes of outsiders, Tianji Hall, which had been built as an iron fortress, was covered in arrays. Unless it was a rank 9 powerhouse, no one could break it. Ordinary rank 9 powerhouses would not attack Tianji Hall. In the entire empire, who was not afraid of Tianji Hall? On the way back to Tianji Hall, the deputy head received another piece of bad news. The Tianji Hall branch in another star field had been attacked by the powerhouses of the Avengers again. Just like in the Tianyan Star area, the other party only had one person. He single-handedly charged into Tianji Hall and killed the elder in charge. They had snatched away Tianji Hall. One wave did not stop and another wave rose. Everyone understood that the Avengers and Tianji Hall were at each other's throats now. From then on, no one dared to look down on the Avengers. Those powers that had wanted to reap benefits from the Avengers all quieted down, not daring to touch the Avengers. Who knew if the Avengers would attack them? Even the Heavenly Secrets Hall couldn't stop them, let alone them. There were many smart people in the Empire. Everyone understood that if anyone interfered, it would not end well for them. Losing 2 Tianji Hall branches in a row had a huge impact on Tianji Hall's reputation. As long as the Avengers were not created, Tianji Hall would not be able to wash away its humiliation. Everyone was watching Tianji Hall's actions. In the remaining star fields, every Tianji Hall branch was put on a level 1 alert. This also caused no one to visit Tianji Hall. No one knew when the powerhouses of the Avengers would attack. If they died in an accident, they would not even have a place to cry. Tianji Hall did not disappoint anyone. After losing 2 Heavenly Secrets Halls consecutively, Over 30 law enforcement teams were immediately dispatched. Each team was extremely mysterious, and any one of them could fight against a peak 8th job transition professional ranker. At the same time, they also wielded divine weapons. They had always been a mystery to the Heavenly Secrets Hall, and their strength surpassed that of the branch's law enforcement teams. Other than sending the law enforcement teams, they also sent rank 8 experts to oversee the place. They were all consecrated experts of Tianji Hall. Any one of them was a famous senior. Everyone knew that Tianji Hall had a deep foundation. Seeing these experts, they felt that they had underestimated them. Only the royal family would be capable of such a feat. Tianyan Starfield, Tianji Hall branch. Elder Chun, it's here. Vice sect leader Yulin pointed at the pit and said, I'll have to trouble you this time. You must find the other party's whereabouts. In order to find the nest of the Avengers, Tianji Hall brought a great expert who specialized in tracking to try to find the other party's traces. As long as they caught the other party, they would not have to worry about not being able to find the other party's nest. This old man will do his best. As a unique force, Tianji Hall collected a large number of experts and talents in almost all fields. If there were many talents, Tianji Hall would definitely be everyone's first choice. Elder Chun took out a round disc. The round disc looked somewhat special. His expression became solemn as he formed a hand seal. Condense. In the sky, specks of light appeared and entered the round disc. Gradually, the round disc lit up. Chapter 2488. Tianji Hall had suffered a great loss. How could they swallow this humiliation? Hence, they had hired a tracking expert. Yulin was the person in charge. As long as they could find the culprit, they would make the Avengers suffer even if they had to go to the ends of the earth. The disc was divided into many regions. Those who did not understand would be dumbfounded when they saw it. However, experts like Elder Chen's lips curled up into a smile as the disc lit up. That person's methods are very secretive. It's a pity that I didn't expect there to be a special occupation in this world that specializes in tracking the mastermind. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Fei, who was far away on the Monarch Peak, heard them clearly. They had set up special lifeforms in the vicinity to guard against the other party. They didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Lin Fei only noticed it when Little Devil sent a message. Tracking me? Tianji Hall is really scheming. After sweeping through Tianji Hall, Lin Fei temporarily stopped. The 2 priceless Tianji Hall were enough to make them feel heartache for a long time. This thing was built using a combination method. Every piece could be disassembled. There was a certain degree of difficulty in doing so. You want to track my location? Let's see what you are capable of. Lin Fei didn't dare to look down on the heroes of the world. He had set up a backup plan. Actually, he wanted to see the changes in their expression so that he could have some fun. Chase! Yulin and Elder Chun didn't know that they were being monitored. A light mark lit up on the disc and moved according to a fixed position. In the eyes of outsiders, it was chaotic. Elder Chun was engrossed in it. He shouted, Chase! The disc automatically flew over. Elder Chun and the rest chased after it. Seems like there is something to it. Lin Fei frowned slightly. The aura on his body seemed to have moved slightly. It was very weak, but he could still sense it. He knew that the disc should be a good item. It was tracking him based on the aura left behind. This is not good. Lin Fei had never thought of such a special occupation. Since they made this move, they must completely conceal their aura in the future to avoid trouble. Lin Fei walked towards the underground teleportation formation. In the next second, he arrived at the Xiaoyao Palace in the Wushuang Starfield. Lin Fei felt a headache coming on. Who could guarantee that they would not chase him all the way to Imperial College? Tianji Hall's influence was not small. He had to be careful. Tianji Hall intended to send another gift. Lin Fei did not intend to be polite. He believed that Tianji Hall would definitely be very satisfied with this gift. Avengers, let's see where you can hide this time. Yulin hated the people of the Avengers. He was in charge of the Tianji Hall in the Heavenly Flame Star area. Now that something had happened, of course he would be displeased. Back then, when the Avengers were put up for arrest, he was in favor of it, and his attitude was very firm. As far as Yulin was concerned, the other party was clearly coming for him. It's a pity that I didn't bring another elder with me. Otherwise, I could have taken a look at what the other party looks like and taken them down in one fell swoop. Yulin kept following Elder Chen's direction. Elder Chen, where do you think the base of the Avengers is? Yulin asked. Elder Chen was not sure. It's hard to say for now. But if we follow this direction, the other party might be in the Heavenly Flame Star area. Wait, it's moving again. It seems that the other party is moving. Elder Chen said excitedly. What? The mysterious man is moving again. Yulin frowned. Hurry up and find the location. That person must be coming for the Tianji Hall branch. This time we can't let him succeed. Yulin was anxious. Don't worry, Master Yu. The mysterious man doesn't know that we are following him. As long as we follow him, we will definitely catch him. Elder Chen was very confident. The group moved faster, passing through one star area after another. The smile on Yulin's face grew wider. The mysterious man was not far away. He should be in the star area up ahead, Elder Chen said, looking into the distance. The disc slowed down. According to the information inside, the other party should be in the star area up ahead. Elder Chen relaxed. Tracking was not easy. It consumed a lot of mental energy. In order to track the people of the Avengers, any price was worth it. Elder Chen was just about to put away the disc to measure the specific location of the other party. When he relaxed his mind, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Boundless pain spread throughout his body, as if something was about to come out of his chest. Puff! A palm that was not too thick came out of his chest. Your tracking skills are not bad. Unfortunately, you've targeted the wrong person. A faint voice came into his ears, as if mocking him for overestimating himself. Elder Chen fell into endless darkness. Behind Elder Chen, a man in black mysteriously appeared. A hand pierced through his chest. His movement was unbelievably fast, beyond everyone's expectations. You are from the Avengers. Yulin's eyes were bloodshot. He waved his hand and punched out. I'll kill you. Killing a person with a special profession in front of him was an act of provocation. Yulin had thought about the situation of meeting with the Avengers, but he never thought it would happen at this time. It was too out of his imagination. Your Tianji Hall put a bounty on our Avengers to kill a few of your people. What can you do? Lin Fei grabbed with his 5 fingers, easily grabbing onto Yulin's fist. That powerful force instantly stopped. The only thing I didn't expect is that your Tianji Hall actually has a deputy head. A big fish. Lin Fei pulled with one hand. Yulin screamed. Ah! The arm that attacked was twisted off. Fresh blood flowed out. Lin Fei casually threw it away. I can only say that you are unlucky today. Lin Fei raised his hand and punched. It was a very ordinary punch, but it was this ordinary punch that sent Yulin flying. While he was flying, Yulin was blasted into pieces by a force in his body. He exploded with one punch. Lin Fei now had the strength to do this. A deputy head is dead. You guys are going to be angry. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei chased after him and grabbed a head. It was Yulin's head with a blank expression. He deliberately kept it. A certain star field, Tianji Hall branch. With the previous 2 star fields, the Tianji Hall branch was jittery every day. They were afraid that someone would come. They used to be arrogant, but now they were silent. The Tianji Hall branch was a treasure. It had both offense and defense. It had blocked many people, but it couldn't block the mysterious expert from the Avengers. They broke through 2 in a row and took away Tianji Hall. How could they not panic? Bang! There was a loud sound. The Tianji Hall branch shook nonstop. Everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale. People of the Tianji Hall branch, listen up. Tianji Hall is the first to dare to put a bounty on our Avengers. We have given you 2 gifts. This is the 3rd one. Keep it well. Ha ha ha. A few of the overseeing experts flew out and saw a black shadow attacking them. They subconsciously wanted to make a move. Don't attack. That looks like Yulin's head. One of the elders exclaimed in shock. When the others looked closely, they were all shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. Chapter 2489. The higher-ups of the Heavenly Secrets Hall all had dark expressions on their faces. Humiliation. They had never experienced such humiliation before. 2 Tianji Hall branches were destroyed, and this was not the end. Vice Sect leader Yulin was also killed. and his head was even thrown in front of Tianji Hall's branch. This slap resounded loudly on their faces. The upper echelons of the Heavenly Secrets Hall were all enraged. The way they looked at others was as if they wanted to eat them alive. The members of the Heavenly Secrets Hall all hid far away, afraid that they would become the punching bags of the upper echelons. When the Avengers were mentioned, their expressions immediately changed. Everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that the revenge of the Avengers would be so unbelievably cruel? Our people hadn't even found you, but you had already given the Heavenly Secrets Hall a few resounding slaps and made a name for yourself in the Empire. Heavenly Secrets Hall had made a move to take revenge on the Avengers, and now they had killed one of their Vice Sect masters. It was clear that they did not take them seriously. Vice Sect leader Yulin's death made everyone realize that the Avengers were harder to deal with than they had imagined. Yulin was a rank 8 expert after all. He at least knew that the Avengers had sent out a rank 9 expert. Yulin's death caused Tianji Hall to hold a meeting for a day and night. Afterwards, an even crazier news spread, increasing the bounty. At the same time, the expeditionary guards also started to move, searching almost the entire area. The entire empire was in a state of panic. The empire cooperated with Tianji Hall's operation. No one was surprised. The impact of this matter was too great. To deal with the Avengers, the Empire's Expeditionary Guard started to move, conducting a large-scale sweep. It was a pity that the large-scale sweep did not yield any results. Tianji Hall sent out experts of special professions to try to find the other party, but it was to no avail. Tianji Hall's operation became a joke once again. The Avengers seemed to have disappeared mysteriously. It was as if they were no longer on the expedition to the Empire, blinding everyone's eyes. Even after a thorough search, no traces of them were found. For a time, the Avengers became mysterious once again. The other forces of the Empire also began to feel apprehensive. An untouchable and mysterious force was the most terrifying. From the tip of the iceberg, it seemed that this mysterious force's ability was no less than Tianji Hall's, or perhaps even greater. From the beginning until now, the people who came out from the Avengers were all alone. It seemed that the people of the Avengers liked to travel the world alone. He couldn't stop the other party from having strength. On the surface, they didn't find anything, but they didn't give up on searching in private. It wasn't a good thing to have a mysterious power as a neighbor. The operation did not yield any results, and the people in Tianji Hall were furious. Was there any power in this world that Tianji Hall could not find? Tianji Hall was greatly stimulated. Lin Fei was enjoying a leisurely life on the Emperor Peak. After knowing about the special occupation, Lin Fei did things more discreetly. He did not leave any aura, and even if there was, it would be destroyed completely. The failure of Tianji Hall's operation had a lot to do with this. The two Tianji Hall branches were not something that Lin Fei was interested in. However, this was a good thing. With a little modification, the effect would be better. He was just worried that there was no ready-made auction house. Naturally, Lin Fei was ready to use the items sent by Tianji Hall. Wasn't Tianji Hall awesome? Then let's compete and see who was the most awesome. Lin Fei decided to take all the black crystal cards in the world. It would not be Tianji Hall's turn to share them. He also began to prepare for the upcoming grand auction. This was the first shot in the Avengers plan. Lin Fei had to be careful. When the location was leaked, Lin Fei would definitely believe that Tianji Hall would not be able to resist making a move. There would definitely be a lot of people slacking in the dark. These were all things that he needed to pay attention to. If he wanted the auction to be a success, Lin Fei had to prepare enough force. Otherwise, they would not mind swallowing him whole. In the face of huge benefits, they would do anything. How's the renovation of these two Tianji Hall branches? In the underground base, Lin Fei looked at the two Tianji Hall branches. Now, these two Tianji Hall branches had undergone huge changes. Even if the people from Tianji Hall were here, they would definitely be dumbfounded. The difference was too big. The two Tianji Hall branches, under the fiddling of the little devil, merged together to become a huge Tianji Hall. If one did not know about it beforehand, one would definitely not think that these two Tianji Hall branches were merged together. The renovation is almost complete. All the formations are being strengthened and upgraded. What's left is the offensive aspect. Master can install powerful long-range offensive weapons. It's best if Master installs more offensive weapons. Anyway, Master has been rich recently and can afford to use them. When the time comes, it will be a matter of face, the little devil said with an arrogant expression. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. You are going to use up all my black crystal cards. Master, this is not right. If you have fewer weapons, it will be a slap to our faces. When the time comes, if anyone is unhappy, they can fire 10,000 cannons at the same time. You can make a name for yourself and step on Tianji Hall in one fell swoop. Who do they think they are? With these trash, they dare to monopolize the business? The little devil said disdainfully. Lin Fei thought about it again and felt that the little devil was right. Tianji Hall monopolized all kinds of things. Even the empire's royal family could not do anything to them. Their influence was so great that it could affect the royal family. However, compared to the things that the little devil made, the difference was huge. When the two were compared, the difference was like heaven and earth. Breaking the legend of Tianji Hall was indeed very easy. Then how many black crystal cards do you think we need to prepare? Lin Fei could not help but ask. The Avengers Alliance wanted to create a unique existence. The auction was an opportunity. Once the auction was successfully held, its influence would affect all forces, big and small. Whether this cannon could be successful or not was crucial. The black crystal cards became very important. Master, you need to prepare at least 5,000 black crystal cards. For example, this auction hall needs to be strengthened, upgraded, and remodeled. At least 2,000 black crystal cards are needed. When the time comes, it will be an impregnable empire. It is not something that the trash made by Tianji Hall can compare to. As for the other thing that needs to be prepared, Master needs to prepare your martial arts. This is a chance for Master to show off. 5,000 black crystal cards. Lin Fei frowned slightly. It was still within the acceptable range. With such a huge number, only Lin Fei could have such an expression. He had a lot of good things on him. Now it seemed that he needed to find a buyer. Chapter 2490. Fan Luoyu came uninvited. As the Emperor Peak's array formation was still active, the Empire's princess was denied entry. This jerk. For some reason, Fan Luoyu felt like throwing a tantrum every time she came to the Emperor Peak. Lin Fei, you're dead meat if you don't let me in. Fan Luoyu gritted her teeth. This was not the first time she had been denied entry. The only person in the Empire who could deny her entry was Lin Fei. The jerk. She had a terrible impression of him. What brings senior sister here? What a rare guest. Compared to the previous time, she was in luck this time. Lin Fei walked out of the Emperor Peak and said with a smile. Fan Luoyu felt that there was something wrong with Lin Fei's gaze. He was beaming with excitement, which was different from usual. You're finally willing to come out. Fan Luoyu's words sounded weird, and she had no idea what was going on. Lin Fei said seriously, Senior, I've been busy and haven't been back for more than a few days. I was just about to look for you. Fan Luoyu naturally did not believe Lin Fei's words, especially after guessing some clues. You don't intend to invite me in? They arrived at the Emperor Peak again. In the same courtyard, Fan Luoyu felt that it was necessary to wake Lin Fei up. Junior Lin Fei, you should be a peripheral member of the Avengers, right? Fan Luoyu said as soon as she sat down. She was observing the changes in Lin Fei's expression. She believed that she would be able to make Lin Fei suffer this time. It was his fault for being so nonchalant in front of her. No one had ever dared to treat her like that. Moreover, she was the Empire's princess. She could not even see any respect from Lin Fei. Fan Luoyu was prepared to give Lin Fei a good scare, and was secretly proud of her cleverness. From some clues, Fan Luoyu believed that Lin Fei was definitely related to the Avengers. The only thing she could not be sure of was the exact location. If she had not seen the array formation scroll back then, she would never have suspected him. Fan Luoyu was now very confident, thinking that she had found her opponent's weakness. Unfortunately, Fan Luoyu was disappointed once again. You're indeed the Empire's princess. You've connected the dots so quickly. You're the first person to find out that I'm related to the Avengers. Lin Fei smiled with a calm expression on his face. Fan Luoyu's breathing quickened. This B** starred, how can he not be nervous? Why isn't he nervous? Why did he confess? This was completely different from the script. Lin Fei laughed heartily in his heart. You want to scheme against me? You're far from it. Even if you know, so what? Lin Fei was very clear about what Fan Luoyu had in mind when she came. It was a pity that such a trick was child's play. After the teleportation portal was built, he really had nothing to worry about. If the Empire didn't want him, there would be a place that would. Lin Fei, how dare you? The Empire is putting out a bounty for the Avengers. Do you believe that one word from me, and you will be reduced to dust? Even the Capital Institute can forget about putting in a good word for you. Fan Luoyu shouted. The Empire's Princess Fan Luoyu's rebuke, coupled with her own aura, was rather powerful. What greeted him was a mighty pressure that came crashing down from above. Those who were afraid of the imperial family and the Empire were so frightened that their limbs went soft. Lin Fei's expression didn't change at all. Princess, I'm not a 3-year-old child. It's better not to use such scary words. It's embarrassing. From the moment you arrived, you already knew. Since you knew, who would believe that you didn't bring the expeditionary guards? Fan Luoyu thought it made sense. For a moment, she couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. Let me guess. You came all the way here to get the array formation scrolls from me, right? Lin Fei smiled. If you want the array formation scrolls, you can just say it. If you don't say it, how would I know? Isn't it just a matrix scroll? I'll report it. Plus you're a princess. As long as you have money, I can sell you any matrix scroll. Lin Fei's waist swayed, his face full of the shrewdness of a businessman. This bastard is obviously waiting for me. Fan Luoyu suppressed her anger and regained her composure. She understood immediately. After understanding, Fan Luoyu felt that everything had fallen into this brat's trap. It looked like he had been waiting for her for some time. Wasn't he afraid that she would report it? This was something Fan Luoyu couldn't figure out. The world was vast. As long as the Empire wanted to capture someone, with Lin Fei's strength, the outcome would be the same. By then, he would have to spill everything he knew. You're different from ordinary people. You admitted it so quickly. Fan Luoyu, who had recovered, was very calm. You're also very brave. Lin Fei smiled. I'm just a small contact. The Avengers aren't interested in forces and territories. They're only interested in making money. They're motivated to create a unique existence. So you're saying that the powerful treasures that the Demon God Empire obtained previously were sold to them by the Avengers? Fan Luoyu suddenly thought of something. You've guessed correctly. However, I'm not the person in charge. There are countless people like me in the Avengers. They contact various forces and sell treasures in secret. Maybe your brothers and sisters are also working with the Avengers. Lin Fei said innocently with a smile. A strange look flashed in Fan Luoyu's eyes. The Avengers are really preparing to compete with Tianji Hall. Fan Luoyu reacted quickly and realized how terrifying the Avengers were. If such a mysterious force were to really work with other forces, it would undoubtedly be a very scary thing. Lin Fei scoffed. Tianji Hall is nothing. The last time we, the Avengers, sent out a deacon and wiped out 2 Tianji Hall branches. Even now, Tianji Hall is helpless and is running around like a headless fly. What a joke. Fan Luoyu knew that she had made the right trip. She seemed to have seen the tip of the iceberg of the Avengers. I want formation scrolls and energy guns. Do you have both of these things? Chapter 2491. Fan Luoyu left the Emperor Peak with complicated feelings. She had never had such a feeling before. The only thing that made Fan Luoyu happy was that she seemed to have found a new channel. The appearance of the Avengers was undoubtedly a significant blow to Tianji Hall. Tianji Hall had formed a monopoly in the Empire, and the royal family had some complaints about it. For example, this time it was Tianji Hall who had made use of their powerful network to get the Empire to issue a wanted order. If the Avengers were to really appear, it would be a huge blow to Tianji Hall. Fan Luoyu could only make a concrete evaluation after seeing the first transaction. The Empire's princess is indeed a princess. She's really generous. This Fan Luoyu isn't simple either. After Fan Luoyu left, Lin Fei sat in the courtyard and crossed his legs happily. Just now, Fan Luoyu had taken out 1,000 black crystal cards for the first cooperation. 1,000 black crystal cards were clearly the first probing cooperation. Lin Fei didn't care. After deducting the system's cost, he could earn at least 800 black crystal cards from 1,000 black crystal cards. Even Tianji Hall couldn't match up to such efficiency. The transaction would naturally be delayed for some time, but Lin Fei wasn't anxious at all. Today was a good start, and he wasn't interested in knowing why Fan Luyu was buying these things. It would be great as long as there was a steady flow of money. Under the night sky, in Qin Lan's mansion, a figure descended quietly and appeared in Qin Lan's secret chamber. "It's you." Qin Lan was cultivating in seclusion. A cold aura descended, scaring her. After sensing a familiar aura, she realized who the person was. Her breathing was also a little hurried. "Saintess Qin Lan, it's been a long time. Congratulations, you've gone up another level in the empire." Qin Lan said, "Thank you for your praise. To be honest, I should be the one thanking you. If not for your items, I'd still be a low-ranking Saintess candidate. How would I be qualified to compete with them?" Speaking of this, Qin Lan was still very grateful. The arrival of the mysterious person in front of her undoubtedly made Qin Lan realize that cooperation had come again. There were quite a few people from the empire who were targeting him. They clearly had opinions about him and believed that the last transaction was a coincidence. This also caused Qin Lan to be in deep trouble recently. "Holy Maiden Qin Lan, you really know how to talk. Let's make a long story short. This time I would like to cooperate with you again. I need at least 4,000 or 5,000 black crystal cards. This is the list. You can report it to your superiors." Qin Lan was obviously shocked. 4,000 to 5,000 black crystal cards? Big deal. Qin Lan also heard it clearly. This time she had a list to choose from. As long as this cooperation was successful, no one would be able to shake her position. Even those Saintess candidates would have to admit defeat. It's better to work with the Demon God Empire than the Princess of the Empire. Lin Fei returned to the Emperor Peak happily. Working with the Empire for any business was the most satisfying. The only thing they had to worry about was the possibility of the Empire taking advantage of the Empire. Lin Fei did not know what kind of commotion the list would cause when it reached the Demon God Empire. Now all he had to do was sit back and wait. Half a month later, the first transaction between Lin Fei and Fan Luyu was completed. The place of cooperation was at the Emperor Peak. Fan Luyu was naturally shocked again. Ever since she had left that day, she had arranged for people to monitor Lin Fei in the dark. Lin Fei had never left Emperor Peak. That thing had entered without a trace and had even avoided everyone's detection. This made Fan Luyu feel terrified of the Avengers' abilities. The fact that they dared to do business at the Emperor Peak was enough to prove their disdain for the Capital Institute. This was proof of their ability. What excited Fan Luyu the most was that the items they were working on for the first time were all perfect, surpassing the items produced by Tianji Hall. When the two were compared, the difference was obvious. The first impression of the items produced by the Avengers was that they were of the finest quality. Almost no one knew about such a silent collaboration. Only Lin Fei and herself were present. Fan Luyu was very satisfied with this collaboration. Those who did not know would only think that she was here to look for Junior Lin Fei. She now had a rather good excuse. The second big order might not take long. Lin Fei took note of Fan Luyu's changes. It would not be long before the big order came. Looking at the time, Holy Lady Qin Lan's side should be almost done. Lin Fei thought of another matter. There were still 4,000 to 5,000 black crystal cards to be sold. The success of the auction in the future was rather important. Another night fell. Holy Lady Qin Lan's luxurious residence was brightly lit. Unlike usual, this time, there were several middle-aged men and old men with powerful auras sitting beside Qin Lan. At this moment, they were all resting with their eyes closed. Qin Lan's expression was not normal. "You will definitely regret this." Ever since the list had been submitted, it had caused a huge uproar among the Demon God Empire's upper echelons. The news of the expedition to the Empire had also reached the Demon God Empire. The upper echelons of the Demon God Empire were rather clear about the Avengers that had appeared out of nowhere. It was easy to imagine the commotion caused by the return of this list. Qin Lan's name was taken seriously once again. There were conflicts everywhere, and it was the same in the Demon God Empire where Qin Lan was. The conflicts were also very intense. The upper echelons behind Qin Lan had been schemed against, and the opportunity to lead the collaboration had fallen into the hands of another faction. Holy Lady Qin Lan's credit had also been taken away. If there were no accidents, All these benefits would fall into the hands of one of the saintess in training. Hence Qinlan today. Qinlan, are you sure that mysterious person will come tonight? An old man who was resting with his eyes closed slowly opened his eyes, emitting a cold aura. He will definitely come. Qinlan did not dare to look at him, and there was a trace of fear in her eyes. This old man was a high-ranking elder, whom she could not afford to offend at the moment. He was known as Elder Demon Eye, and he had a notorious reputation within the empire. When I left the last time, he will come today. Elder Demon Eye glanced at Qinlan and revealed a sinister smile. It's best if he can come. I hate it when people learn how to lie. I'll be very angry. Elder Demon Eye, Sister Qinlan is so smart. How could she lie? Not far away, there was a woman in the same black palace dress. She was dressed very provocatively, and she was one of the saintess in training. At this moment she was giggling. Elder Demon Eye sneered. It's good that you know. The Empire has invested a lot in this matter. If it's a lie in the end. Chapter 2492. If the Avengers Alliance and the Demon God Empire could really cooperate, it would definitely be a mutually beneficial matter. Whoever completed this task would have made a great contribution. Even though Qinlan was a rising star, the impact this time was too great. There was no room for any mistakes. The higher-ups arranged for a higher-up to personally take charge of this cooperation. Elder Demon Eye was the person in charge this time. To Qinlan and her faction, it was equivalent to someone plucking peaches. All the benefits had been taken away, so who would be the greatest contributor? Time ticked by. Elder Demon Eye also appeared a little irritated. As a member of the Demon God Empire's upper echelons, it had always been others waiting for him, not the other way around. Qinlan, are you sure you'll come? Elder Demon Eye asked again. I'll definitely come. Qinlan also felt guilty. At this juncture she couldn't go back on her words. She had heard of Elder Demon Eye's personality. You should know how high the expectations of the Empire is for this matter. If you work for nothing, you know the consequences. Elder Demon Eye sneered. If there was a chance, Elder Demon Eye did not mind knocking this saintess candidate down. Recently, Qinlan had become a well-known figure in the upper echelons of the Empire. In the eyes of others, this was not a good matter. If this continued, she might even snatch away the spotlight of the saintess candidate. He's here. Elder Demon Eye suddenly opened his eyes. A mysterious black-clothed man appeared in front of everyone. The most unbelievable thing was that there was no fluctuation at all. Elder Demon Eye was secretly fearful. This mysterious person should be from the Avengers Alliance. The rumors say that the Avengers Alliance is mysterious and unfathomable. It should be true. Because of this, Elder Demonic Eye took it seriously. Your Excellency, you're finally here. I thought you wouldn't come. Qinlan knew that this was her last chance. Whether or not she could get back everything she had lost depended on this mysterious person. Qinlan's words caused Elder Demon Eye to be dissatisfied, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. The black-robed Lin Fei already knew this would happen. He could not help but sigh. The struggle between empires was also a form of knowledge. From the looks of it, it was clear that Qinlan's faction had been suppressed, and someone else had come to snatch the credit. Elder Demon Eye stood up. Your Excellency, I'm a member of the Empire's upper echelons. I have full authority to handle this cooperation. We can sit down and have a good chat. Elder Demon Eye looked at Qinlan and felt as though she had fallen into an abyss. Her body trembled slightly. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. The upper echelons of the Empire? I'm sorry, I don't know her. In my eyes, the person we're working with this time is Miss Qinlan. Your Excellency, are you mistaken? Your Excellency. A look of displeasure flashed across Demon Eye's face. Demon for Demon Eye for Demon. Even though the Avengers were mysterious, they would not be able to gain any advantage over the Fey God Empire. The fact that they had come here personally was a show of respect to the other party. Who do you think you are? Lin Fei said calmly. If the Demon God Empire wants to cooperate, then sit down obediently. If you dare to say another word, the price will be increased by 10%. If you are willing to pay a high price, then go ahead. Lin Fei really didn't care about the Demon God Empire. Sir, you're just an errand boy for the Avengers. Do you think it's worth it to leave a bad impression on the demon god empire for a saintess candidate? The black-clothed woman said coldly. You've got guts. Lin Fei turned around and shot out a beam of light. The black-clothed woman was sent flying, her body covered in blood. I'm in a good mood tonight, so I'll let you live for now. Who do you think you are to threaten me? Even when Elder Fiend I saw the arrogance of the Avengers, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He had thought that this trip was in the bag. As a member of the upper echelon, he had shown them enough respect. Sir, you hit the saintess of the demon god empire in front of me. Aren't you looking down on me? Elder Fiend Eye's gaze was cold. However, as long as you take out the item, I can pretend that I didn't see this. Elder Fiend I regretted letting Qinlan wait for the other party. Without Qinlan, this wouldn't have happened. Qinlan was delighted. At least one thing was right. This mysterious person was very arrogant. He didn't give face to Elder Fiend Eye and injured a saintess. He was quite hot-tempered. This also gave Qinlan a glimmer of hope. If the demon god empire needed help from the Avengers, the upper echelon wouldn't make things difficult for him. Even if he killed a saintess, they wouldn't even blink. In front of the empire, benefits were the most important. You dare threaten me? Lin Fei snorted coldly. Boundless pressure came crushing down. He took a step forward and punched out violently. This punch was ferocious and terrifying. It was like the punch of a sovereign descending on the world. Elder Fiend Eye opened an eye on his forehead and shot out a ray of light. However, he couldn't block this punch. The light was shattered by the punch and landed heavily on his chest. His powerful defense was completely useless at this moment. Pung! Elder Fiend Eye slammed into the wall and knelt on one knee. He kept coughing out blood. This is the first time. If there's a second time, you'll definitely die. Even if the experts of your empire come, I'll kill them without mercy. Lin Fei's cold gaze swept across Elder Fiend Eye. Elder Fiend Eye instantly felt a wave of death descend. It was the true aura of death. I'm a member of the Empire's upper echelon. If he really dares to kill me, he really will kill me. Elder Fiend Eye had never been wrong about his feelings. If Lin Fei said that he would kill him, he would definitely kill him. He had underestimated how terrifying the person in front of him was. Elder Fiend Eye had originally planned to suppress Lin Fei. If he could rope him in, that would be for the best. Only now did he realize how ridiculously wrong he had been. The people from the Avengers Alliance weren't just ordinarily powerful. Cough, cough, cough. This is a misunderstanding. Elder Fiend Eye suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and tried his best to calm down. The person in front of him was much stronger than him. The black-clothed saintess was already dumbfounded. To be able to injure an elder of the upper echelon with a single punch, wouldn't that mean that he was at least a 9th transition professional expert? Then this Avengers Alliance was a little too crazy. Lin Fei said. You're lucky to have met me. If you had met the other deacons, they wouldn't be as soft-hearted as me. They wouldn't be able to kill you just like that. Even if the Heavenly Emperor came, it would be useless. Your demon god empire might even suffer a setback. For example, not long ago, Tianji Hall put out a bounty for us, but in the end, 2 Tianji Hall branches were destroyed by a few deacons. Elder Fiend Eye's entire body turned cold. He finally understood what Lin Fei meant. If the people from the Avengers Alliance were the deacons, didn't that mean that the Avengers Alliance was more terrifying than he had imagined? Chapter 2493. Lin Fei did not want too many people to know about the deal. The Demon God Empire had taken matters into their own hands and arranged for a higher-up of the empire. Lin Fei did not like it and wanted to find a chance to knock some sense into them. He did not expect them to take the initiative and let him knock some sense into them. After this round of knocking, Lin Fei believed that the Demon God Empire would not dare to act rashly in a short period of time, unless they understood the background of the Avengers. Was that possible? Absolutely not. After the Avengers had made a few appearances, the announcement had spread to the 2 empires and some hidden forces. Everyone would subconsciously think that the Avengers was a huge force with a clear division of labor and so on. Who would have thought that they were a paper tiger from the beginning? Qinlan, why don't you talk to this excellency? Elder Demon I was still fearful. He could only rely on Qinlan now. Qinlan finally felt at ease. She knew that this mysterious person was very strong, but she hadn't expected him to be this strong. He had injured Elder Demon I the moment he appeared and had suppressed him to the point where he was obedient. To be honest, she was a little envious. When would she be able to reach this realm? However, Qinlong quickly realized that her chance had come. It was obvious that this mysterious person was not willing to talk to them, so she might not be able to take the credit. Qinlong immediately took out a written list. This is what our empire wants. There's a total of 6,000 black crystal cards. Lin Fei did not look at the list. There's no problem with the items. However, due to your attitude this time, the price of these items will be increased by 10%. 6,600 black crystal cards. This is the discounted price that I, pretty good mood, am giving you. He opened his mouth to have 600 more cards. That felt great. Qinlong agreed decisively, afraid that the other party would increase the price again. This is what we should pay. 6,600, our empire agrees. Lin Fei looked at Qinlong and said, "You're not bad. You'll be the contact person for our cooperation from now on. That higher up, do you have any objections?" The last sentence was directed at Elder Demon I. Elder Demon I would not dare to say that he had any objections. I agree. Qinlong is a person who knows how to do things. Our empire has no objections with her being the contact person. 5 days later we'll do the transaction here. It's finally done. After returning to the Emperor Peak, Lin Fei did not check out what would happen next. This was as far as he could help Qinlong. As for how far she could go next, it was up to Qinlong. On this point, Lin Fei was unable to help. After 2 rounds of cooperation, they had obtained more than 7,000 black crystal cards. This was a huge number, but Lin Fei was still not satisfied. To be safe, they had to continue cooperating. Lin Fei was bold and decided to find a few more buyers. Rather than one person being happy, it was better to have everyone be happy. That night, Lin Fei snuck into the Nangong family and saw Nangong Dihao. "Friend Nangong, your friend is here. Aren't you going to greet him properly?" When Lin Fei sneaked into the Nangong family, Nangong Emperor Hao reacted quickly. After a small fight, Nangong Emperor Hao recognized this person. It was the mysterious person from the Avengers who had made him suffer. "What are you doing here? Believe it or not, with just a word, you won't be able to escape." Nangong Emperor Hao was very surprised. He had always hated this mysterious expert from the Avengers. "Isn't it just a small victory? I'm still holding a grudge against you," Lin Fei said with a smile. "If you don't want to see me, I'll leave immediately. However, you will lose an opportunity. Perhaps the Su and Long families will soon stand above you." Nangong Emperor Hao really wanted to capture the other party. However, thinking about the other party's ability, Nangong Emperor Hao did not dare to guarantee success. Don't forget, the other party could carry a large number of array scrolls. Who could withstand the repeated attacks of array scrolls? Even Nangong Emperor Hao himself could not do it. What opportunity? The opportunity to cooperate. For example, the things that your family has always wanted. Our Avengers Alliance has all of these. Your Nangong family has always been suppressing the Su and Long families. If you can obtain the things of our Avengers Alliance, your Nangong family will once again pull apart the distance between you and Long families. In the Battle of the Ancient Desolation Great World, your Nangong family will have an absolute advantage. Don't you think that this is a very rare opportunity? Nangong Emperor Hao was very surprised. A mysterious power that no one could find actually came to him one day to cooperate. He secretly rejoiced that he did not let the other party leave just now. If he had chosen the Su and Long families, the only advantage that the Nangong family had would be gone. Your words have moved me. Oh. After leaving the Nangong family, Lin Fei negotiated a deal of 800 black crystal cards. After all, it was the first time they were cooperating, so the other party would definitely have some reservations. Lin Fei did not care. If there was a first time, there would be a second time. Lin Fei did not believe that Nangong Emperor Hao could endure it. Lin Fei then went to the second family, the Long family. Just like the Nangong family, when Lin Fei threw out the words of cooperation, the other party was also moved. No one could reject such an opportunity, a chance to grow stronger. The Long family's deal was a success. Compared to the Nangong family, the Long family's first deal was 1,500 black crystal cards. Su family, Mo family, and the other stronger families, Lin Fei paid a visit to them one by one and reaped a bountiful harvest. That night, the major powers in the imperial capital were all extremely excited. Although they had always been guests of Tianji Hall, ever since the Avengers Alliance displayed their terrifying strength, these major powers were secretly stirring. A mysterious power that appeared out of nowhere produced things that were not inferior to Tianji Hall's, and their prices were not very expensive either. With more choices, they naturally did not want to buy things from Tianji Hall. There was nothing more delightful than the people of the Avengers Alliance taking the initiative to look for them. In the following days, Lin Fei was still quite busy, and he had to complete one deal after another. The only thing that impressed Lin Fei was that the news of his visit was tightly sealed, and not a single trace of it was leaked. He smiled. The good days of Tianji Hall were coming to an end. After tasting the benefits of the first batch of goods, the goods of Tianji Hall became inferior. He was busy for a full month. Lin Fei finally completed all the deals. The number of black crystal cards had reached over 10,000, and Lin Fei had made a lot of money. If word of this got out, it would make people jealous. After the first deal, they immediately proposed a second cooperation. All of them were very eager. Even if they knew that Tianji Hall was not going to deal with the Avengers Alliance, they could not care less. Lin Fei rejected all of these requests. He only told them that the Avengers Alliance was preparing for an auction, and that they would have everything they needed. Chapter 2494. This place won't do. It won't do either. It's not a good location. Just as everyone was thinking of collaborating with the Avengers for the second time, Lin Fei quietly came to the outskirts of the Empire to find a suitable location for the Merchant Guild. Lin Fei would not choose a location within the Empire. Be it the Demon God Empire or the Empire, they were not the same and were not safe. To choose a location, he had to leave the two empires. According to his original plan, Lin Fei wanted to set up in the ancient wilderness world. The powers there were complicated and it was the most suitable location. After all, it did not matter if there was one more or one less Avengers. In the end, Lin Fei rejected this idea. It was rumored that the ancient wilderness world was located in a special place. One had to have the coordinates to enter. Apart from the major powers, no one else knew of this place. He rejected this idea for the time being. Lin Fei personally chose a location. Almost 10 days had passed, but he had not found anything. It was not that the location was not good, but there were some problems with the surroundings that did not satisfy him. Do I really have to set up a merchant guild in the ancient wilderness world? Coming out from a small continent, Lin Fei looked a little tired. The job of choosing a location was not easy. The future Avengers Merchant Guild did not have to do much. After the two Tianji Hall branches were remodeled, all they needed was a suitable location. It was just a small place, but it gave Lin Fei a headache. After wandering outside for another 4 to 5 days, Lin Fei returned to Emperor Peak. The problem of choosing a location was temporarily delayed. The Empire's princess, Fan Luoyu, had arrived. I want these things this time. Fan Luoyu sat down and took out a list. Once raw, twice cooked. This was the working relationship between Lin Fei and Fan Luoyu. Your Highness, you sure have a big appetite. Are you planning to recruit soldiers to buy your mother? Lin Fei glanced at it and said in surprise. The price on the list was at least 3,000 to 4,000 black crystal cards. This was a big deal. 3,000 to 4,000 black crystal cards might seem like a lot, but Fan Luoyu had quite a number of forces behind her. Splitting it up, it was not a large number. Fan Luoyu glared at Lin Fei. What are you saying? Who would say something like that? But your item this time? Fan Luoyu was really infuriated by Lin Fei's words. You know about the ancient wilderness world, right? That place has been rather chaotic recently. These things were bought to increase one's strength. I almost forgot, your Avengers Alliance has not expanded to that world yet. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat, and he casually asked, hasn't the ancient desolation great world always been very peaceful? Could it be that something could have happened? I heard that the Empire has a territory over there. Could it be that they can't suppress those people? Fan Luoyu had recently arranged for people to investigate Lin Fei. The more she investigated, the more she could not see through Lin Fei. She could not guess his position in the Avengers. The matter over at the ancient wilderness world, had become something that Fan Luyu was very worried about. If not for the previous batch of items, they might have been greatly weakened. There's an energy wall stone mine over there. Although our empire has this kind of mine, it doesn't produce much. Normally, our energy wall stones come from the ancient desolation Great World. This time, an extremely high-quality energy wall stone mine has appeared. Based on a rough statistical analysis, this mine can produce at least 5 million black crystal cards. Lin Fei was shocked. He had put in so much effort to get his hands on just over 10,000. Someone else's mine could produce 5 million black crystal cards. That was a little terrifying. Once this mine appeared, all the forces in the ancient wilderness world fell into a fight for it. Fan Luyu had always felt that Lin Fei was not simple, and did not mind talking about something that was not too secretive. Lin Fei did not ask Fan Luoyu about the ancient desolation Great World. 5 million black crystal cards, that's a rather large number of mines. It's normal for everyone to be envious. No wonder you want to buy a batch of treasures. Lin Fei still agreed to this deal with Fan Luoyu. The deal would be in half a month's time. Fan Luoyu did not say anything. If these things were taken out too easily, she would probably doubt herself. In half a month's time, she was shocked. This efficiency was too fast. Ancient Desolation Great World, this place is rich in resources. A single mine can produce 5 million black crystal cards. This mine can turn a force into a top force. No matter how bad it is, it can still be a first-rate force. Lin Fei was eager to make a move. Even if the black crystal cards were fast, they could not keep up with the consumption. He had to go to the ancient wilderness world. It was a pity that the coordinates of this world were a secret. It was such a big place. One more force meant one more opponent. Only the upper echelons of the empire knew about it. I can only wait for the academy. Lin Fei could also forcefully obtain it. This way it would be easy to expose some clues. Do not underestimate the empire. There would always be smart people. If he went from the Capital Institute, no one would know. Obtaining the coordinates openly would be the most beneficial to Lin Fei. Furthermore, no one would suspect him. Perhaps it was because of the turmoil in the ancient wilderness world. The academy's training that had not yet begun had actually begun ahead of time. Lin Fei was the newcomer king of the academy, and also the lecturer of the array techniques department. He easily obtained the qualifications. Even if those people were not too happy, they could not resist the advantage of being a lecturer. Lin Fei, you must be careful when you go to the ancient desolation world this time. That place is not like our Star Domain Empire. It is more like a desolate place, filled with danger. Many geniuses of the academy have died in the ancient desolation world. Chen Yuanshan rarely warned Lin Fei. Big brother Chen, danger is only interesting. Those geniuses of our academy, if they don't go through the experience, aren't they just flowers in a greenhouse? They can be destroyed with just a little bit of effort. Lin Fei said disdainfully. Chen Yuanshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. With your attainments and formations, as long as you are careful, you should be fine. Oh right, you must pay attention to the Long family and the Nangong family. Those few geniuses of theirs have quite a bit of an opinion of you. Lin Fei was rather grateful for Chen Yuanshan's reminder. Although the two of them were mutually beneficial, the fact that Chen Yuanshan could remind him was out of good intentions. I will. Lin Fei nodded. Chapter 2495. The ancient wilderness world had always been the training ground for the geniuses of the Capital Institute. Dangers lurked everywhere. It was either man-made dangers or attacks from the desolate beasts living in the ancient wilderness world. The Capital Institute would always remind the geniuses to enter the ancient wilderness world. As the new king of the batch, Lin Fei was naturally the focus of attention. Only after experiencing the tempering of blood and fire can a prodigy grow. More than 80% of the elites of the Capital Institute were training in the ancient wilderness world. There was only life and death in this place. In a restricted area of the Capital Institute, Lin Fei and the rest arrived at the restricted area and saw one of the teleportation arrays. This teleportation array was the most special and could lead to the ancient wilderness world. Everyone, stand up. The person leading the team this time was a vice principal. He was known as the fourth principal in the institute and was ranked last. This was because he spent most of his time in the ancient wilderness world and was in charge of overseeing it. If one was not particularly familiar with him, they would not know of his existence. The fourth principal's surname was Zhang and his name was Lung. Just like his name, he was extremely cold. There was a scar on the left side of his face that made him look ferocious. Under the gaze of Vice Principal Zhang Lung, everyone, be it arrogant or self-righteous, kept their thoughts to themselves. Before they came, everyone had warned them not to offend this Vice Principal Zhang Lung. As there were many people going this time, they were split into 5 batches. Each batch had about 30 people, making a total of 150 people. Lin Fei belonged to the first batch. The first batch was also the most powerful batch. Those geniuses subconsciously distanced themselves from Lin Fei, as if they were isolated from this group. Lin Fei did not mind such petty actions. The teleportation took a little longer this time. Lin Fei was not idle. The system was constantly analyzing and collecting data. He could roughly determine that the ancient wilderness world was located at a node in the void. If one did not have a guide, they would never be able to find such a place in their lifetime. Only the upper echelons of the empire knew about this great world. It was clear that this great world was different. We're here. When everyone saw what was happening again, they could no longer remain calm. At this time they were standing on a tall round platform, looking into the distance. The towering mountains were taller than any of the mountains in the empire. The towering trees were like giants, standing between heaven and earth, exuding an ancient and dangerous aura. This place is indeed different from the rest. Lin Fei casually sized up his surroundings. The most eye-catching thing was that all the creatures in the world were so tall and majestic, emitting a majestic aura. At this time they were in a rather desolate place. They were surrounded by huge stone buildings, which were completely different from the buildings in the imperial capital. Roar! A thunderous roar came from afar. The terrifying roar passed through the crowd. The geniuses present were all in a wretched state. Some of them fell to the ground, their faces abnormally pale. At this time a young man walked over. This group of people is not bad. That sound just now came from the ancient desolate world's level 5 desolate beast, Gale Bird. It specializes in sound wave attacks. We have set up an array here that can reduce its power by 70%. The young man laughed. The power was reduced by 70%. The expressions of all the Sky Prides changed slightly. Look, that's it. Suddenly, someone looked in a certain direction. In the sky, a huge black shadow appeared. It was like a huge dark cloud. Within a few breaths, it flew across the sky not far away. Its ferocious eyes made everyone shudder with fear. That's the level 5 desolate beast, Gale Bird. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was definitely a terrifying existence. They could even see the disdain the Gale Bird had for them. It was clearly an existence with spiritual intelligence. Alright, everyone follow me. I'll arrange for your accommodations first. This young man was a Sky Pride from the previous batch. He had been training here for 3 years and was now a 6th transformation expert. This 6th transformation realm was achieved through life and death experiences. Even the 7th transformation experts of the imperial capital could only admit defeat if they encountered him. The young man introduced the situation here. The surrounding 3,000 miles were all the territory of the Imperial Capital Institute. It was also the so-called safe zone. The desolate beasts of the ancient desolate world and those tribes would rarely attack the Imperial Capital Institute's territory. However, once you leave this safe zone, then congratulations, you will be in danger at all times. If you were unlucky, you might even be killed in front of your home. This was the first time everyone heard that the Imperial Capital Institute's branch had taken 500 years to establish a stable foothold in the ancient desolate world and establish a branch there. Senior, who are those people? When they passed by a certain place, they saw a huge stone tablet. On the stone tablet there were names of people. The young man introduced. This is the Heaven and Earth ranking specially created by the Imperial Capital Institute. The left side is the Heaven ranking, while the right side is the Earth ranking. Those who kill powerful desolate beasts or even ancient beasts in the ancient desolate world will have contribution points recorded here. These contribution points can be used to exchange for all sorts of special resources that can only be found in the ancient desolate world. Ha 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 ha. So the first place on the Earth ranking is actually a disciple of our Long family. Long Batian laughed. This place is too interesting. It's a good place to train. Our Nangong family also has names on the Earth ranking. We have as many as 3 names. Nangong Yuming revealed a hint of pride. As a genius of the family, she already knew some things about the ancient desolate world. The elites of the empire are all in the ancient desolation world. This is the best place to gain experience. It is said that the ancient desolation world is the place where the real experts gather. Every expert here is extremely powerful. Another person revealed. The young man was not surprised by everyone's actions. When he first came, it was the same. You will know the details of the ancient desolate world sooner or later. Now I will arrange for you to rest. The long-distance transmission array had some effect on everyone. Soon everyone was arranged to a courtyard. Lin Fei was also given a courtyard. The courtyard was empty and there were no servants. Later on, he found out that the Imperial Capital Institute's branch here had to be self-reliant. When the young man left, he left behind a one-time used jade talisman that recorded the basic information about the ancient desolate world. It was also information that every newcomer had to digest. Lin Fei immediately began to check the relevant information. Chapter 2496. Ancient Desolation Great World, Imperial Academy Branch. If you did not personally come to the Ancient Desolation Great World, you would never know how terrifying this world was. The Imperial Academy had many talents in the Empire. But in the Ancient Desolation Great World, it was still difficult to move an inch. Just the establishment of such a large branch took a lot of time and effort, resulting in the current situation. In the first 3 days, the newcomers did not have anything to do. Instead, they all found the family disciples of the Academy branch and quickly integrated into their circle. If there was anyone present who did not integrate, it would be Lin Fei. In the Ancient Desolation Great World, Lin Fei was also alone. He had no family, no power. Basically, he stayed in the small courtyard and rarely went out. The Ancient Desolation Great World is the most interesting world. Lin Fei sat in the courtyard smiling. Not only did this place produce a large number of energy wall stones, there were also some special materials that could not be seen in the Empire. This was also a place that any expert dreamed of. Any great power would strive to establish a base in the Ancient Desolation Great World. As long as the base in the Ancient Desolation Great World was not destroyed, the inheritance of the family would last forever. This was because they would have an endless stream of resources to support them. For example, the energy wall stone mine this time had more than 5 million pieces, and a large number of powers had interfered to fight for it. Things like this were common in the Ancient Desolation Great World. The Ancient Desolation Great World was simply too big and rich in resources. Even the 2 great empires seemed extremely small here. How do we get out? Finding a secret place is a problem. In 3 days, Lin Fei had a rough understanding of the Ancient Desolation Great World. Other than the Academy branch, this place was considered a safe place. Once he left and entered the endless mountains, danger lurked everywhere. Lin Fei was confident that he could solve those dangers. The management of the Imperial Academy branch was very strict. It was very difficult to leave, at least for this group of people. Lin Fei, come out. Just as Lin Fei was pondering, the sound of chaotic footsteps came from outside the courtyard, and immediately surrounded the courtyard. Lin Fei, come out. Outside the courtyard, a group of people clustered around a burly man. This man had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. His upper body was draped in a beast skin battle robe, revealing his bronze-colored skin. There were many scars on his skin, making him look exceptionally sinister and terrifying. A group of people were shouting outside. The burly man in the lead didn't try to stop them. Instead, he looked indifferent. You're just a newbie. You should behave yourself here. If he dares to bully you in Imperial College, then here I dare to bully him too. The burly man sneered. Many people noticed the situation here. Isn't that someone from the Su family? It seems to be Su Yingxiong, ranked 70th on the Heaven list, a 6th-cycle Great Earth Swordsman. He had once killed a Stage 7 Darkness Violent Bear in the Ancient Desolation Great World, and is extremely powerful. Hero Su is here to help his family. Who is Lin Fei? He's actually worth Hero Su taking action personally. This was a common occurrence at the Imperial College branch. The Academy branch's vice principal did not care. As long as there was no life and death, He would rarely appear, nor would he blame them. In the vice principal's words, the ancient desolation great world was a place that ate people. If you couldn't even beat your own people, then don't even mention fighting those desolate beasts and even stronger ancient beasts. From then on, the Capital Institute branch became a very violent place. Because of this, the prodigies of the academy improved very quickly. All of them were hot-tempered and would attack at the slightest disagreement. Bullying the weak? That was because you were not as strong as the other party, so you bullied the weak. If you didn't want to be bullied, you had to cultivate non-stop and break through again and again. This time, it was indeed the Su family who had come to cause trouble. Su Zheng, the prodigy who had wanted to fight for first place, was also a direct descendant of the Su family. Hero Su was not very talented, but after finding out about Su Zheng, he immediately came to help. If this was outside the academy, perhaps it wouldn't work. But here, one's status was established through strength. Generally speaking, it was rare for a newly arrived prodigy to not be suppressed by others, unless one chose a backer. The Capital Institute branch was also filled with people. Regardless of whether one was strong or weak, newcomers would always have to find a backer. Even though Lin Fei and his group were only here for training and would not stay for long, since they were here, they had to accept the rules here. Sister, do you think that newcomer King Lin Fei will dare to come out? On a building not far away, a beautiful short-haired young girl said to a girl in black beside her. Regardless of whether he comes out or not, that lad will definitely suffer. The Su family is not easy to deal with. The girl in black had a frosty look on her face. Traces of coldness appeared around her and converged into white threads. Sister, don't you need helpers? Why don't you take in that Lin Fei? After all, he is the newcomer king and can suppress the Nangong family, Long family and other forces. The girl in black was still as cold as ever. Lin Fei, this newcomer king, has stolen the limelight from too many people. Those few people are already unhappy with Lin Fei. It's a pity that he was born in a bad family, and will be suppressed here for a short period of time. The short-haired girl suddenly pointed to the front. Sister, look. Nangong Jianma from the Nangong family, Long Hung from the Long family, Mo Wei from the Mo family, and Mu Shang Taoist from the Mu family. Why are they all here? In the Capital Institute branch, if you didn't know these few people, you would be too behind the times. They were the few forces at the top of these mountains. Especially these people, almost all of them were in the top 15 of the sky roll and had strong rallying power. The appearance of these few people could be said to have caused a huge uproar. There had never been anyone worthy of them appearing together. This Lin Fei seemed to have a lot of influence. This is getting interesting. The girl in black revealed a rare smile. The commotion outside the courtyard naturally couldn't be hidden, and it was immediately heard by the Vice Dean Zhang Lung. He appeared to be extremely calm. These stinking brats only know how to mess around. What kind of status do they have to find trouble with Lin Fei? Aren't they afraid of being laughed at? A confidant beside him said. Do you want me to reprimand them in case they really make a move? After all, Lin Fei is this year's newcomer king, and is also an aristocrat. The institute has requested us to take care of him. If anything happens to him, it will have a huge impact on us. Among the prodigies who came for the trial this time, the only one they had to pay attention to was Lin Fei. He was a prodigy who could become a top-notch expert in the future. Zhongling said, "Don't worry, he won't die. They don't have the guts. I also want to see what kind of person that brat is, and whether he is worthy of the institute's nurturing." Chapter 2497. Nangong Jianma Long Hung, Mo Wei Wooden Taoist. Any one of these names was a well-known figure in the Capital Institute branch. Apart from a limited number of people who could suppress them, everyone else had to admit defeat. First, Nangong Jianma. He was a 7th-stage professional at a young age and cultivated the supreme sword Dao. He had once become a demon because of this. Later on, he changed his name to Nangong Jianma and became known as the Demon Emperor of Swords. After changing his name, Nangong Jianma's sword Dao rose to a godly level. When he fought with others, he would only need to use one sword to determine the victor. In the Capital College branch, Nangong Jianma's sword Dao was the strongest. Long Hung came from the Long clan and was also one of the influential figures. His talent was not very good, but due to his good fortune, His talent actually mutated during a life-and-death situation. He possessed the powerful physique of an ancient beast, and always used his fists to fight with others. Even in the same realm, everyone was helpless against him. He was known as invincible in the same realm. Imo Wu was slightly weaker, but he was also an influential figure. He grasped the powerful thunderbolt attack. His most tyrannical attack could even attract the thunderbolts of the world. From then on, he was undefeatable. The last one was Wooden Taoist. His name was very special and his talent profession was also very strange. He could summon towering trees to fight for him. The older the towering tree, the stronger its battle strength. He even grasped special methods. Especially in the ancient desolation world, he could develop his talent to the extreme. Everyone would have a headache if they encountered any one of these individuals. Now, for influential figures appeared at the same time. It was really a big commotion. Suingxiong, long time no see. You're still the same as last time. You haven't improved at all. This is too disappointing. Long Heng's upper body was naked. His bulging muscles were a strong visual impact. As soon as he came up, he laughed out loud. Suingxiong lowered his head when he saw these four. Even though he was also in the top 20 of the heaven list, there was still a gap between him and them. Unless the eldest brother of the Su clan was here. Long Heng, what is the meaning of this? Suingxiong snorted. Long Heng smacked his lips and said, Nothing, I just look down on you. Bullying people like you is the most boring. If that person from your Su clan was here, I might be afraid. But you are far inferior. As a big clan, the Su clan did have a heaven's favorite who was ranked in the top 15 of the sky list. He was as famous as Long Heng and the others. Suingxiong was indeed lacking. Nangong Jianma was carrying a black sword box on his back. As he stood in front of everyone felt a great pressure. Even their skin felt a slight pain, and they retreated one after another. Jianma, don't you know how to restrain your sword intent? Fortunately, I never wear upper clothes. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to withstand your torment. Long Heng shouted at Nangong Jianma again. Nangong Jianma was expressionless as a trace of sharp killing intent flashed past his eyes. Long Heng, you talk too much. So. 2 rays of light shot towards Long Heng. When these 2 beams of light appeared, everyone felt their scalps tingle. This was a supreme sword intent that could easily slice open a desolate beast's body. Long Heng remained unmoved as he sneered. Your supreme sword intent is useless against me unless you make another breakthrough. Right now, you can only leave a white mark on my body. A bright light flashed and a loud clanging sound was heard. It was as if a thunderbolt had sounded in the clear sky. 2 white marks were left on Long Heng's naked upper body. Following a breath of Long Heng, the white marks instantly disappeared. I forgot to tell you, my physical body has broken through another level. You have to work harder. The surrounding people revealed a shocked expression. This is too terrifying. My physical body is only at the 3rd rank, but Senior Long Heng's physical body has actually reached the initial stage of the 8th rank. I really have to resign myself to my fate. No wonder Senior Nangong Jianma's sword intent couldn't tear apart Senior Long Heng's physical body. Initial stage of the 8th rank physical body, too inconceivable. The expressions of Nangong Jianma, Mo Wei, Daoist Mu, Suingxiong and the others changed. Long Heng's physical body had reached the initial stage of the 8th rank, and it was even harder to deal with him. In the ancient desolation world, the cultivation here was slightly different. The cultivation stones here cultivated both the inside and the outside. For example, the physical body cultivation was highly emphasized here. In the ancient desolation world, there were a large number of desolate beasts and ancient beasts. Every one of them was extremely powerful. The experts living in the ancient desolation world paid the most attention to the cultivation of the physical body. The physical body cultivation realm was divided into 10 ranks. Each rank was divided into the initial stage, middle stage, late stage, and perfection stage. There were 4 minor realms, and the difficulty of each minor realm was very high. Long Heng could cultivate his physical body to the initial stage of the 8th rank at such a young age. He could be considered as an absolute monster. Even many of the older generation couldn't break through to the 8th rank. In the ancient desolation world, an 8th rank physical body wasn't rare. The experts of the tribes basically cultivated their physical bodies. Some of them had even reached the terrifying 10th rank physical body and could fight against the strongest ancient desolate beasts. Long Hung was very pleased. In order to break through to this realm, he had expended a lot of resources. Now, he could finally suppress his opponent. No wonder you were so unbridled today. It turns out that your physical body has broken through to the initial stage of the 8th rank. Not bad. Next time, your physical body might not be able to withstand my supreme sword intent. Nangong Jianma showed a trace of displeasure, but he immediately regained his composure and said calmly, "Hehe, it's not easy to win against you once." Long Hung laughed mischievously. Among the people present, the only one Long Hung was afraid of was Nangong Jianma. Don't underestimate the fact that his physical body had advanced to the initial stage of the 8th rank. If Nangong Jianma really made a move and used the divine weapon made from the special materials of the ancient desolation world, Long Hung couldn't guarantee that he could withstand it. Some of the special materials of the ancient desolation world possessed boundless might. If anyone underestimated them, they might fail miserably. Long Hung had heard of such things many times. Brother Long's physical body has advanced to the next level. Congratulations. Mo Wei chuckled. However, everyone is here for official business. If Junior Lin Fei doesn't show up, it would be a little boring. I think he's scared. Everyone here is an influential figure. Compared to us, this influential figure is obviously lacking. Why don't I invite him out? Taoist Mu Shang said disdainfully. With a flick of his finger, a vine extended in. Everyone could only hear the whistling sound of the vine entering. It was produced by an extremely fast speed. This was the attack method that Taoist Mu Shang was proficient in. Seniors, you've brought light to my humble abode. With a snapping sound, the vine flew back. The tough special vine had been chopped off by someone. Taoist Mu Shang's expression turned gloomy. Chapter 2498. Taoist Mu Shang's attack did not succeed. Lin Fei walked out from the courtyard and appeared in front of everyone with a calm expression, as if the person standing outside was not an expert on the celestial list. At this moment, Long Hung, Nangong Jianma, Mo Wei, Taoist Mu Shang, and the others all looked at Lin Fei, the new newcomer king of the Capital Institute. After seeing it with their own eyes, everyone's first reaction was that it was an exaggeration. This person did not look like the newcomer king at all. He was too ordinary. But it was precisely this commoner who had defeated the prodigies of their clans and won first place in this year's competition. Not only had he been made a noble, he had also been given a fief, and he had even been given the opportunity to enter the royal treasury and choose any 3 treasures. I thought the newcomer king had 3 heads and 6 arms. Turns out that he is just SOSO. I don't know what wind blew you to be the newcomer king. Su Yingxiong was the first to be displeased. Su Zheng, who was standing behind Su Yingxiong, also had an unnatural expression. To think that he, a direct descendant of the Su clan, had lost to a commoner. It was no different from being slapped in the face. After knowing the power of the Su clan, Su Zheng's first thought was to take revenge on Lin Fei. He wanted Lin Fei to be unable to rise up here and deal a heavy blow to the other party, shattering the pride of the newcomer king. Long Hung and the others all had smiles on their faces. It was a smile of disapproval. It was unacceptable for such a person to become the newcomer king. This also made the faces of the people from the other clans lose some light. In the circle of prodigies, it was fine to lose to everyone. But if they lost to an outsider, it would be a slap in the face. Lin Fei was equivalent to giving them a slap in the face. Even if they were of a higher generation, they would not be able to keep their faces. Such a newcomer king and a commoner at that. If they did not teach him a lesson, he might stand above them in the future. If they could suppress him here, it would be for the best. If they could subdue him, it would be the best. It would be equivalent to pulling in a top-notch expert for the clan, allowing the clan's legacy to continue. These prodigies were actually very smart. Otherwise, they would not have come at the first instance. There were only a few people worthy of their attention in recent years. What's up? Lin Fei said lazily. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. It's so boring to have a bunch of people surrounding the courtyard. Lin Fei's second sentence made everyone dumbfounded again. This was the new top student of Imperial College? Wasn't he too arrogant? Didn't he know what these prodigies represented? After a short moment of silence, Long Hung was the first to regain his senses. He could not help but laugh out loud. His laughter was as loud as a bell. Ha ha ha. This is so interesting. You are really a weirdo. Long Hung did not care where he was. If he wanted to laugh, he would laugh. He did not need to give face to anyone. His laughter broke the awkward silence. Lin Fei, you actually dare to ignore us? Do you really think that you are the undefeatable rookie king? Su Zheng took the opportunity to speak coldly, leading everyone forward. The complexion of Nangong Jianma, Mo Wuwei and the others changed. They looked at Su Zheng with a trace of displeasure in their eyes. How intelligent were the geniuses here? How could they not understand the meaning behind those words? They disdained to do so. They had come. As for how to do it, it was a different matter. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. So what if I'm ignoring you? If you have the guts, come and hit me. If you don't, then just stand there and shut your mouth. Your voice is really unpleasant. Su Zheng was distinguished and suave. He was the ideal Prince Charming of the ladies in the capital. After hearing what Lin Fei said, he was instantly flustered and exasperated. Even if you don't say it, I am also prepared to experience your brilliant moves. I want to see how you can get the first place and sit on the position of the rookie king. Su Zheng was the first to be dissatisfied with Lin Fei taking the first place. Actually, I am the same. Nangong Yuming also stood out. He was similarly dissatisfied. On that day, if nothing unexpected happened, he should have gotten the first place. All the glory should have belonged to him. Me too. Long Batian also stood out. Me too. One by one, the direct descendants of the clan stood out. They had long wanted to defeat Lin Fei personally. A disciple from a poor family didn't deserve to be with them. Only by defeating Lin Fei personally could they wash away the shame. It proved that they were the most powerful ones. Lin Fei was just lucky. First, they didn't take Lin Fei seriously. As a result, he took the first place. Although they suspected that there was something wrong, they didn't dare to question him. What kind of place was the Capital Institute? It wasn't a place where they dared to be presumptuous for the time being. Now that they had the opportunity to trample on Lin Fei, they couldn't wait to trample on Lin Fei and wash away the shame. Lin Fei almost became the target of everyone's attack. Nangong Jianma and the others didn't stop them. They more or less knew something about Lin Fei. They seemed to have some doubts about that assessment. Lin Fei taking the position of newcomer king indeed made many people dissatisfied. If it was a one-on-one battle, they would definitely beat him down and never be able to rise again. After all, being able to beat a future Apex expert was something to be proud of. It was enough to prove their excellence. Sister, do you think that brat will be scared stiff? The short-haired girl said with a beaming smile, as if she wanted the world to be in chaos. The black-clothed girl said coldly, you have to ask Lin Fei if he dares or not. If he doesn't dare, then from now on, he will always be suppressed by others in the ancient desolation world. After all, this is not a safe place like the Empire. Here you can live today, but you might be killed tomorrow. The short-haired girl giggled. Sister, you're too boring. It's been a long time since something so lively happened. You should at least smile. Everyone says that you're an iceberg princess. Facing the provocation of the clan's direct descendant, everyone was waiting for Lin Fei's reaction. Originally, there weren't many people outside the courtyard. Following the appearance of a few geniuses on the heaven list, a large group of people gathered outside to watch the show. At first, everyone didn't know who Lin Fei was. After a few words, everyone finally understood who this Lin Fei was. He actually had a great background and was a future Apex expert. However, no matter how they looked at it, this Lin Fei didn't seem to be in a good situation. A second transition job was more or less too weak. If he didn't handle it well, he might really be suppressed by others. In the ancient desolation world, martial strength was always the supreme principle. Once you lowered your head, you would be treated as an easy target for others to bully for a long time. Newcomer king? This kind of honor was not enough to make a living here. Chapter 2499. 10 black crystal cards? There was another awkward silence. Ever since Lin Fei had come out, there had been a few awkward silences. Su Zheng and the rest nearly vomited blood. Sparring required black crystal cards and 10 at once. What an exorbitant demand. Who do you think you are, Lin Fei? How dare you ask for black crystal cards? It would be fine if you were a top fighter, but do you count as one now? Su Zheng said angrily. Lin Fei laughed. Anyway, 10 black crystal cards. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made a move. Has my title of newcomer king become a cheap cabbage that everyone wants to step on? You can step on me, but you have to pay a price. Don't tell me you can't bear to part with 10 black crystal cards. No one had expected Lin Fei's words to be so vulgar. But on second thought, it did make sense. He was the newcomer king, recognized by the Capital Institute. He was not someone anyone could step on. 10 black crystal cards did not seem like much at this moment. This was the ancient wilderness great world. Energy wall stones could be produced in large quantities. Just the Capital Institute alone had many energy wall stone mines. 10 black crystal cards were really nothing. This had a lot to do with why the Capital Institute's geniuses wanted to come here to train. In the Empire, it was not easy to earn energy wall stones. But in the ancient wilderness great world, everything was simple. There was nothing to worry about. As long as you had the ability, you could complete the missions issued by the Institute. The reward was at least a black crystal card. Little Su, I'll help you pay for 10 black crystal cards. Go teach this junior brother Lin Fei a lesson. Su Yingxiong reacted quickly. The first person to defeat Lin Fei had a completely different meaning. In comparison, 10 black crystal cards was too worth it. Su Zheng was a smart man and immediately reacted. 10 black crystal cards were a windfall to him. But to Su Yingxiong, 10 black crystal cards were really nothing. Isn't it just 10 black crystal cards? I'll pay. Su Zheng said first before everyone else. No one was slow to react. They immediately reacted and secretly cursed Su Zheng for being shameless. This was the rhythm of wanting to trample Lin Fei underfoot. Each person will get 10 black crystal cards. I, the newcomer king, will have some fun with you. There won't be many opportunities, so you'd better make the most of them. Lin Fei said. At this moment, Lin Fei had become a greedy fellow in everyone's eyes. He seemed to be talking about black crystal cards at every turn. Take these 10 black crystal cards. Seeing everyone's reaction, Su Yingxiong took out 10 black crystal cards and gently threw them in front of Lin Fei. The Su clan is truly a nouveau riche. They didn't even blink when they handed over 10 black crystal cards. Lin Fei laughed and put away the 10 black crystal cards with a smile. Who else wants to spar with me? I only need 10 black crystal cards. More? Everyone had seen shameless people before. They had never seen someone like Lin Fei. After taking 10 black crystal cards, he actually asked for more. It seemed that whoever gave him 10 black crystal cards would fight with him. This was completely out of character. Nangong Yuming and the others frowned slightly, wondering what Lin Fei wanted to do. After taking the Su clan's black crystal cards, he still wanted to take the black crystal cards from other clans. Was he going to face a group of people alone? Whether it was the Su clan, the Nangong clan, or even the other clan's sovereigns, none of them was easy to deal with, and any one of them could defeat Lin Fei. Lin Fei, what do you mean by this? Su Zheng was unhappy. If someone beat him to it, he would suffer a great loss. In any case, he had to defeat the other party first. Lin Fei glanced at Su Zheng disdainfully. I am this year's newcomer king, so I have to live up to this title. Su Zheng, your strength is not bad. But you still have a long way to go if you want to defeat me. So I have to find a few more people. Can't you see this? You. Su Zheng pointed at Lin Fei angrily. Shameless. Another awkward silence. At the beginning, everyone thought that the newcomer king Lin Fei should be very strong. But at first glance they were disappointed. The other party seemed to be too arrogant. You, a second-stage professional, actually didn't take Su Zheng seriously and even wanted to challenge everyone. You really think too highly of yourself. Lin Fei, you are the most arrogant one among all the newcomer kings I have seen. Usually arrogant people don't have a good ending. Nangong Yuming also stood up and sneered. After winning once, do you really think you are this year's newcomer king? Currently, Lin Fei was only at the early stage of his second-stage professional advancement. Nangong Yuming, on the other hand, had already advanced to the third-stage professional advancement, so defeating Lin Fei was naturally not a problem. Lin Fei, you are too arrogant. You are just a disciple from a poor family. You don't have any background. You are just a lucky bastard. How dare you act like a big shot here? Long Badian also said disdainfully, I can defeat you alone. One person is enough. Lin Fei didn't care about their words at all. You make it sound good, but it's better to fight. Lin Fei smiled. 10 black crystal cards. The chance to trample on the newcomer king has come. This is the last chance. Lin Fei said with a smile. Under Su Yingxiong's signal, Su Zhang decided to make a move in advance. He didn't want Lin Fei to be defeated by others. In any case, he had already taken the 10 black crystal cards, so no one could say anything. Lin Fei, you are too arrogant. Today, I will let you have a taste of our Su clan's power. Su Zhang roared and stretched out his hand. Heart-shattering palm. Countless palm shadows flew out from Su Zhang's hand, forming a huge palm in front of everyone. It was suffused with a cold aura, and many people frowned. Su Zhang was in the late stage of his second stage professional advancement. Once he displayed the martial arts passed down in his family, he would have a considerable level of mastery. Moreover, he attacked in anger, so its power was naturally not weak. Lin Fei seemed to be a little surprised by Su Zhang's attack. Under the system scan, Su Zhang's attack was full of flaws, which could be broken with any attack. He said calmly, what a showy move, but it can't even withstand a single blow. One finger. With a loud rumble, Su Zhang's palm attack was suddenly pierced by a finger. A strong gust of wind blew, causing everyone's clothes to flutter, and they almost couldn't stand steadily. You can lie down now. A disdainful voice rang out, and then a second finger was pointed at Su Zhang. It was an inconspicuous finger, but Su Zhang only felt a great pressure pressing down on him. It was as if he was the entire world, and with a pung, he was sent flying. Sai, I already said that you can't withstand a single blow, but you still didn't believe me. Lin Fei said, shaking his head. Su Zhang had been defeated too quickly, and he didn't have the chance to display his tyrannical strength like other geniuses. Everyone only felt their vision blur. And then Su Zhang was sent flying. Chapter 2500. Lin Fei appeared tall and sturdy in front of the crowd. Su Zhang being sent flying in a single move had indeed shocked everyone present. They could see that Lin Fei's attack was not some special move. It was completely ordinary. Logically speaking, Su Zhang should not have lost so quickly. Formation. He used a formation attack just now. Mo Wuji's eyes lit up as he understood. To be able to display a powerful attack in an instant and penetrate through everything. This is clearly the characteristic of a formation. Mo Wuji revealed a trace of astonishment. They more or less had some understanding of formations. To be able to do it as effortlessly as Lin Fei, it was something that they didn't even need to think about. It really seems like a formation attack. Nangong Jianma's eyes flashed with a trace of shrewdness. Just now he didn't feel anything. This was the scariest thing. Silently arranging a formation. His life and death was in the opponent's hands. I remember now, he seems to be a lecturer of the formation department. I heard that it was Dean Chun who invited him. Nangong Yuming suddenly said. When everyone heard this, they looked at Lin Fei with deep fear in their eyes. Everyone was aware of the formidableness of a formation. Lin Fei was able to successfully arrange it in a short period of time, and hide it from everyone's eyes. Naturally, no one dared to look down on him. Didn't they see that Su Zhang was sent flying? Lin Fei, what kind of hero are you? Su Yingxiong's face couldn't hold on anymore as he secretly cursed Lin Fei for being shameless. Using this kind of method to attack others was clearly bullying others. On the other side, they were also cursing Su Zhang for being useless as he was defeated in just a few moves. This was too shameful for the Su clan. Lin Fei said with a smile, I am not a hero. Your clan Su Zhang's realm is higher than mine. Is it wrong for me to use a formation attack? If you have the ability, why don't you come up and give it a try? Su Yingxiong was really angered, but he was also afraid of the opponent's formation. Until now, he still couldn't figure out the location of the opponent's formation. Everyone knew that formations were notoriously difficult to deal with. For a moment he didn't know how to choose. It was fine if Su Zhang lost face, but if he went up and lost as well, then the Su family's face would be thrown all the way to their grandmother's house. They would be too ashamed to face anyone. Nangong Yuming, are you coming? Lin Fei ignored Su Yingxiong and looked at Nangong Yuming with a smile. I'll give you a chance. Nangong Yuming was quite confident. Now that he had stepped into the third stage profession, he was confident that he would not lose to Lin Fei. Knowing that Lin Fei had mastered the array attack, as long as he was prepared, he would definitely win in the end. It's not a big deal to defeat Su Zheng. Since you took the initiative to come here, I don't mind defeating you myself. Nangong Yuming said. I will tell you that the formation is not the only thing. Lin Fei frowned. That might not be the case. One punch. Lin Fei punched out. Under the guidance of his qi, the surrounding energy of heaven and earth formed a huge whirlpool, and the terrifying punch went straight for the yellow dragon. You are shameless. Nangong Yuming broke out in a cold sweat, as if he was in a deep abyss of fire. Then he was sent flying just like Su Zheng. He fell heavily on the ground, looking very embarrassed. My apologies, thank you for your patronage. 10 black crystal cards. Lin Fei said with a smile. Nangong Yuming struggled to get up from the ground. You sneak attacked me, this doesn't count. Lin Fei's face sank and he said coldly, as a proud son of heaven, you didn't even have the slightest bit of vigilance. You are such a failure as a proud son of heaven. If it was on the battlefield, would others give you the chance to attack? If you lose, you lose. Why should you not give in? A loser is never qualified to say such words. Nangong Yuming had never seen Lin Fei being so shameless. He believed that if he had been prepared, he would not have been knocked down by one punch. Anyway, this doesn't count. Nangong Yuming would never admit defeat. You win this round. Nangong Jianma admitted it straightforwardly. 10 black crystal cards, take them. When Nangong Yuming was about to speak, Nangong Jianma's sharp eyes swept over him, and he immediately shut his mouth. Although he was also a proud son of heaven of the Nangong clan, he was far inferior to Nangong Jianma. Nangong Jianma already had a certain say in the Nangong clan. Awesome. Lin Fei accepted it with a smile. What about you? Lin Fei looked over. This time those proud sons of heaven didn't want to attack anymore. When the second punch was thrown, they felt a huge fluctuation of heaven and earth energy. As long as they were not fools, they could understand the meaning. If they went up, they would be defeated. If they wanted to defeat Lin Fei, they had to do it before his formation was set up. Although there seemed to be nothing in front of Lin Fei, they absolutely believed that there was something in front of them to protect them. With the heaven and earth energy covering them, they really couldn't do anything. Moreover, the ancient desolation big world's heaven and earth energy was very rich, far above that of the empire. At this moment they had to stop thinking. It's really boring. Lin Fei shook his head. It was no different from sprinkling salt on everyone's wounds. All of them glared at Lin Fei, wishing they could teach him a lesson. Kid, you are not bad. Long Hung laughed. Let's go. Long Hung was the happiest. The huge fluctuation of heaven and earth energy let him know that it was impossible to defeat Lin Fei here, unless he made a move himself. Long Badian looked at Lin Fei hatefully and had no choice but to turn and leave. He had a bad temper, but it didn't mean he didn't know the meaning behind it. If he continued, it would only add gold to Lin Fei's reputation. He might as well leave quickly and leave some face. Let's go too. Nangong Jianma turned and left without saying anything. Mo Wei, Taoist Mu Shang, and the others left one after another. Lin Fei looked at their backs. To be able to establish their own mountain in the ancient desolation big world, none of them are simple. The more they are like this, the harder it is to deal with them. These people behave very rationally. The more rational a person was, the more they would do things. For example, Long Clan. Whoever said that they had a bad temper, Lin Fei would definitely be angry with them. At the very least, this Long Hung was very powerful. He would happily bring his people and leave. However, fighting with these people is the most interesting thing. If a person spoke ruthlessly, that person wouldn't be much of a threat. Only Long Hung and the others were ruthless. They disdained to speak ruthlessly because it was too fake. They might as well speak for real. Lin Fei turned around and walked into the courtyard. Sister, you are so smart. Did you see through it? What kind of formation is that? It can actually cause such a huge formation. The short-haired girl chattered. The black-clothed girl frowned. Such a powerful formation. Could that kid be a formation grandmaster? This kind of formation that can control the heaven and earth energy is really rare. You don't know either? The black-clothed girl rolled her eyes. Do you really think that sister is omnipotent? Chapter 2501. Ancient Wilderness World, Capital Institute's branch base. Zhang Lung, the deputy principal, had been watching the entire battle outside the courtyard. In the end, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. Lin Fei, I didn't expect him to be an array formation expert. Even I can't see through this array formation. I really wonder where he learned it from. He's so young and promising. Zhang Lung paid a lot of attention to Lin Fei. This year's newcomer king was controversial. In certain circles, Zhang Lung knew that those people had belittled Lin Fei as the newcomer king, and felt that Lin Fei was just lucky. After seeing him today, Zhang Lung knew that Lin Fei wasn't as weak as he had imagined. On the contrary, he was ridiculously powerful. Although he had relied on the power of the array formation, in Zhang Lung's eyes, mastering the array formation and setting it up unknowingly was also a kind of ability. Just like what had been said, the loser had no right to criticize the winner. Zhang Lung admired Lin Fei's words. I have to find some time to have a good chat with Lin Fei. Zhang Lung revealed a smile. Lin Fei had gained a firm foothold in this battle. At the very least, no one dared to have any ideas about Lin Fei. Even Nangong Yuming had been defeated by Lin Fei's generation of prodigies, let alone them. Everyone knew that Lin Fei's cultivation level wasn't high, but he had mastered an extremely powerful array formation. After that day, they recalled that Lin Fei had already been setting up the array formation when they were at the entrance of the courtyard. Then he had used words to stall for time and successfully set up the array formation, toying with everyone in the palm of his hand. His means were not ordinary. Only the Su family refused to admit their defeat that day. They felt that Lin Fei had used shameless means to win, and was not worthy of being the newcomer king. They even said that Lin Fei was only good to look at but was useless. They said that he would be exposed sooner or later. Everyone scoffed at the Su family's words. As long as Lin Fei had the array formation, they would be helpless. The Su family's words were like farts, and they became a laughing stock. After the incident that day, Lin Fei was once again ostracized and isolated from the circle. These days Lin Fei did not care at all. He had basically been in the courtyard for the past few days, and later on, he found out that the academy base had a library that contained a lot of information about the ancient desolation world. Thus Lin Fei had a new choice, and spent the rest of his time in the library, flipping through the various information collected by the academy. As a result, Lin Fei's horizons were broadened, and he had a rough understanding of the ancient desolation world in his mind. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. The new batch of people began to adapt to the environment, and knew the dangers of the ancient desolation big world. Hence, on this day, all of them were gathered together and Vice Dean Zhang Lung personally presided over it. In front of Vice Principal Zhang Lung, everyone was as obedient as a kitten or a puppy. All right, everyone has been here for a while. Although you are here for a short period of training is an essential thing. However, before that, you need to confirm your own strength once again. The ancient desolation world is different. You should all be on guard. Our academy base has set up a top-grade formation, isolating the ancient desolation world's powerful gravity pressure. Vice Principal Zhang Lung gave a simple introduction. The main point was to re-register their strength, emphasizing the problem of the physical body. Furthermore, it was clear that in the following period of time, they had to cultivate their physical bodies to the 3rd stage before they would have the qualifications to go out to train. The ancient desolation world was indeed different from the masses. Just the gravity alone was a threshold that was not easy for the human clan to cross. Back then, how many human clan experts had been suppressed by the pressure of the heavens and earth? Their strength had been reduced by 20 to 30%, or even 40 to 50%. After many years of research, in order to survive in the ancient desolation world, a strong physical body was necessary. The human race's physical body was naturally weak, unlike the natives of the ancient desolation world, who specialized in training their physical bodies, causing their bodies to be extremely strong. They had once given birth to an invincible expert with a stage 10 physical body. A stage 10 physical body could even surpass a 9th stage professional ranker. Even if there were no stage 10 physical body experts, there were still quite a few with stage 9 perfection bodies. It was because of them that they restricted the development of the human clan in the ancient Desolation world. Every batch of geniuses that came to the Capital Academy paid the most attention to the cultivation of their physical bodies. This was a threshold. The ancient Desolation world used a special appraisal item that could appraise a person's physical body rank. Today, everyone had enjoyed it. Unfortunately, none of their physical bodies were above the second stage. Most of them were at the first stage. Zhang Lung had already expected this situation. The star fields outside did not place much importance on the cultivation of the physical body. Only those few special powers where ordinary people would not cultivate. This is a special item of the ancient Desolation world. We call it the Ancient Desolate Pill, and it is a type of inner core that can only be produced by the desolate beasts here. Every body pill contains a portion of the special Ancient Desolate power, and you can use this special energy to strengthen your body. Because you are new, each person can obtain 20 Ancient Desolate pills, and if you want to obtain more Ancient Desolate pills in the future, you will need to complete various missions. One bottle after another was distributed. Each bottle contained 20 Ancient Desolate pills. Lin Fei had also obtained a bottle of Ancient Desolate pills. After the test just now, his body was much stronger than the others, but it was still only at the middle stage of the second step. Compared to them, he still had a huge advantage. Other than that, the Long family's Long Baishan's body was also very strong. His body was at the late stage of the second step and he was the strongest person present. If everything went smoothly, he should be the first to raise his body to the third step. Returning to his own courtyard, the first thing Lin Fei did was to take out an Ancient Desolate pill. This pill was not very big, but once it was taken out, a special desolate beast could be seen inside the pill. It was roaring non-stop, bringing with it a huge pressure, causing one's mind to tremble. What a special creature! Is this a soul that is being absorbed into the pill? Lin Fei let the little demon analyze it. Taking out an Ancient Desolate pill, Lin Fei sat down cross-legged and swallowed it. The Ancient Desolate pill transformed into a divine energy that was like a torrent and started to boil in his body. Every inch of his flesh and blood seemed to have encountered a great tonic, as they continuously absorbed the nutrients within. Lin Fei could clearly see that his flesh and blood were constantly growing stronger. Compared to his previous body, it was obvious that he had improved greatly. That's it. An Ancient Desolate pill did not have much of an effect on Lin Fei. Lin Fei calculated for a bit. With 20 Ancient Desolate pills, he would not be able to raise his body to the third step. He did not think that a third step body would allow him to run amok. He had to raise it further. Chapter 2502. It can't be extracted. It can't be replicated for the time being. Hearing the little demon's words, Lin Fei didn't feel good. He had hoped that the little demon could decipher the Ancient Desolate force, but after hearing the little demon's words, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over his heart. His greatest trump card had been rendered useless. Then when can you decipher it successfully? The effects of one Ancient Desolate pill weren't that great. If Lin Fei wanted to increase his physical strength, he would need a large amount of Ancient Desolate pills. Replicating and deciphering the Ancient Desolate force wasn't an option for the time being. This requires time to decipher. No matter what, it will take at least a few months. This is because the Ancient Desolate force seems to belong to a special substance that is of a higher grade than any other force. Lin Fei laughed bitterly. Even you have times when you can't handle it. The Ancient Desolate world is a little mysterious. There are two types of energy in the world. The Ancient Desolate force seems to be something that only desolate beasts, or even ancient beasts can absorb. Humans can't. The little demon analyzed. Master, you don't have to worry. Since you have an energy gun, you can just hunt them. This is your good suggestion. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. And this is the best suggestion for the time being. With Master's weapon, the efficiency of hunting desolate beasts will be 10 times that of ordinary people. Lin Fei laughed bitterly again. Seems like I have to do it myself. The Ancient Desolate world gave Lin Fei a different experience for the first time. Lin Fei finally experienced it. A special force that couldn't be used by the system was really out of Lin Fei's expectations. Fortunately, he didn't have to rely on this to have an advantage over ordinary people. The Ancient Desolate pill's effect didn't allow Lin Fei's physical strength to increase to the third level. He was still a long way from reaching that level. Lin Fei could only accept the easier missions for now. Reward Hall. A special place in the Capital Institute's base. Here the Academy would give out all kinds of missions and each mission would have a mission reward. Most of them were special items such as ancient desolate pills, special envoy materials, or even exchange for Academy points. After Lin Fei entered, he attracted the attention of many people. They all subconsciously distanced themselves from Lin Fei, vaguely squeezing him out. Lin Fei didn't care about this. Ostracize. Anyway, it didn't hurt a single strand of his hair. What did it matter? He could do whatever he wanted. On this point, Lin Fei was very open-minded. You have killed 30 rank 1 red flame rabbits and obtained 3 ancient desolate pills. You can obtain 10 ancient desolate pills for killing 22nd grade platinum wolves. Hunting a 3rd tier desolate beast. On the huge screen in the bounty hall, the relevant bounty missions were constantly jumping. At the same time, the bounty missions were clearly marked, making it easy for people to understand at a glance. At the same time, the mission also had a star rating. Rank 1 to 3 missions weren't very dangerous. Most of them were around 1 star to 3 star and some were even around 2 star. In other words, the Tier 1 to Tier 3 quests were beginner quests. These active desolate beasts weren't very strong, and there weren't any strong desolate beasts within their range of activity. Most importantly, their range of activity was within the school's base. Hence, the difficulty of the missions was lower. As long as one's luck wasn't bad, they wouldn't encounter any strong desolate beasts. These Tier 1 quests, can't they be turned in non-stop? Lin Fei asked the relevant personnel. Yes, rank 1 to 3 missions are considered unlimited missions. As long as you can bring back enough desolate beast corpses, you can exchange them for ancient desolate pills. At the same time, you can accumulate points for every mission. Lin Fei was really worried that these missions could only be accepted one by one. Now it seemed like this wasn't a bad idea. As long as he had enough desolate beast corpses, he could exchange them for ancient desolate pills. Although it was tough, it seemed like this was the only feasible method. After understanding the details, Lin Fei accepted the rank 1 to 3 missions and left the bounty hall under the shocked gazes of the staff. That guy accepted all the rank 1 to 3 missions? Isn't he Lin Fei? He is really arrogant and ignorant. Rank 1 and 2 missions are easy to complete. At most it would take some time. But rank 3 missions are something he can complete. This rookie king is a little arrogant. Everyone remembered Lin Fei's insolence from a while ago. Knowing that Lin Fei had accepted many missions, they all revealed disdainful smiles. After all, this was the ancient desolate world. It was completely different from the Empire. The difficulty of the missions wasn't ordinary. Usually, new members would work together to hunt desolate beasts. This was the first time they had seen Lin Fei's solo style. Everyone believed that Lin Fei would return in a sorry state very soon. He might even suffer greatly. Even though the Capital Institute's territory was relatively safe, no one could guarantee that there weren't any powerful desolate beasts hidden in this safe zone. Lin Fei made some preparations and left the Institute's main entrance. Before he left, the base guard reminded Lin Fei that there was an array within the Institute's territory. The pressure of heaven and earth could only be withstood. Once he left this area, he would have to withstand the true gravity of heaven and earth. Never step out of the Institute's territory. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The moment Lin Fei stepped out of the Institute's base, the gravity of heaven and earth was like a black hammer that smashed down heavily. His entire body was crushed by the gravity. This sort of crushing gravity was just as it was said. A portion of its power was indeed dissipated by the Institute's array. It was just within the acceptable range. Lin Fei circulated his body slightly and shattered the gravity. His rank 2 body could still withstand it. This place's gravity really lives up to its reputation. It's no wonder the Institute advocates cultivating one's body. If one's body doesn't improve, they will never be able to leave this world. Lin Fei's eyes flashed a trace of seriousness. This place was not ordinary. Outside the college's base, what entered his eyes was a forest of towering trees. They were verdant and lush with no end in sight. His ears were constantly filled with loud rumbling sounds, as well as slight vibrations. Lin Fei knew that this was caused by those desolate beasts. Lin Fei quickly entered the forest. As for flying, forget it. Due to the gravity of the ancient wilderness great world, one had to have at least a rank 5 body to fly in the sky. Otherwise, one would be pressed down and unable to move. Lin Fei could actually fly in the sky. After all, there was a limit to the gravity. As long as Lin Fei was willing to expend large amounts of energy to create a vacuum around him, he would be able to fly for short distances. In that case, the energy expenditure would be terrifying. This also became one of Lin Fei's trump cards. Roar! Just as he entered the forest, a huge black shadow leaped down from a towering tree. Its ferocious aura pressed down and a cold light assaulted him. Chapter 2503. Level 1 Dire Beast Teeth Splitter Rat. In the ancient desolation world, these level 1 dire beasts were as common as the hairs on a cow. They could be seen almost everywhere. Their vitality was abnormally strong, and they usually moved around in groups. Although it was only a level 1 dire beast with its naturally strong body and extremely sharp claws, even if it was up against a second transition job expert, it would still be able to kill the other party. As the first teeth splitter rat descended, black figures leapt down from the surrounding tall trees. In an instant, there were over 100 black figures surrounding Lin Fei. Is this a dire beast? The teeth splitter rat was more ferocious than he had imagined. Its cold gaze was like that of a venomous snake, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. Lin Fei punched upwards, and a strong gust of wind from his fist crushed the teeth splitter rats, sending them flying and crashing into the surrounding tall trees. They are actually fine. Lin Fei was very surprised. The strength of that punch was not very strong, but it was enough to easily kill a first-job transition expert. He had not expected that the teeth splitter rats would be even more terrifying than he had imagined. Other than swaying a little when they landed, they quickly recovered and pounced forward again, not showing any signs of fear. Difficult to deal with. These were the 2 words that Lin Fei had come up with. After a few attempts, Lin Fei finally understood the deeper meaning of the word, difficult to deal with. Level 1 dire beasts like the teeth splitter rats that lived in groups were indeed difficult to deal with. Moreover, there were over 100 of them. If there were thousands or tens of thousands of them, it would definitely be a headache. Die! Lin Fei punched out once again. This time he increased his energy output. The gust of wind from his fist was like a knife, slicing through the bodies of the teeth splitter rats, causing their corpses to fall from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the pile of leaves on the ground was filled with the corpses of the teeth splitter rats that had been cut into 2. A level 1 dire beast, teeth splitter rat, is enough to make me use the power of a third job transition expert. The dire beasts of the ancient desolation world are really not ordinary. Furthermore, this is just a dire beast. Above it, there are still ancient beasts or even ancient desolation beasts. Just how strong are those existences? Lin Fei shook his head, tossing this thought out of his mind. In the ancient desolation great world, there were a total of 3 living creatures. One was the desolate beast, the second was the ancient beast, and the third was the ancient desolate beast. Among them, desolate beasts were the most common, followed by ancient beasts. It was rumored that ancient beasts were evolved from desolate beasts, and were existences similar to royalty. Any ancient beast was terrifyingly tyrannical. They were born with a powerful body, and were the most capable existences with a 10th rank body. As for ancient desolate beasts, they were even rarer. No one knew if they existed. They were royalty amongst the ancient beasts, and were extremely powerful. The legends regarding ancient desolate beasts were a long time ago. Today, Lin Fei sensed a different aura from the level 1 dire beast, the crackling teeth rat. Moreover, this was a desolate beast within the boundaries of the Academy's base, so it was most likely left behind by the Academy for training purposes. What a pity! The severed teeth rat is useless and cannot be exchanged for the ancient desolate Dan. Lin Fei was a little disappointed. After killing more than 100 cracked tooth rat desolate beasts, Lin Fei prepared to leave. He wanted to find a desolate beast for the mission to kill. Wait! Just as he turned around, Little Evil Demon's voice came. Don't leave yet. Although a level 1 cracked tooth rat is nothing, their flesh and blood contain traces of ancient desolation power. As long as Master is willing to spend a certain amount of energy, you can use the system to refine it and make a semi-finished ancient desolate Dan. Lin Fei blinked. That works too. The ancient desolation power is a special type of energy. The system is temporarily unable to copy and extract it. However, through analysis, it is not impossible to obtain the ancient desolation power. It is possible to extract traces of the ancient desolation power from the corpse of a desolate beast. Lin Fei finally laughed. That's great. This way, the corpses of desolate beasts in the ancient desolation great world will no longer be of little value. No matter how much ancient desolation power there is, it can at least strengthen the body. This was a pleasant surprise for Lin Fei. In the ancient desolation great world, there were many desolate beasts. From the fact that they had become the enemies of the human clan, one could tell how much territory they controlled. Lin Fei turned around and kept all the crack-toothed rat corpses on the ground. It was a pity that the punch was too violent and the corpses were in a mess. However, for the sake of the ancient desolation power, Lin Fei endured it. In the end, hundreds of crack-toothed rats contributed an ancient desolate Dan to Lin Fei. This was still a semi-finished product. The effect is much worse, but it's still alright. Lin Fei consumed a semi-finished product. The effect was indeed much worse, but it also allowed him to see another path. This kind of semi-finished ancient desolate Dan can be made from 100 crack-toothed rats. Within the academy, there are a lot of these crack-toothed rats, so there's no need to worry about not being able to find them. This is only a level 1 desolate beast. If it's a level 2 or level 3 desolate beast, the effect will probably be even better. It might even be comparable to a real ancient desolate Dan. Lin Fei immediately became confident. He took out a beginner-level energy gun. This kind of weapon was the most suitable for killing desolate beasts. At least when he was shooting them, it would not become tattered. Killing level 1 and level 2 desolate beasts was not a big problem. If it was a level 3 desolate beast, he just had to switch to a middle-level energy gun. Let the hunt begin. Lin Fei jumped down from the towering tree. The benefits of the crack-toothed rat corpses. It stimulated Lin Fei. Bang bang bang. Holding onto the beginner-level energy gun, Lin Fei walked in the forest. Once a level 1 and level 2 desolate beast appeared, they were all killed cleanly. One after another semi-finished ancient desolate Dan was being refined. Among them, the most effective were the level 2 desolate beasts. Almost every single one of them was almost the same as a complete ancient desolate Dan. Although it consumed energy compared to the rewards, Lin Fei felt that it was still worth it. Another 10 ancient desolate Dan. Lin Fei kept the ancient desolate Dan and rushed to the next location to continue hunting desolate beasts. During the day, Lin Fei hunted desolate beasts. At night, Lin Fei absorbed the ancient desolate Dan and strengthened his body. The effect was very obvious. From level 2 middle stage to level 2 late stage, and then to level 2 perfection. The entire process only took 10 days. This efficiency was considered very fast. There was also the system's help. It was able to suppress the tyranny of the ancient desolate Dan at the first moment. After dispersing the tyranny of the ancient desolate power, it was much easier to absorb it. Other people needed a night to refine one ancient desolate Dan, but Lin Fei could refine tens of ancient desolate Dan in a night. This formed a huge difference. Anyone who saw it would be dumbfounded. Done. Another night passed. Ancient desolate Dan after ancient desolate Dan was consumed. Lin Fei, who was stuck at level 2 perfection, finally successfully advanced to level 3 initial stage with the help of a large amount of ancient desolate Dan. Chapter 2504. P.S. I've been stuck recently, sorry. That bastard Lin Fei left the academy base, why can't I take revenge? Capital Academy base in a certain courtyard. Su was losing his temper. Ever since he had been slapped in the face last time, Su Zheng had always wanted to take revenge. Naturally, he had arranged for people to keep an eye on Lin Fei's every move, but unfortunately, he did not have the chance to make a move. When Lin Fei left the academy base, Su Zheng immediately realized that his chance had come. Su Zheng had a better understanding of the dangers of the ancient desolation world. He had seen the power of the desolate beasts, and it was difficult for ordinary weapons to leave a mark on their bodies. If he were to deal with Lin Fei at this time, it would be perfect. With a slight move, he would know if Lin Fei was killed or if he was killed by a desolate beast. At that time, without a corpse, he would most likely think that he was killed by a desolate beast. Su Zheng's idea was very good, but it was rejected by Su Yingxiong. No, absolutely not. Su Yingxiong's hatred for Lin Fei was also very great. At least not at this time. Everyone is watching us. Once we make a move on that brat Lin Fei, it will be equivalent to giving ourselves away. At that time, our Su family's influence in the academy base will be greatly affected, and it will also affect the Su family's interests in the ancient desolation world. Su Yingxiong was past that age, and he was always thinking about the family. The ancient desolation world was extremely terrifying, and at the same time, it was rich in resources. If one wanted to occupy resources here, they would need to pay more. Su Yingxiong understood. Are we just going to watch that brat continue being arrogant like this? You can watch on, but I can't. Su Zheng said with great dissatisfaction. Now everyone outside is saying that our Su family is afraid of Lin Fei, and doesn't even dare to take revenge. Su Yingxiong sneered. Without my permission, you cannot take revenge. You are new and do not know that if something happens to you in the academy base, Vice Principal Zhang Lung will definitely investigate, and at that time everyone will be finished. However, Lin Fei is too cunning. He beat up a member of our Su family. He will definitely take revenge, but not at this time. When the time comes, I will let you do it yourself. At this time, there must not be any problems. Our Su family's number one has already reached a critical moment. You should understand. Su Zheng suddenly shuddered. Su Zheng naturally knew about the number one person in the Su family. He worshipped him, and the entire family believed that he could become the future hope of the Su family. The Su family's influence in the academy base was mostly due to the Su family's number one person. Su Zheng knew very well that if something really happened at this time, he would definitely be finished. A single word from the Su family's number one could make the family reduce the allocation of resources to him. Especially at this time, losing support would be a huge blow to Su Zheng. Are you about to break through? Su Zheng asked cautiously. Soon, Long Hung can rely on his level 8 physique to run amok. Once our Su clan's number one person advances, he will be on the same level as Long Hung, or even above him. Su Yingxiong said in admiration. Naturally, Lin Fei did not know that there were people who wanted to make a move against him in secret, fearing the deterrence of the academy. Pung! A huge creature fell to the ground. A level 3 dire beast, Diamond Bear. It really isn't easy to deal with. Its defense is insane. If I were to fight it one-on-one, I might really be at a disadvantage. Lin Fei grabbed the intermediate energy gun and looked at the dire beast with satisfaction. Ever since his physique had reached level 3, Lin Fei could at least ignore the gravity in the academy base. With just his physique, it wouldn't be a problem to deal with level 1 and level 2 dire beasts. However, against a level 3 dire beast, it was still too weak. A level 3 dire beast's physique was extremely strong, and it could be said that it was invulnerable. Fortunately, Lin Fei had the intermediate energy gun, which allowed him to break through the opponent's defense and kill the level 3 dire beast. This wasn't the first level 3 dire beast. There aren't many level 3 dire beasts in this area of the academy. It's clearly not enough to strengthen my physique. Lin Fei's current physique was already at the mid-stage of level 3. Only he knew how many ancient desolate pills he had consumed during this period. Cultivating the physique realm was truly a bottomless pit. Without the support of a powerful clan, it would be extremely difficult to cultivate the physique to level 7 or level 8. Lin Fei could imagine that Long Hung from the Long clan relied on his physique's defense to ignore Nangong Jianma. The amount of resources he used was truly a bottomless pit. I have to change locations. My core stomp can be put to good use. In this area of the academy, Lin Fei was extremely careful. He didn't dare to release the core puppet warriors. The efficiency wasn't very high if he were to deal with them alone. In Lin Fei's opinion, this was only temporary. Lin Fei stored the corpse and opened the map. He realized that he wasn't far from the boundary. Once this thought appeared, it couldn't be stopped. He decided to leave the academy area and reap some benefits first. Hua hua hua. The moment Lin Fei left the academy area, the most obvious thing was the pressure from the heavens and earth. Under the pressure of the heavens and earth, his mid-stage level 3 physique was barely able to withstand it. No wonder I can only come out with a level 3 physique. Even if I have a level 3 physique, it's still extremely strenuous. At least 60 to 70% of my strength will be suppressed. Unless I form a team, I'll definitely be finished. Standing in the forest, Lin Fei experienced the pressure from the heavens and earth. He had to admit that the ancient desolation world was truly a mystical world. Check which direction there are more desolate beasts active. Lin Fei opened the system. Soon he got the answer. In the east direction. Lin Fei sneaked over and activated the aura concealment effect at the same time. He also began to consume energy to remove all the heavens and earth's gravity. It felt extremely uncomfortable, but he didn't want to tire himself out. Once he was 1,000,000 miles away from the academy, Lin Fei slowed down. Along the way, he had really broadened his horizons. Compared to the dire beasts in the academy area, the dire beasts here were the real dire beasts. If not for the system's reminder and the special creatures opening the way, not to mention 1,000,000 miles away, even 100,000 miles would cause one to face the attacks of countless dire beasts. This was something that Lin Fei had personally experienced. Terrifying. This was the greatest feeling he had. The ancient desolation world was basically filled with mountain ranges. One mountain range was connected to another, and there were truly tens of thousands of huge mountains. Dire beasts ran amok in them, and there were even a few times where powerful dire beasts were entrenched. The immense pressure was like a bomb that could launch a destructive attack at any time. This time Lin Fei was relieved. He probably wouldn't meet anyone more than 1,000,000 miles away. "My army, you can come out now." After choosing a suitable place, Lin Fei released the warriors from the system space. These were all recreated on the Emperor's Peak. They weren't very strong, but that wasn't important. What was important was that they were all dressed in heavy armor. First of all, the aircraft beneath their feet could give them the fastest speed. Next was the special armor on their bodies. This was no ordinary armor. It was armor that could resist the influence of the outside world. It was just that in the ancient desolation world, its effects were much smaller. This was something that Lin Fei didn't know. The most dazzling thing was the weapons in their hands. They were all energy guns. Chapter 2505. Bang! 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 In the forest of a mountain range in the ancient desolation world, hundreds of desolate beasts were launching attacks at a group of people not far away, again and again. They did not make any move to stop. All of them were rank 3 desolate beasts. Any one of them alone would be troublesome. But now they were being suppressed by 200 people. Beams of light shot out, leaving horrifying wounds on the desolate beasts' bodies. One by one, the desolate beasts fell to the ground, unable to get up. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, more than 500 rank 3 desolate beasts had all fallen to the ground, leaving a mess on the scene. Awesome! Lin Fei came out of the forest, kept the corpses and produced ancient desolation pills. Ever since he had the help of 200 subordinates, they were basically mopping up the area, constantly reaping the lives of the desolate beasts. This also allowed Lin Fei to obtain a large number of ancient desolation pills. In a short 6 days, Lin Fei's middle stage rank 3 physique was pushed to the early stage rank 4 physique, and the number of desolate beasts that died under his guns was uncountable. Lin Fei was still not satisfied with this speed of improvement. Even though he had obtained a large number of black crystal energy cards, the 200 subordinates, whether it was defense, flying, or the intermediate energy guns, all of the energy consumption came from Lin Fei. This way the consumption was huge. Lin Fei was clear about the dangers of the ancient desolation world. Energy units had to be used sparingly. 200 subordinates were more or less enough. At the very least, surrounding and attacking 1,000 desolate beasts would not be a problem at all, and it would not be strenuous at all. According to Lin Fei's plan, his physique would have to be raised to the 5th stage. This trip was limited. If it was too long, it would inevitably cause people to worry. Lin Fei was prepared to stay for another 3 days before returning. Another 3 days passed. Lin Fei's 200 subordinates had lost more than 50 men. It turned out that they had been attacked by a few level 5 dire beasts not long ago. If not for their intermediate energy guns, they might have been completely annihilated. As it turned out, the desolate beasts they were hunting were the food of the rank 5 desolate beasts. Lin Fei happened to bump into them and was attacked by the rank 5 desolate beasts. Compared to these rank 5 desolate beasts, Lin Fei's subordinates were much weaker in defense. Once they arrived in front of them, they were tormented in a few moves. Finally, they managed to kill the rank 5 desolate beast. Losing 40 to 50 people, Lin Fei did not feel the slightest heartache. The only thing that made Lin Fei's heart ache was the loss of the intermediate energy gun. He needed to bring it back for the system to repair, which would consume a large amount of energy. The corpses of the rank 5 desolate beasts allowed Lin Fei to obtain quite a number of ancient desolate pills. The effects were much stronger. Compared to the ancient desolate pills produced by rank 4 desolate beasts, there was a clear difference in power. This also made Lin Fei realize that the improvement of his physical body was not something that could be achieved by consuming a large amount of ancient desolate pills. At the very least, the ancient desolate pills produced by rank 5 desolate beasts would have a huge increase in effect. As for those rank 1 to rank 3 desolate beasts, the effects were negligible. If he did not accumulate a large amount of them, he would not be able to feel the effects. If it was so easy to raise one's physical body realm, everyone would be able to raise their physical body realm. After consuming the ancient desolate pills produced by rank 5 desolate beasts, Lin Fei managed to raise his physical body to the great circle of rank 4. He was still a step away from rank 5. Lin Fei decided to return. The great circle of rank 4 physical body was barely passable. At the very least, he managed to achieve it in less than half a month. This kind of speed was indeed frightening. With a physical body of this realm, Lin Fei had the ability to protect himself. Those people who wanted to rely on his inferior physical body to launch a sneak attack would probably be dumbfounded. Returning to the Academy's base, Lin Fei conveniently hunted a group of rank 1 to rank 3 desolate beasts. No matter what, he had to complete the mission. Although he did not fancy those ancient desolate pills, it was still a mouthful of meat. It could increase his strength a little. Isn't that Lin Fei? He actually returned. Looks like the harvest is not bad. The moment Lin Fei returned to the Academy's base, he was immediately discovered by everyone. Before this, many people thought that Lin Fei would return riddled with wounds. Even if it was the outer perimeter of the Academy, it was not a place where a newcomer could make a name for himself. The fact that Lin Fei returned safe and sound was no less than a slap to their faces. After handing over a large number of desolate beast corpses in the bounty hall and receiving the bounty reward, Lin Fei ignored the gazes of those people and returned to his courtyard. Lin Fei had a good night's rest. In the ancient desolation Great World's forest, Lin Fei could not sleep well. Who knew when a desolate beast would attack him? Early the next morning, Lin Fei slept for a night and felt refreshed. He opened the system and looked at the Academy's news. In the Academy, Lin Fei released special creatures to gather information. In the days that he was away, the Academy seemed to be very peaceful. Nothing much happened, but not long ago a few people broke through to the 3rd step. For example, Nangong Yuming, Long Batian, Mo Xiaojian and the other geniuses. This kind of speed was indeed very fast. Breaking through to the 1st and 2nd step was not difficult, so Lin Fei was not surprised at all. They all had families behind them, so providing them with ancient desolate pills was not a problem. However, it was very difficult to break through from the 3rd step to the 4th step, and the amount of ancient desolate pills needed was definitely terrifying. Lin Fei roughly calculated to break through to the 4th step, he would need at least tens of thousands of ancient desolate pills. Don't look at tens of thousands of ancient desolate pills, it was not that easy to get. At the very least, Lin Fei had been busy for a very long time. Furthermore, he had 200 subordinates to help him, and he even used a mid-grade energy gun. However, he was unbearably tired, and he had used up more than 100 black crystal power cards. To break through from the 4th step to the 5th step, Lin Fei also calculated that he would need about 200,000 ancient desolate pills. This was also not a small number. Lin Fei continued to read the news. The news that followed was not very meaningful. It was all kinds of gossip and there was nothing interesting about it. After returning to the Academy's base, Lin Fei simply rested for a few days. Then he went to the Academy's library and successfully found a book that he wanted to know. In the ancient desolation world, the cultivation of the fleshly body was extremely important. As a result, there were all kinds of fleshly body cultivation techniques that could better unleash the power of the fleshly body. Lin Fei currently had a perfect 4th step fleshly body. Every part of his body had been strengthened by the ancient desolation power. His body had also accumulated a large amount of power. Using ordinary methods to release it was also very terrifying. However, this method was very crude. Lin Fei planned to learn a fleshly body cultivation technique that could better utilize the power of the fleshly body. Hey, your fleshly body is not even at the third step, and you're here to choose a cultivation technique? The ordinary cultivation techniques in the library could be obtained for free. If one wanted to cultivate it, they would need a third-step fleshly body. This was the foundation. Just as Lin Fei flipped through it, he heard a strange voice. Raising his head, he saw Su Zheng's beaming face. Chapter 2506. There were many people in the library. When Lin Fei raised his head, that person had already entered his field of vision. Who didn't take good care of their dog and let it out to bark all over the place? Lin Fei said with a smile, looking harmless to both humans and animals. Lin Fei, who are you talking about? Su Zheng, who was originally gloating, had his face turn dark and unnatural. Ever since he lost the last time, Su Zheng almost never came out. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he couldn't afford to lose face, especially when people pointed at him. There were benefits to not coming out. At the very least, he had cultivated his physical body to the perfection of Tier 2, and was just a step away from Tier 3. He could finally use it to mock Lin Fei. Lin Fei said with a serious smile, I'm not talking about you. Whoever answered is a running dog. You are really stupid. Did no one tell you this? Su Zheng gritted his teeth, his eyes almost spewing fire. Lin Fei, if you have the ability, let's spar again. With the perfection of Tier 2 physical body, his resistance increased greatly. Su Zheng felt that he could block Lin Fei's array attack. Moreover, he was prepared this time. If they really fought, Lin Fei would definitely lose. Not free. Lin Fei really wasn't interested in playing with Su Zheng. So what if he had a perfection of Tier 2 physical body? With a glance, Lin Fei knew everything about Su Zheng. Su Zheng's face turned dark again. It's not that you're not free, but you're afraid. Today, no matter what, Su Zheng had to defeat Lin Fei again to tell those people that his strength wouldn't lose to Lin Fei. That time he was just unprepared and was caught off guard. Lin Fei really didn't have the time to care about Su Zheng. Not free. Su Zheng had never been ignored by anyone before, and his expression turned sinister. His hatred for Lin Fei was too great, and he couldn't help but want to teach Lin Fei a lesson here. In the end, he was held back by the people beside him. This was the library, and if he really made a move, he would be in the wrong. The academy was very strict in handling matters. Lin Fei, you cowardly rat, let's wait and see. Su Zheng left with an unhappy expression. Lin Fei continued to flip through the books in the library. Lin Fei did not care much about physical body techniques. After all, he had the system which could provide him with a strong defense. Are you really that Lin Fei? Not long after, Lin Fei caught a whiff of a fragrant wind, and before he knew it, two women in palace attire had appeared in front of him. One had short hair, and the other had a cold expression. The one who asked the question was naturally the short-haired woman. What's the difference? Lin Fei did not recognize these two, but the cold woman was clearly not ordinary, and there was a dangerous aura around her. Of course there's a difference. Logically speaking, you should have taught that Su Zheng a lesson just now. It'd be best if you beat that brat until his face was swollen, and even his parents couldn't recognize him. That would be the best. The short-haired woman was obviously very violent, and she danced with joy. In any case, none of the people from the Su family are good people. But are you afraid that the number one person from the Su family will come out of seclusion? Xiao Dai, that's enough. The cold woman in black finally said. It won't be good if word gets out. The short-haired woman called Xiao Dai snorted. Sister, what are you afraid of? With you here, even if the number one person from the Su family comes, he won't dare to be impudent. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen someone who dared to not take the Su family seriously. The Su family was also a first-rate force in the empire. Apart from those few families, there seemed to be no other family that could suppress them, and the people in front of him were clearly not from those families. The number one person from the Su family? I don't know him. I just don't have time to waste on him. He wants to come out and show off with a Tier 2 physique? He's still too far away. Lin Fei shook his head. Xiao Dai suddenly found something interesting. She stared at Lin Fei and said, It seems that my eyesight is not bad. I can see that Su Zheng has advanced to Tier 2 physique. Could it be that you have advanced to Tier 2 as well? It's a secret. Lin Fei laughed. Xiao Dai pouted. Forget it if you don't want to say. Why are you acting so mysterious? In any case, you're definitely not as good as Su Zheng. He has a family backing him, but do you? Not at all. It was rare for Lin Fei not to be angry. The woman in front of him did not speak with malice. It was just that her personality was like this. Lin Fei found it interesting. Is there anything the two of you can help me with? Xiao Dai giggled and said exaggeratedly, Junior brother Lin Fei, you're too polite. There are two beauties standing in front of you and you actually don't move. I really doubt your eyesight. The cold woman next to her turned her head slightly, as if to tell others that she did not know this person. Can't I come to you for no reason? You're the newcomer king suppressing Long Batian all by yourself. Nangong Yuming and the others don't dare to make a sound. Xiao Dai smiled. But I think that this newcomer king is just SOSO. There's nothing special about you. So disappointing. Xiao Dai, shut your mouth. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have brought you here. The cold woman finally could not help but scold in a low voice. Xiao Dai stuck out her tongue. Sister. Lin Fei listened on the side. His scalp was going numb. This voice was too tempting. How could there be such a beauty in Imperial College? Let me introduce myself. She is Yun Xiaodai, and I am Bing Qingya. Bing Qingya's introduction was also cold, as if she was approaching an iceberg. Lin Fei greets the two senior sisters. Yun Xiaodai smiled proudly. Not bad, not bad. Finally something comfortable to say. Bing Qingya ignored Yun Xiaodia's words. Actually, I'm here today to cooperate with Junior brother. I don't know if you're interested. I can pay you a certain amount of money. Generally speaking, I can give you anything you want. Generous. Hearing this, the first impression he had was that it was a big tone. Lin Fei did not have any doubts. The other party could really afford it. Although he had never heard of the Bing family in Imperial College, Lin Fei felt that this Bing family should be a hidden family. Its influence was no less than that of the top families in the empire. If the other party said they could afford it, then they definitely could. On this point, Lin Fei believed her. Senior sister, I don't have the strength. I'm afraid this cooperation won't work. Lin Fei smiled. Bing Qingya did not seem surprised by Lin Fei's words at all. Indeed, you don't have the strength. However, in the entire base, not many people can compare to you in terms of formations. Otherwise, Chen Yuanshan would not have asked you to be a lecturer. Even Grandmaster Yun Zhongtian was defeated by you. This is enough to prove your ability. I don't know, is it okay for me to say this? Senior sister, you're so amazing. You even know my little secret. Lin Fei was not surprised. The other party had a background, so they must have investigated him. His ability to cast formations was not a secret. 1,000 black crystal cards. Bing Qingya said. I'm not as casual as you think. Lin Fei was a little surprised. 2,000 black crystal cards. Lin Fei hesitated for a moment. Chapter 2507. The Bing family is really rich. Looking at Bing Qingya's departing figure, Lin Fei's face turned solemn. 3,000 black crystal cards was a big number. With such a big temptation, Lin Fei would definitely not refuse. There was no reason to refuse. Listening to Bing Qingya, she wanted to use the powerful attack of the formation to break through a place. As for other problems, there was no problem. He only needed to break through a place. To Lin Fei, this was too simple. It would not consume many units of energy at all. To earn 3,000 black crystal cards, Lin Fei did not mind going there once. Now that his physical body had achieved small success, even if he encountered danger, Lin Fei was confident that he could escape. Don't forget, the short-distance teleportation formation could be used to leave at any time. It was better to keep it in the system space just in case. Sis, isn't that brat Lin Fei's realm too low? Will it be troublesome if we go? Yun Xiaodai asked with a rare trace of doubt. Bing Qingya was very calm. Her heart is still as water. You should know a little about the dangers of that place. Xiaodai, with our strength, do you think we can succeed in the end? Yun Xiaodai said uncertainly. It should be possible. Bing Qingya shook her head. You see, even you are doubting yourself. You don't have confidence in breaking through that place. In other words, even if we break through that place, how much strength do we have to reap? What if we work for nothing and help others? Yun Xiaodai said with a murderous look. Who dares we? Don't forget. This is the ancient desolation world. Those natives cannot be underestimated. Not to mention our human experts. Maybe they will hear the news and move. That place is not ordinary. So, you asked Lin Fei to go there in the hope of using the formation to break through that place so that we won't have to worry about it? But can he do it? Yun Xiaodai held a trace of doubt. How would we know if we don't try? We don't have much time left. I heard that the Nangong and Su families have received the news. We must act immediately. After a day, Lin Fei was ready. The other party seemed to be very anxious. Yun Xiaodai personally coming to greet Lin Fei surprised many people. She was the person of that person. Could it be that she had taken a fancy to this brat Lin Fei? Everyone could only think about it in their hearts. They knew that they couldn't afford to offend that person. If the other party heard about it, they would definitely be in trouble. We're here. Yun Xiaodai brought Lin Fei to a courtyard. This courtyard was more exquisite than the one Lin Fei lived in. It was as if it had been redecorated, giving people a sense of brightness. Sis, he's here. There were a few people standing in the courtyard, chatting with each other. When they saw Yun Xiaodai, they all smiled. But when they noticed Lin Fei standing at the entrance of the courtyard, their expressions changed. During this period of time, Lin Fei had been in the limelight quite a bit. As soon as he arrived, he had offended a few powerful figures. As a result, everyone was trying to exclude Lin Fei. Whenever they ran into him, they would avoid him. It's him. Everyone had a strange look on their faces. All right, everyone is here. Let's go. Bing Qingya came out of the house. She was still wearing a black palace dress. She looked very cold, not letting people approach her. The few people in the courtyard retracted their gazes. Sister Qingya. Bing Qingya nodded slightly. Everyone was used to this way. This is Lin Fei. You guys should know him. This time we'll need to rely on him to go to that place. The few people present were clearly surprised. Among them, there was a handsome young man with a head of long red hair, which was very eye-catching. Sister Qingya, it's enough for us to go. Why do we need to look for him? The red-haired young man said directly. His strength is too low. He'll only be a burden. Leng Xiai, are you doubting my vision? Bing Qingya's eyes swept across, and a wave of coldness covered the sky. Frost also appeared on the ground. The red-haired young man was called Leng Xiai. He was an expert on the heaven ranking of the school base. He could be considered as a member of the first tier. He was almost at the same level as Su Yingxiong. As a member of the family circle, Leng Xiai didn't like Lin Fei. A poor disciple dared to provoke a disciple of a big family, offending them all in one breath. This kind of person would have a hard time surviving in this world. That's not what I meant. Leng Xiai and Bing Qingya had been working together for a long time. They rarely argued, but this time they really couldn't stand Lin Fei. It's just, Bing Qingya said coldly. No buts. I choose people, so I naturally have my reasons. You can choose not to go. I won't have any opinion. Leng Xiai smiled bitterly. No opinion, I don't have any opinion. The others didn't dare to have any ideas. Once Bing Qingya got angry, none of them could stand it. From this, it could be seen that Bing Qingya really liked this junior Lin Fei. Even if those people knew, they couldn't say anything. Lin Fei didn't care about Leng Xi's words. The disciples of big families were all the same. On the contrary, Bing Qingya's performance was very strong. Even the arrogant Leng Xiai was suppressed. Let's go in. Bing Qingya turned around and walked into the house. Leng Xiai looked over and glared at Lin Fei, then followed with big strides. The others also shared the same hatred, treating Lin Fei as a potential enemy. Little Lin, do you know? Big sister rarely gets angry. Leng Xiai and the others deserve it. Yun Xiaodai didn't have many concerns. She said with a smile, you have to perform well. Otherwise you'll be out of luck. Out of luck? Lin Fei chuckled and followed behind. Inside the house, it was a completely different world. The inside was actually a small space. It was not like what the outside imagined. The first thing Lin Fei saw was a teleportation array. This teleportation array should be a mid-range teleportation array, teleporting to a region of the ancient desolation world. Everyone come up. Let's teleport to the South Cloud continent first. Ancient desolation world. Lin Fei knew a bit about it. For example, this ancient desolation world was very big. It was divided into 4 great continents. The South Cloud continent was one of them. It was in the south. The natives of that place were relatively friendly. The human forces had established various forces there, and at the same time conducted some trade. A mid-range teleportation array also made Lin Fei see that this Bing Qingya had a big background. She controlled a teleportation array. It was not simple. She was a real tycoon. If Lin Fei didn't have the system, he wouldn't even be able to have such a high-level thing like a teleportation array. The Bing family had this thing. Their foundation was very deep. At the same time, it proved that the Bing family had a certain amount of influence in the ancient desolation world. Chapter 2508. Ancient Desolation World, Southern Cloud Continent. This place was much more prosperous than the academy base. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei's group appeared in a luxurious mansion. As soon as everyone came out of the teleportation circle, 2 rows of people appeared in front of them, one on the left and one on the right. Third Miss. Bing Qingya was used to this. She brought everyone down and someone immediately came up. Third Miss, the mounts have been arranged. We can set off at any time. Everyone present was used to it. Everyone knew the origin of the Bing family, but the one who was the least clear was Lin Fei. Casually glancing at these guards, Lin Fei was even more certain that Bing Qingya came from a hidden family. Why was there no restriction in the empire? That was because they did not care about the interests of the other side. This is a type of mount unique to the ancient desolation world. It is called the Thunder Green Horse. It is born with the ability to run in the wind. It can travel 10,000 miles in a day and avoid all kinds of dangers. One person, let's go. Bing Qingya hurriedly rode on a mount. These thunder galloping green horses belonged to the category of tall and big horses. They were all panting like thunder, rumbling loudly. They were arrogant and unruly. Lung Ci and the others easily rode on the thunder green horses. Each thunder green horse was unbelievably obedient. Lin Fei, this is a thunder green horse. Do you want me to teach you how to ride on it? Lung Ci said proudly. This is your first time here, so you probably do not know how powerful these thunder green horses are. Lung Ci did not dare to make a move, but it did not mean that he could not be fierce with his mouth. No need. It is just a beast. How can it overturn the heavens? Lung Ci laughed. The thunder green horse was not an ordinary wild beast. It was a special mount. The Bing family had spent a lot of time taming it. Even so, the thunder green horse was still arrogant. Many people who came here for the first time did not realize it and suffered a small loss. Sis, are you not going to stop Lung Ci? Yun Xiaodai flashed a trace of displeasure. No need. Lung Qingya's words were even simpler. If a small thunder green horse cannot come up, don't mention going to that place with us. I will not give him any special treatment. Yun Xiaodai stuck out her tongue. Lin Fei walked over with large strides. When the thunder-rushing verdant horse saw a stranger coming over, it opened its mouth and roared at Lin Fei. Traces of lightning flashed around its body, creating a walala sound. This meant that the thunder-rushing verdant horse was not in a good mood. A frontal charge from the thunder green horse was not weak. It could cause a certain amount of damage to a person's body. Normally, those who knew the Thunder Rush Azure horse's temper would not dare to walk up to it and provoke it. When the galloping thunder green horse let out a roar, Lin Fei was as fast as lightning. He flipped over and jumped onto the galloping thunder green horse's back. Go down! Lightning flashed across the body of the Azure Thunder horse. Lin Fei took the lead and sat down on the thunder green horse's back. The thunder green horse let out a long neigh. Its body couldn't bear it anymore. It was as if its body was a huge rock. The thunder green horse had a certain level of intelligence. It immediately realized that the other party was not easy to mess with. It kept letting out long neigh sounds until half of the thunder green horse's body collapsed. Everything happened too fast. Lung Ci still wanted to see Lin Fei make a fool of himself. He had tamed the thunder green horse. Let's go. Bing Qingya patted the thunder green horse. A green light shot out. Yun Xiaodai followed closely behind. Lung Xiai and the others did the same. They all followed. The Thunder Green Horse's speed was indeed fast. Lin Fei quickly left the Bing family's mansion and appeared on the busy street. After a while, he was outside the city and entered the vast mountain range. I don't believe that you can keep up. The gravity of the world will make you suffer. Lung Xiai turned around and raised a light shield on his body. He had a level 5 body so he could completely take it. Lin Fei was different. How could a poor disciple like him get Bing Qingya's attention? Lin Fei's Thunder Green Horse was at the back, following the people in front. The gravity of the world was also easily blocked by his body. This journey took them 6 or 7 days. At first, they were still on the official road. Later on, they left the official road and continued to travel through the mountain range. With the Thunder Green Horse's ability to recognize danger, the group basically did not encounter any wild beasts. Bing Qingya's expression became serious. Every day, they were carefully avoiding danger. The only thing that made Bing Qingya happy was that Lin Fei had been following them. It seemed like nothing bad had happened. She finally felt relieved. In this group, Bing Qingya was most worried about Lin Fei. His realm was the lowest and his body was also the weakest. She was really worried that he could not keep up. The 3,000 black crystal cards were enough for this mission. Fortunately, Lin Fei's performance was outstanding. He quietly did what normal people could not do. We have already entered that area. Next, there will be all kinds of wild beasts attacking. Everyone must pay attention. Bing Qingya's words soon came true. Not long after they set out, groups of wild beasts appeared. Even with the Thunder Green Horse's incredible speed, they were still affected by the wild beast's aura. In the end, they had to put away the Thunder Green Horse and continue on foot. They could not avoid fighting with wild beasts. Along the way, they left many wild beasts' corpses. Lin Fei, this formation master, did not need to do anything. He was happy and carefree. At the very least, Lin Fei could see that Bing Qingya needed a formation master. She kept him behind her, which made Lung Xiai unhappy. We are here. The place is in this valley. Bing Qingya brought the group and quietly arrived outside a valley. At this moment, outside the valley, there were groups of wild beasts. Each of them was rank 4 or above. From time to time, there was a strong and dangerous aura coming from the valley. Sister Bing, what is in this valley? Lung Xiai said in a rare solemn tone. The aura in the valley was extremely uncomfortable. When they came here, no one knew. They were all invited here because they were worried that the secret would be leaked. In front of absolute benefits, the Bing family's deterrence could not stop everyone's madness. There is a rank 9 ancient beast's corpse in the valley. There should be a rare ancient beast pellet left behind. Bing Qingya herself was a little excited. The others were the same. It was as if they had heard something unbelievable. Sister Bing, congratulations. Lung Xiai immediately congratulated. No one knew better than him what an ancient beast pill meant. It was a miraculous item left behind by a rank 9 ancient beast. It contained the power of the ancient desolation in its body, and a single pill could improve a person's physical body. Although Gu Heng's physique had reached the early phase of rank 8, it would be as difficult as reaching the heavens if he wanted to continue, unless he had a lucky encounter. And this lucky encounter referred to the ancient beast pellet. Chapter 2509. Lin Fei really did not know that Bing Qingya was here for the ancient beast Dan. Yun Xiaodai seemed to notice Lin Fei's confusion and continued. An ancient beast pill contains the essence of a rank 9 ancient beast and above. It is a special item. If an outsider uses it, their physical body will be strengthened. It is a good item that can only be found by luck. That Long Hung used an ordinary ancient beast's pill, which allowed him to have his rank 8 body today. So magical? Lin Fei immediately thought that if the little devil could replicate it, it would be the best. This kind of item was really something that could only be encountered by chance. Wild beasts were common, but ancient beasts were rare. Any one of them was a king among the wild beasts. It was rare to see one, let alone a rank 9 ancient beast. Magical? This kind of good thing, I only found some clues by chance. It took me 3 years to determine its location. Not to mention anything else, the corpse of a rank 9 ancient beast is also a rare item. Among them, the bones of a rank 9 ancient beast can be made into divine weapons. In the ancient desolation world, Due to the special reasons here, the bones of wild beasts have terrifying power. Yun Xiaodai seemed to be afraid that Lin Fei did not know, so she explained everything to Lin Fei. How is it, do you understand? You are really lucky, I just happen to be lacking a formation master. As long as you perform well, you might get some extra rewards. Yun Xiaodai said in a low voice. Lin Fei was really a little excited. Compared to these things, the 3,000 black crystal cards were really not worth mentioning. Even a strand of hair from a rank 9 ancient beast was worth more than this. Lin Fei could clearly sense that Lung Xi and the rest's breathing had started to quicken. This was a precious treasure. Sister Bing, there are countless wild beasts in the valley outside, at least a few thousand. There are even more unknown wild beasts in the valley. Based on the aura it emits, it is at least a rank 8 ancient beast. If we go up, we might not be able to kill that wild beast. Lung Xi suppressed the excitement in his heart and said carefully. With such a precious treasure in front of him, it would not be easy to barge in. The desolate beasts outside the valley were enough to make everyone suffer. It was not difficult to deal with a single desolate beast, but a group of desolate beasts was the most terrifying. Even an 8th job transition expert would not dare to face them head-on unless they had a special job. It's fine. I've already made preparations for the desolate beasts outside the valley. Bing Qingya's face was full of confidence. For the rank 9 ancient beast's corpse in the valley, I've prepared for 1 year. After Bing Qingya finished speaking, she took out a special ball from her storage ring. It was covered with special runes, and the runes kept spinning. This is a treasure made by Tianji Hall. It's called the Divine Pearl. Lung Xi and the others were moved. Great, with the Divine Pearl, as long as we control the wild beasts outside, we will have a certain degree of confidence. Lung Xi knew the power of the Divine Pearl. Yun Xiaodai told Lin Fei. The Divine Pearl is a treasure made by Tianji Hall. It is very famous in the ancient desolation world. It is said that it is made by refining all kinds of materials. It is useless against humans, but it is 100% effective against wild beasts. With these wild beasts, they will not be able to wake up for at least an hour. This Tianji Hall has a great influence in the ancient desolation world? Lin Fei had really underestimated Tianji Hall. Yun Xiaodai nodded. Of course, Tianji Hall has a great influence in the ancient desolation world. Rumor has it that they once secretly obtained a late-stage rank 9 ancient beast's corpse, and secretly refined it into a special puppet warrior that can fight against a peak 9th job transition expert. However, Tianji Hall has never let them win. Lin Fei frowned slightly. He had never thought that he would hear such a piece of news. However, recently those people in Tianji Hall have lost face. A mysterious Avengers alliance has been attacking Tianji Hall non-stop. Even now, Tianji Hall still has no clue, so they can finally vent their anger. Yun Xiaodai giggled and said, I really want to know where the Avengers alliance came from. Right now, many people are watching. If the Avengers alliance can shake Tianji Hall, then from today onwards Tianji Hall can forget about monopolizing the ancient desolation world. You probably don't know, but in this world, the people of Tianji Hall are very tyrannical, causing many complaints, but no one dares to offend them. Lin Fei could hear the resentment in Yun Xiaodai's voice. Based on the information revealed by Yun Xiaodai, Lin Fei was prepared to re-evaluate this Tianji Hall. If there really was such a puppet and it was a late-stage rank 9 at that, then its influence would not be low. Who knew if there would be a second one? Little demon, record and analyze the Divine Pearl. Lin Fei suppressed his thoughts. Tianji Hall had a lot of influence in the ancient desolation world, and his only advantage was that he had the system. Outside the empire he could make Tianji Hall lose face, and in the ancient desolation world, he could do the same. Since the Divine Pearl was so good, Lin Fei would not hesitate to steal it. The power of the ancient desolation could not be replicated, and these things were not simple. Bing Qingya took out the Divine Pearl. This pearl can deal with the desolate beasts outside and ensure our safety. However, next we need Junior Lin Fei. I hope you can set up a formation in the valley to block the desolate beasts, so that some of the awakened desolate beasts don't come in, because the strong desolate beasts can summon low-level desolate beasts. As long as the desolate beasts don't come in, we have the confidence to obtain the ancient beast cores and corpses. Lin Fei nodded. I took Senior Sister's black crystal card. This is what I should do. Lung Xi coldly snorted. On this matter he could not say anything. The importance of an array master was displayed at this moment, and if he continued it would be equivalent to offending Bing Qingya. Let's take a break. Along the way everyone's face showed a trace of exhaustion, and they also needed a break. Everyone was resting with their eyes closed. Bing Qingya came to Lin Fei's side. This time, whether we can obtain this rank 9 ancient beast corpse, or even that legendary opportunity, depends on Junior Brother's formation. Getting rid of the desolate beasts outside was only one of the reasons. The valley was full of danger, and an array master was very useful. If she had not seen Lin Fei defeat Su Zheng with a formation, Bing Qingya would not have investigated. Instead, she discovered a trace of mystery on Lin Fei's body, which led to today's trip. Senior Sister Bing, I have a question. Although I don't know your Bing family's ability, at least it can prove that your Bing family is very strong. Why don't you bring the strong warriors of your family? With their help, wouldn't it be easier? Lin Fei asked. It's not that troublesome. Bing Qingya was not angry. Do you think that if the strong warriors of the family come, this thing will still belong to me? If you are not in a big family, you will not know the struggles of a big family. Chapter 25:10. Lin Fei would never think about these things. Family. That had nothing to do with him. Bing Qingya simply mentioned it, but she did not go deeper. Obviously, her family still had a great influence on her. It could make Bing Qingya, who had always been in front of others, show a rare trace of worry and helplessness. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that it was indeed a difficult problem. With such a rare ancient beast corpse, it could even produce an ancient beast Dan. No matter who it was, they would not let go of such an opportunity. Bing Qingya could slowly find this place, avoiding the eyes and ears. One could imagine how much she had to pay. It was like a piece of meat in her heart, not allowing anyone to take it away. The rest time was not long. Until nightfall, the wild beasts inside and outside the valley went out to hunt. They did not seem to be as vigilant as before. Bing Qingya still did not make a move. Wait a little longer. No one had any objections. After about an hour, a large number of wild beasts went out. The number of wild beasts at the entrance of the valley had decreased. At least it gave everyone hope. Go! Bing Qingya activated the entrancing pearl. This inconspicuous bead released a special scent at the entrance of the valley, which permeated the entire valley. It's working! The effect of the entrancing pearl was very fast. After the smell spread, the wild beasts began to slow down. Not long after, the wild beasts fell on the ground as if they were sleeping. It was a spectacular scene. Sister, we are halfway there. Yun Xiaodai also said happily. Without the wild beasts blocking the way, everyone had more confidence in entering the valley. We can't go in yet. Wait a little longer. Wait until the entrancing pearl's power is at its peak. Bing Qingya was still not in a hurry to go in. After a while, the valley became completely quiet. Everyone, restrain your breath and move lightly. It's best not to attack the wild beasts, in case it causes a chain reaction. Bing Qingya warned. Her cold face also showed a hint of joy. Lin Fei, the formation at the entrance will depend on you. Lin Fei smiled. You will be satisfied. After all, a formation master like me is not easy to find. To be honest, 3,000 black crystal cards, you have made a good deal. Yun Xiaodai rolled her eyes. Look at what you're saying as if you're so awesome. You really know how to add gold to your face. Average. Depart. Everyone came out of the forest and retracted their auras. In such a mountain range, desolate beasts were most sensitive to the auras of humans. If they were unlucky, they might encounter a horde of desolate beasts. They had no choice but to be careful. A moment later, everyone rushed into the valley. The desolate beasts that were sprawled all over the place seemed to be asleep, but the pressure they exuded created a special aura. Everyone had underestimated the number of desolate beasts in the valley. When they arrived at the entrance of the valley, it was a black mass. Even those that were in a trance would constantly let out thunderous roars and breaths. The scene was too spectacular. Without a certain level of endurance, one would definitely be frightened. Lin Fei, it's up to you now. We'll go in first. What Bing Qingya was most worried about was the return of the desolate beasts. Although the effects of the divine pearl were miraculous, It depended on the situation. Once the desolate beasts returned, it would definitely cause great trouble. It might even awaken the desolate beasts within. He had to enter the depths of the valley in the shortest time possible. I'll get it done. Bing Qingya nodded and led her people straight into the depths of the valley. When Bing Qingya disappeared from the entrance of the valley, only Lin Fei and a large group of desolate beasts were left. It's good that you guys went first. It saved me a lot of trouble. Lin Fei didn't take long to arrange a formation to block the entrance of the valley. He even added a psychedelic formation to delay the desolate beasts for a long time. The only thing that made Lin Fei unhappy was that he couldn't take all the desolate beasts away. Remember the coordinates of this place. We'll come here secretly in the future. Lin Fei's eyes lit up again. It seems like it's starting. The sound of an earthquake came from the depths of the valley. Lin Fei looked over and found that all the desolate beasts that were in a trance had a slight reaction. He couldn't help but admire Bing Qingya's foresight. It was still useful to arrange a formation. Lin Fei was very interested in the ancient beast corpses and even the pellets of ancient beasts. Naturally, he couldn't stay here to control the formation. That was purely a waste of time. Lin Fei turned around and something strange happened. A chill came over him. Pung! In the night, a sharp arrow seemed to have grown eyes and shot into Lin Fei's back. This attack came without warning. There wasn't even the slightest bit of killing intent leaked out. A real killer would kill with one strike. It was terrifyingly strong. Unfortunately, he met Lin Fei. Lin Fei had his energy shield activated at all times. Especially in the ancient desolation world, if he didn't prepare, who knew if he would fail miserably. Lin Fei's first reaction was to find the opponent and kill him with one shot. No matter how strong the opponent was when faced with a high-level energy gun, it was impossible not to die. In the end, Lin Fei gave up and fell to the ground. There was a wound on his back. Young Master Zhan, I already said that there's no need to be so careful. Not far away, a black-clothed man walked out from the darkness. He held a special longbow in his hand and placed it on his back as he arrogantly spoke in another direction. 8 people came out from that place. The leader was a young man wearing silver armor. He was almost fully armed, but even so, he couldn't block the powerful pressure released by the young man's body. This was a young man with considerable status. Bing Qingya, that girl, never would she have thought that we would bribe the people around her and smoothly sneak over. In the end, she was destined to work for nothing. The black-clothed man laughed sinisterly. The silver-armored young man called Young Master Zhan also revealed a smile. The Bing family has produced an ambitious woman. She has silently discovered an opportunity. Fortunately, our Tianji Hall spies are all over the ancient desolation world. She wants to find this place with just a few clues. Our Tianji Hall is not to be trifled with. An ancient beast corpse, or even an ancient beast core. It would be hard for me, Zhan Ao, not to make a contribution this time. Ha ha ha. Tianji Hall, Zhan Ao? On the ground, Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. He really didn't expect to meet an old acquaintance here. Tianji Hall had actually discovered the secret, and was even followed. Tianji Hall was indeed capable. You guys go break the formation and follow me in. Zhan Ao was extremely proud. Everything was under control. Chapter 25:11. Deal with the corpse, you stay here and keep watch. In the end, Zhan Ao and the rest did not destroy the formation and chose to circle around it. They did not alert the people in the valley and everything went according to plan. Leaving one person to deal with the corpse, Zhan Ao went straight away. After Zhan Ao and the rest left, the middle-aged man came up expressionlessly and stomped on the ground. The ground cracked, revealing a crack that could fit a person. Just as that person was about to come up, Lin Fei turned around and a beam of light exploded his head, leaving behind a headless corpse. The people from Tianji Hall are really smart. They know how to circle around the formation. It's a pity that they met me this time. In the ancient desolation great world, Lin Fei had never thought of finding trouble with them. This place was different from other places. He did not have much time and did not expect that the people from Tianji Hall would come knocking on his door. Then Lin Fei could not be blamed. After dealing with the corpse, Lin Fei followed. At the very least, no one would suspect him. Master is too evil. The people from Tianji Hall will definitely suffer a huge loss. The little demon laughed evilly. There's nothing I can do about it. Who asked them to have such bad luck? Furthermore, it seems like they have a great influence in the ancient desolation great world. Killing one now will save me a lot of trouble. Originally, I was too embarrassed to make a move. Now that the people from Tianji Hall have interfered, I can make a move with a clear conscience. Lin Fei would not give such a thing to Tianji Hall. The path of the valley was littered with the corpses of desolate beasts. They had all been killed in one strike and their heads had been chopped off by sharp divine weapons. Cold Thorn, how dare you betray me? Not long after Lin Fei, who had sharp ears, heard Yun Xiaodia's angry voice. Lin Fei sped up his movements and released a batch of special creatures. The scene in front of him was constantly reflected back and he finally saw the scene of the scene. At the end of the valley, there was a natural cave. The interior was very large and there were skeletons everywhere. The most shocking thing was that there was a huge corpse lying in the middle of the cave. Yes, it was a corpse, not a skeleton. Even though it was dead, it was still filled with a fierce aura. It formed a terrifying black wind blade in the cave, cutting the space in the cave into pieces. Lin Fei immediately guessed that this was an ancient beast, the king of the wild beasts. Only ancient beasts, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, would have their fleshly bodies not rot, forever retaining the aura they had when they were alive. The situation in the cave seemed extremely bad at this moment. Bing Qingya and Yun Xiaodai were fighting with an ugly wild beast. This wild beast wasn't big, but it was fast. It seemed to be dodging all the time, and the two of them couldn't gain the upper hand even if they joined hands. On the ground there were many corpses, all of which had their hearts crushed. On the other side, Cold Thorn was standing next to Zhang Ao, looking very respectful. Under Yun Xiaodia's criticism, he didn't feel the slightest bit guilty, but instead seemed a bit proud. Yun Xiaodai, you're wrong about one thing. Actually, as early as 5 years ago, I became an outer member of Tianji Hall. As early as 3 years ago, when you guys got some clues about the ancient beasts, Tianji Hall was already aware of it. So, I can only say that your luck isn't too good. Cold Thorn laughed. Congratulations, young Master Zhan, this is double happiness. The man in black from before congratulated. An ancient beast's corpse, an ancient beast's pill, and a golden beauty like Bing Qingya. How many people want to have a taste of her? Ha 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 ha, it really is double happiness. The corner of Zhang Ao's mouth rose. Bing Qingya, you didn't think that this day would come, right? Yun Xiaodai shouted coldly. Zhang Ao, if you dare to touch this sister, you're dead. Zhang Ao laughed. I already said that there's a little pepper next to Bing Qingya, and it's true. This young master likes little peppers like you. Don't worry, when the time comes, this young master will definitely comfort you. Let you two sisters serve the same husband. It'll definitely be great. You dare. Yun Xiaodai was furious and revealed a flaw. Her left shoulder was scratched by the wild beast, and blood flowed out. Xiaodai, don't be fooled, he did it on purpose. Bing Qingya said. Keep it quiet. Yun Xiaodai immediately realized that she had been fooled. This was to distract her, and thus she couldn't concentrate on dealing with the extremely fast wild beast. She fiercely glanced at them, and then focused on attacking the wild beast. Miss Bing, you have good eyesight. You even know about this. Unfortunately, you can't even protect yourself now. This is an extremely rare wind god desolate beast, and it's a half-step ancient beast that's only a step away from becoming an ancient beast. It won't be easy for the two of you to defeat the wind god desolate beast. I still have to thank you for helping us buy time. The wild beast that Bing Qingya and Yun Xiaodai had encountered was very special. It was called the wild beast and it excelled in speed. It could be said that speed was its biggest advantage. Adding the wild beast's powerful body, it was already in an invincible position. The two of them couldn't gain the upper hand, and from time to time, wounds were left on their bodies. It was not easy for them to hold on until now. Young Master Zhan, in order to avoid more trouble, we need to collect the corpse. The wild beast is half a step away from becoming an ancient beast. If we really provoke it, it won't be easy to deal with it. Then let's do it. Zhang Ao came from Tianji Hall, so he naturally knew the terror of the wild beast. This kind of wild beast was the most difficult to deal with. Those who were slightly weaker would definitely die if they encountered a wild beast, especially a wild beast of this realm. Anyone who saw it would have a headache, because the wild beast was in a frenzied state. Wild beast of the wind god? Lin Fei, who was outside the valley, was not in a hurry to go in. He watched everything that was happening in the cave. He did not expect Lung Xi to be an outer member of Tianji Hall. Bing Qingya's side was suddenly in a desperate situation. This wild beast of the wind god is really fast. Bing Qingya is after all a 7th advancement professional, but in front of this wild beast, she can't gain any advantage. From Lin Fei's point of view, the wild beast of the wind god was very strong. Although its realm was not high, it relied on its speed to the point that Bing Qingya and Yun Xiaodia's attacks were almost useless. At the moment of attack, the wild beast had already dodged. If it continued to fight, it would only consume their energy. This wild beast of the wind god was a little cunning. No wonder it was in existence that was about to become an ancient beast. This point shocked Lin Fei. I want to see how the people from Tianji Hall can get their hands on the corpses. Once they make a move, the wild beast will definitely give up on attacking Bing Qingya and Yun Xiaodai and turn to attack Zhang Ao's group. The people brought by Zhang Ao took out a bottle of something that looked like a medicine and poured it on their bodies. A faint smell spread out. Desolation divine water. Bing Qingya felt a little uneasy. Good eyesight. This is indeed the desolation divine water, one of the top treasures of our Tianji Hall. It is specially used to fight against wild beasts. How can a bunch of beasts stop our Tianji Hall? Zhang Ao said proudly. This young master has prepared a gift for you. A special medicine fell into Zhang Ao's hands. This is the latest divine water that our Tianji Hall has developed. It can stimulate wild beasts. As long as they are not ancient beasts, they will lose their minds in front of this divine water and fall into a bloodthirsty frenzy. Crack! Under Zhang Ao's deliberate control, the medicine broke gently beside Bing Qingya and Yun Xiaodai. Even if they were prepared, they were still touched by this aura. Originally, the attacks of the wind god desolate beast were not fierce. However, under the stimulation of the special divine water, its eyes instantly turned red. It attacked the two of them crazily, creating many afterimages. In just a moment it had forced the two of them into a defensive state. Even so, the situation was not good. Sister, what should we do now? Yun Xiaodai was also panicking. Chapter 25:12. Let's hold on a little longer. It won't be that easy for them to get the ancient beast's body. Bing Qingya suppressed the anger in her heart. As long as they want the ancient beast's body, the wind god wild beast will definitely attack them. Bing Qingya did not expect that someone would know about the secret that had been going on for 3 years, and had even arranged a spy to be by her side. The Lung family's disciple becoming a member of Tianji Hall was really a big joke. Although the Lung family was not as powerful as the Bing family, it was still a super force. Lung Xi was also a proud son of heaven. Although he was not as powerful as those influential figures, his future was still bright. Now Bing Qingya could only hope that the wind god wild beast would attack them, giving them more time. If it was not for Bing Qingya's profession, which could affect the surrounding space, freeze it, and affect the wind god wild beast's speed, they would have been killed by the wild beast already. Although they had thought that there would be a strong wild beast, they never thought that it would be the wind god wild beast. This thing was much scarier than those wild beasts. Zhang Ao's people rushed towards the ancient beast's body, but the wind god wild beast did not attack as expected. Instead, it kept attacking Bing Qingya. Its bloodthirsty eyes even showed a hint of fear. Miss Bing, are you surprised that the wind god wild beast did not attack my people? Zhang Ao laughed. That's because we have smeared the ancient beast's aura on our bodies with the holy water. The ancient beast is the king of the wild beasts. Even if the wind god wild beast had half a foot in it, it would still have to obediently hide. Bing Qingya finally knew where her uneasiness came from. She took a deep breath. Your Tianji Hall's ability is really beyond everyone's imagination. Zhang Ao snorted coldly. How would the world know how powerful the Heavenly Secrets Hall is? This young master has to thank you for finding the ancient beast's location. Otherwise, this young master would have needed a long time to confirm its location. Ha ha ha. Bing Qingya knew that she had lost this time. The foundation of Tianji Hall was indeed terrifying. They had gained the upper hand right from the start, crushing all of Bing Qingya's advantages. Even the wind god wild beast was toyed with in the palm of their hands. Bing Qingya watched Zhang Ao's men take out a special treasure and put the ancient beast's body away. From the beginning to the end, the wind god desolate beast didn't react at all. The ancient beast's aura suppressed the wind god desolate beast, forcing it to attack Bing Qingya and Yun Xiaodai. This is the only way. Bing Qingya was also anxious. She took out a scepter from her storage ring. This scepter was made by Ruyu. It was flawless, emitting a holy aura. Seal. The deep voice echoed in the cave. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With Bing Qingya as the center, a white light expanded at a speed that naked eyes could observe. Suddenly, Zhang Ao and the others had a layer of frost on their bodies, followed by the wind god wild beast, until the entire cave was covered in white light. Sis, are you alright? Yun Xiaodai hurried to support Bing Qingya. Bing Qingya, who had used a powerful secret technique, had an extremely pale face, as if she had used up all of her strength. She looked like she could be blown away by a gust of wind. I'm fine. I've just used up all of my strength. Let's go now. Bing Qingya said with difficulty. Sis, wait for a moment. I'll go and collect the ancient beast's body. Yun Xiaodai reacted quickly. She immediately rushed to a place not far away, preparing to collect the ancient beast's body. She couldn't let her sister work for nothing. This thing couldn't fall into the hands of Tianji Hall. You've been tricked. Yun Xiaodai only wanted to collect the ancient beast's body. She didn't pay attention to the other people around. Suddenly, a man appeared from the dark. He raised his hand and shot 3 arrows at her. Yun Xiaodai was hit by 3 arrows. The man rushed forward and raised his hand again. Yun Xiaodai was blown away and hit the cave wall. Xiaodai! Bing Qingya grabbed the scepter. Her body swayed and fell on the ground again. Hee. The man who shot the arrows was the one who had been standing next to Zhang Ao. He shook his head in disappointment. I've seen the Bing family's secret technique. Unfortunately, it's not that good. Crack 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 crack. The ice on Zhang Ao's body broke and fell to the ground. Miss Bing's secret technique is indeed powerful. Especially with the buff from the frozen scepter, it's really scary. Unfortunately, your secret technique is useless against me. Zhang Ao flicked the ice on his body. I forgot to tell you. I always have a damage-transferring puppet with me. Under Bing Qingya's gaze, Zhang Ao took out a human-shaped doll. At this moment, the doll's body was full of cracks, and it was incomplete. Didn't expect that your secret technique would be defeated by a small damage-transferring puppet. Zhang Ao squeezed the doll, and it turned into pieces. Those who followed Zhang Ao weren't so lucky. They were all frozen by the secret technique, and their life force was cut off. I didn't expect you to have this kind of thing. Bing Qingya's eyes flashed with a trace of helplessness. It's said that the treasures of Tianji Hall are unparalleled in this world. This little girl has finally experienced it. Hehe. The treasures of Tianji Hall are not something you can imagine. Zhang Ao was also scared out of his wits. The frozen scepter that had been lost for a long time had been found by Bing Qingya, and he had almost fallen into her trap. A damage-transferring puppet had caused him to suffer for a long time. Even he had to rely on the elder's father to have it in the heavenly secret hall. Go and collect the corpses. Leave Bing Qingya to me. The black-clothed man turned around to collect the corpses of the ancient beasts. Zhang Ao walked towards Bing Qingya. Suddenly, he punched to the side, and Yun Xiaodai was sent flying. She hit the wall again and fainted. Miss Bing, no one can disturb us now. Zhang Ao stepped forward and kicked Bing Qingya. Back then you were so cold in front of me. Did you ever think that this day would come? Cough cough cough. Bing Qingya was kicked until she vomited blood. She stared at Zhang Ao coldly. Cold. A terrifying cold intent. At this moment Zhang Ao seemed to be frozen by Bing Qingya's eyes. Even the air was filled with a cold intent. Still want to struggle? You don't know your place. Zhang Ao pulled his bow left and right, continuously attacking the void. Cracking noises resounded continuously. Bing Qingya coughed out a mouthful of blood. This time Bing Qingya's injuries were not light. Bing Qingya, even if the warriors of your Bing family come today, it's useless. This young master will punish you right here. Your beautiful body has never been enjoyed by anyone, right? Zhang Ao waved his hand at Bing Qingya. sealing her movement. Now, I'm not afraid of your tricks. Bing Qingya finally showed a desperate expression. Sorry, this place is mine. Chapter 25:13. The voice came too suddenly. Be it Zhang Ao, Bing Qingya, or even the man in black, they all looked over and saw a mysterious man in a cloak standing at the entrance of the cave. Chill. An unknown chill rose from the bottom of Zhang Ao and Bing Qingya's hearts. How did this person come in? The scariest thing was that he could come in silently. They had left someone outside, but why didn't any news come in? Bing Qingya's eyes flashed. This person might be able to help us. Tianji Hall is handling some matters. If you don't want to die, leave immediately. Zhang Ao turned around and secretly gestured to the man in black as he spoke to him arrogantly. This person had a mysterious background, so Zhang Ao had to be careful. He decided to use Tianji Hall to scare the other party away. It wouldn't be too late to deal with the other party after he got the treasure. Zhang Ao had been observing the other party. As long as the other party showed a trace of fear, it would be easy. In the ancient desolation world, not many people dared to offend Tianji Hall. It was a lesson that many heroes and experts exchanged with their lives. The person in front of him had a strong background. Zhang Ao didn't believe that the other party would dare to attack. Ha ha. Tianji Hall is such a big hat. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. Let me introduce myself. I am the vanguard of the Avengers, the first army commander Qian. Zhang Ao's face stiffened as he stared at the other party. You are from the Avengers? His heart turned cold. Everyone knew that Tianji Hall was on an expedition to the Empire. This caused many people in Tianji Hall to doubt the ability of their subordinates. A mere Avengers had made them lose face. They had lost all the face of Tianji Hall. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 7 stars accompanying the moon. Just as Zhang Ao revealed a trace of panic, the man in black made his move. Several chills came, shrouding 7 parts of Lin Fei's body. He was definitely going to die. How dare you be impudent in front of me? Lin Fei snorted coldly. An advanced energy gun appeared in his hand. He aimed at one of the positions and fired 3 shots. 3 beams of light entered the void. Young Master Zhang, don't move. The muzzle turned and aimed at Zhang Ao, who was just about to make a move. In the next second, a corpse fell from the sky. Its entire head was smashed into pieces, leaving behind a headless corpse. It was as dead as could be. Wait! The pitch-black muzzle of the gun directly brought a great sense of death to Zhang Ao. Sir Qian, don't attack. Everything can be discussed. At this moment, Zhang Ao broke out in cold sweat. Advanced energy gun. This was a top-notch item even in the secret division. It was something that even he could only covet. Yet, it appeared in the hands of a Vanguard Legion commander of the Avengers. This Avengers was too rich and overbearing. Bang! A beam of light exploded. Zhang Ao let out a blood-curdling scream. One of his arms was smashed and blood flowed out. If you dare to speak again, I'll give you another shot. Lin Fei said with a smile. I don't like to repeat myself. Remember, your life is now in my hands. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Let's see if your trump card is stronger, or if my spear technique is stronger. Bing Qingya, who was leaning against the rock wall, saw the most unbelievable scene. She couldn't believe that the Avengers were this strong. They had used a high-level energy gun to kill a strong warrior, and they had even forced him to stay motionless. Okay. Zhang Ao was really scared. Bang! Another shot. This time Zhang Ao lost one of his legs, and he fell to the ground. His mind was blank. Why did he shoot again? Why? Zhang Ao was about to speak when he met the other party's meaningful gaze. He was scared again and broke out in cold sweat. Bastard, this guy wants to scare me to speak. What a good shot to kill me. He thought that he was bad enough, but compared to Qian, he was too shallow. They were not on the same level at all. This was too much of a bully. Bing Qingya couldn't help but smile. Zhang Ao, you also have this day. The name of your Tianji Hall can't suppress everyone. Zhang Ao couldn't help but show a trace of hatred. But when he saw the black muzzle of the opponent, he completely lost his temper. That's right. Lin Fei played with the advanced energy gun in his hand. Do you know who I dislike the most? That's the people of your Tianji Hall. You should be glad that I'm in a good mood today. If you met someone with a bad temper, I can guarantee that you will die without a burial place. Bang! Another shot hit Jean Ao's other leg. This time, the strength was adjusted, and only a bloody hole appeared on his thigh. What's wrong? Why aren't you speaking? Jean Ao was going crazy. Qian, what are you trying to do? I'm not doing anything. Lin Fei laughed. It's not easy to meet someone from Tianji Hall. I want to chat with you. After all, you are one of the top forces in the ancient desolation world. Even our Avengers are wanted by you. Normally, we don't have the confidence to go to your Tianji Hall as a guest. Jean Ao didn't believe the other party's words. Do you think I'm stupid? But I don't want to chat with you. Who knew if he would shoot him? Even if Jean Ao had a mid-stage 6th level body, he would still be pierced by the powerful energy gun. Facing such an enemy, he didn't dare to speak even if he had the guts. Bang bang bang. Before Jean Ao could think of anything to say, another 3 bloody holes appeared on his body. Jean Ao wanted to cry but no tears came out. Sir Qian, I beg for mercy. What do you want to know? I'll tell you. From time to time he would shoot. Jean Ao instantly lost his temper. This feeling of being a fish on the chopping board was something he never wanted to experience in his life. Don't be anxious. You won't die from this kind of fighting. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin Fei laughed. I remember that there was an enemy who took a total of more than 500 shots from me before he was killed. Looking at you, you should be able to withstand more than 100 shots. More than 100 shots? Jean Ao subconsciously shivered. He didn't believe that he could withstand more than 100 shots. Every shot was equivalent to being hit by an expert. Don't, I beg for mercy, I really beg for mercy. Jean Ao begged for mercy again. This kind of death was too tragic. Every time it was as if a piece of his flesh was being gouged out. No, 100 shots is a must. Who asked me to find a person from Tianji Hall like you? Lin Fei shook his head and fired another 3 spear strikes at Jean Ao. Jean Ao screamed in agony. If I don't vent my anger on you, my old brothers will laugh at me to death. Chapter 25:14. Jean Ao withered. Especially after knowing the other party's background, he no longer had the mood to fight back. He finally understood why the Empire's Tianji Hall would be toyed with by the other party. In one breath, Jean Ao told him everything he knew. Especially the recent developments in the South Cloud continent, Jean Ao could not care so much. It would be fine if he fell into the hands of outsiders, but if he fell into the hands of the Avengers, any backing would be useless. If he had known that he would meet the Avengers, Jean Ao would not have come over. This was purely looking for trouble. He wanted to make a contribution, but in the end it was all for nothing, and he even got himself involved. I am Bing Qingya. Thank you, Senior, for your help. Bing Qingya recovered. Her eyes were also filled with surprise. Bing Qingya never thought that she would see the mysterious Avengers at this time. Even the other party's tentacles had already entered the ancient wasteland world, and she was even more shocked by the other party's powerful intelligence agency. In comparison, the Avengers seemed even more mysterious. Bing Qingya could not figure out how the Avengers could accurately know this place. Could it be that they had always known about this place? Or did they know about it from other sources? At this time, Bing Qingya was clearly confused, not understanding the situation. The only thing that made Bing Qingya happy was that she was saved. At least Jean Ao's plot could not succeed. You are just an accident. No matter who you are, as long as you are an enemy of Tianji Hall, I will take action. Lin Fei said lightly. All right, you can leave now. From this moment on, this place belongs to me. Contract. Bing Qingya flashed a trace of unwillingness. Senior? I don't want to. A wave of pressure rushed towards Bing Qingya, and she was instantly unable to move. The energy in her body was out of control. But this place, before Bing Qingya could finish, she was rudely interrupted by Lin Fei. No buts, you have already lost to Jean Ao, lost to Tianji Hall. The things here belong to me. I am very strict with the rules. I heard that Miss Bing Qingya is an exceptionally intelligent person. I believe you can understand the meaning of this. Bing Qingya indeed had a trace of unwillingness. Then can I make a presumptuous request? Bing Qingya looked at him and said very sincerely. Speak. Lin Fei wanted to see what Bing Qingya had to say. I want to buy a batch of treasures from you, for example, energy guns and the like. Bing Qingya was very calm at this moment. Senior, you won't reject this little girl's request, right? Lin Fei had a better impression of Bing Qingya. She could still bring this up at this moment. She was indeed different from the others. At least, no one had the guts to bring it up. You are indeed smart. Although the ancient beast's corpse and the ancient desolate pellet are not bad, as long as you are lucky, you might be able to find them in the future. However, it is not easy to do business with the Avengers. Things are dead, but people are alive. You are very powerful. Lin Fei had to admit that Bing Qingya was smart. This was much more cost-effective than the previous items. Yet another ambitious woman. Bing Qingya chuckled. Our Bing family still has a certain amount of influence in the ancient desolate world. Although it is limited to one position, at least we have some reputation. If Senior wants to expand the influence of the Avengers, our Bing family is a good partner. Lin Fei did not have any intention of cooperating with Bing Qingya. However, on second thought, Tianji Hall had the advantage in the ancient desolate world. If he did not give them some pressure, it would be too unkind. At that time, as long as the Bing family and the others spread the news, I heard that your Bing family has a branch in the southern cloud continent. After this is settled, I will personally pay a visit. However, you must be prepared, the things in my hands are not cheap. They are not something that those trash in Tianji Hall can compare to. Bing Qingya finally put down a stone. Although she did not obtain the ancient beast's corpse and the ancient desolate pellet, to be able to have a relationship with the Avengers could be considered another harvest. Then can I buy an energy gun from Senior in advance? If possible, I want to buy a high-level energy gun. Bing Qingya took advantage of the situation. You're such a smart person. The cost of a high-level energy gun was not cheap, but in Lin Fei's eyes it was just a small matter. Even if this thing was made, not everyone would have the strength to use it. If you don't have a certain amount of wealth, you should save it. Thank you for your praise, Senior. I feel that this is an opportunity that can only be encountered by chance. Bing Qingya replied. Are you sure you can afford it? Lin Fei laughed. I still have a certain amount of wealth, I believe I can afford it. Senior, please state your price, I think I can accept it. Bing Qingya was prepared. Bing Qingya had never thought that she would have the chance to obtain a high-level energy gun one day. Even within the family, there were only a few high-level energy guns. In the future, it could become a trump card in her hands. At a critical moment, it could even reverse the situation. I'm in a good mood. I'll give you a preferential price. I only need 10,000 black crystal cards. In Lin Fei's eyes, 10,000 black crystal cards was a huge profit. 10,000 black crystal cards? Bing Qingya was startled, suspecting that she had misheard. She was prepared, but it was 10,000 black crystal cards. What? I'm not happy. Lin Fei's face darkened. Nothing, I'm just a little excited. Bing Qingya hurriedly said. I thought that Senior would at least open 300,000 to 400,000 black crystal cards. 10,000 black crystal cards could buy a high-level energy gun. Bing Qingya could not believe that it was true. If this was spread out, it would cause a huge commotion. This was definitely the cheapest price in history. Zhang Ao, who was like a dead dog, was dumbfounded. 10,000 black crystal cards, ah. Sell it to me, please. What is a mere high-level energy gun? Only you guys treat it as a treasure. In my eyes, it's no different from scrap metal. Lin Fei disdainfully said. Of course, today's price is only because I'm in a good mood. Normally, a high-level energy gun would cost at least 500,000 black crystal cards. The following transaction was simple. Bing Qingya really took out 10,000 black crystal cards and bought a brand new high-level energy gun. Based on her knowledge, this thing was a level better than the one in Tianji Hall. Alright, you can go now. Bing Qingya also knew that it was not suitable to stay here any longer. Senior, I want to know what happened to Lin Fei at the entrance of the valley. Lin Fei slightly moved. That kid who set up the formation? Don't worry, he's fine. His ability is not bad. Bing Qingya was relieved. After all, she was the one who invited Lin Fei. If something really went wrong, it would be hard to explain. Let me send you away. Chapter 25:15. It's not easy to pretend to be a senior. After confirming that Bing Qingya had left, Lin Fei relaxed. He vaguely felt the pain from the huge consumption just now. Fortunately, there were 10,000 black crystal cards, which was not a bad harvest. Senior, can I leave now? Jean-Eo said carefully. Don't worry, you will be free soon. Lin Fei's eyes flashed. Jean-Eo felt uneasy. Then a hand grabbed him like a little chick, without any struggle. Then he fell into darkness. Lin Fei wanted to reform Jean-Eo and make him his loyal subordinate. A person of such status would definitely have quite a high position in the Heaven's Secrets Hall. Placing such a spy in the Heaven's Secrets Hall would definitely be a perfect nail to nail down. Humph, Tianji Hall, then I will make you my eyes and ears. You will contribute all your resources to me. He grabbed Jean-Eo and sent him into the system space to be transformed. Now I can check the loot. Lin Fei's eyes first fell on the wind god wild beast. Although it was sealed in ice, there was still a trace of vitality flowing. Obviously, under the attack of Bing Qingya's amplification scepter, the wind god wild beast was still alive. It was temporarily sealed in ice, but when the time was right it would be able to break the ice and regain its freedom. The wind god wild beast is already a half-step ancient beast, and it is good at speed. With the ability to summon wild beasts, I can keep it by my side. Killing the wind god wild beast, Lin Fei felt that it was a pity. This thing was really hard to come by. Master, this wind god wild beast can be given to me. I promise that it will not disappoint Master. When the time comes, I will give Master a big gift. At this time, the little devil took the initiative to do it herself. Lin Fei was very clear that the little devil was not someone who would get up early without benefits. She would definitely not be so kind. I will give it to you. Lin Fei did not ask why. Master, there is also that ancient beast's corpse. It is also very useful to me. There is no ancient beast's pellet for Master. For a moment, Lin Fei really wanted to ask the little devil what she wanted, but in the end he resisted and said, You can take it. The wind god desolate beast and the ancient beast's corpse were kept by the little fiend, leaving behind an ancient beast's pellet. It was filled with a simple and unadorned aura, making it hard for people to imagine the preciousness of this item. Oh right, can the ancient desolate pill be duplicated? I'm sorry, Master, the ancient desolation world's power of ancient desolation belongs to a special type of energy. If the system wants to copy it, it will be very difficult and the possibility is extremely low. However, the system has already recorded the aura of the ancient beast's core. As long as it is within a certain range, the system will be able to sense it. The little devil's reply was not very good, which was a little disappointing. Lin Fei laughed bitterly. It's really difficult to reach the heavens in a single step. However, with the information recorded in the system, it will be easy to find ancient desolate pellets in the future. Let's eat it here first. Lin Fei opened his mouth and swallowed the ancient beast core before sitting down cross-legged. Instantly, a powerful energy burst out from his body, causing his body to turn crimson red. The surrounding temperature rose, and the stones on the ground started to turn crimson red. Next, they exploded into powder. System suppress. The effects of the ancient beast core were beyond imagination. In that instant, Lin Fei felt as if he was evaporating. Thankfully, his fleshly body had reached the small success stage, allowing him to withstand it for a moment. Hua hua hua. A large amount of heaven and earth energy entered his body. Like a giant hand that could hold up the heavens, the power of the terrifying torrent was suppressed. At this moment, the effects of the ancient beast core were suppressed. Lin Fei was no longer in danger. However, he still needed to refine the torrent and fuse it into his body. Hua hua hua. His body began to frantically absorb the essence of the torrent. His body, which had been stuck at the perfection of the fourth order, had finally stepped into the early stage of the fifth order. This was just the beginning. Middle stage of the fifth order fleshly body. Late stage of the fifth order fleshly body. Perfection of the fifth order fleshly body. Sixth order fleshly body. Sixth order fleshly body. Seventh order fleshly body. The effects of the ancient beast core were beyond imagination. After entering the sixth order fleshly body, it began to slow down. At this time there was still quite a bit of the torrent left. Sixth order fleshly body, middle stage, late stage, perfection, and finally stepped into the seventh order fleshly body, stopping at the seventh-order fleshly body initial stage. Phew! When he opened his eyes again, Lin Fei almost could not feel the effects of the heaven and earth gravity. Just with his body he could withstand the heaven and earth gravity. Such a huge improvement was achieved by just one ancient beast core. The ancient desolate pill is really good stuff. However, it is also very scary. If not for the system, my body would have been torn apart by the terrifying energy released by the ancient beast core. Actually, this was also because Lin Fei did not have a concrete understanding of it. The ancient beast core itself contained the essence of the ancient beast. Because the wind god desolate beast absorbed the traces of energy from the ancient beast core, it was able to improve and had half a foot in the seventh order fleshly body. Fortunately, the wind god desolate beast only needed to refine a small portion every day. If not, the wind god desolate beast would have long become an ancient beast. It could be said that Lin Fei's luck was very good. The power of ancient desolation in the ancient desolation world is indeed special. After strengthening my body has reached an unprecedented level of strength. Although compared to Long Hung and the rest, there is still a gap. However, just by relying on my early seventh-order fleshly body, I am able to defeat many geniuses. I am afraid that if their attacks were to land on my body, they would only be able to leave a mark. With a seventh-order fleshly body, Lin Fei was very satisfied. Little demon, how many days did I take to refine the ancient beast core? 6 days. Lin Fei frowned slightly. It actually took 6 days. I really don't feel anything. Master, the transformation body is done. Zhaneo was released and looked the same as when he entered. However, the expression in his eyes had changed. It had become respectful. Master. Alright, you can go now. Without Lin Fei's instructions, Zhaneo knew what he needed to do. With such a spy planted in Tianji Hall, Lin Fei felt that it was interesting. From now on, a large portion of Tianji Hall's intelligence would be his. Who wouldn't be happy to have such a free partner? Master, I still have a gift here. When you see it, you will definitely be happy. Hua! In the next second, a huge green desolate beast appeared in front of Lin Fei. Following it was a high and mighty king's aura. It was as if he was not facing a desolate beast, but a noble king. In front of this king, any existence would have to prostrate. Master, what do you think of little demon's new body? At this moment, the desolate beast blinked at Lin Fei like a human and actually spoke. This really gave Lin Fei a fright. You are little demon? Damn, you have transformed. Chapter 25:16. Body. The little devil actually gave himself a body. More importantly, this body looked very familiar. It seemed to be the wind god desolate beast. No, it seemed to be the wind god desolate beast that had entered the ancient beast realm. Master. This is the ancient beast that I finally evolved after refining the ancient beast corpse. The little devil was very proud. Now that I have complete control of this wind god desolate beast, I will not be restricted in the future. Lin Fei was indeed shocked. What about the system? The little devil casually said, Rest assured, Master. This is just a part of me that came out to move around. It will not affect the system. From today onwards, I can help Master in battle. Lin Fei never thought that the little devil would one day come out with the help of the wind god desolate beast. That's good. Your gift is a little too much, especially the wind god desolate beast. How did it become a wind god desolate beast? Lin Fei was surprised. Isn't it said that it is as hard as ascending to heaven for desolate beasts to enter the ancient beast realm? That's because my luck is good. The wind god desolate beast had half a foot in the ancient beast realm and coincidentally had an ancient beast corpse, so it broke through. Now that I am a wind god desolate beast, those desolate beasts are not on the same level. The little devil slightly controlled its body. Its huge body turned into a mini size in the blink of an eye. Those who did not know would never think that it was an ancient beast. Lin Fei was secretly happy. With an ancient beast by his side, he could do many things in the ancient beast's great world. This could be seen from how precious ancient beasts were. Right, you are now an ancient beast. What kind of inheritance do you have? Lin Fei wanted to know more about ancient beasts. Speaking of this, the little devil was in a good mood. Master, you will never imagine the significance of ancient beasts in the ancient desolate great world. After advancing to the ancient beast realm, there will be a huge change in life characteristics. At the same time, you will also obtain the inheritance of the ancient beast wind god race. So in this world, ancient beasts and even ancient desolate beasts are the true rulers. As for humans, they only appeared later. The little fiend spoke in detail. Lin Fei felt as if he had seen a magnificent scene. He couldn't help but feel a trace of shock. Now that I've stepped into the ancient beast realm, my body's strength has automatically entered rank 8. Furthermore, it's a perfected rank 8 body. A human's rank 8 body is incomparable to mine. As for my strength, it has also entered the rank 8 realm. According to the heritage's secret, any desolate beast that steps into the ranks of ancient beasts will have an obvious increase in strength. It's even to the point that when those ancient desolate beasts advance, their bodies can reach the late stage rank 9. If they are lucky, their bodies might even reach rank 10. The little evil demon was pleased with himself. If this body of mine wants to step into a rank 9 physical body, it will still take a long time. However, if there is enough desolate beast flesh to supplement it, or even ancient desolate pills, the speed of improvement will be much faster. Therefore, Master, you have to work hard. Lin Fei gave a wry smile. I can't even fill my stomach with this mouth of mine. Now that I have another mouth, isn't this the rhythm of exhausting me to death? Master, the capable are always busy. Besides, I can also be of great help to Master. I am now in the rank 8 realm, equivalent to a human rank 8 expert. Other than that, I can also summon desolate beasts to battle within a certain range. This is good stuff. Master, aren't you preparing to deal with the Tianji Hall? As long as you summon a batch of desolate beasts, it will be enough to give them a headache for a while. Although Lin Fei was right, with the little evil demon's mouth, there was nothing to worry about. The ancient desolate great world had the most desolate beasts. At most, it would just take some time. The little evil demon controlled the wind god ancient beast body and used half a day to master its attack methods. Lin Fei attempted to fight the little evil demon's wind god ancient beast. After this exchange, he realized that the little evil demon's attacks were too powerful. First, it was fast. Without activating the system, it was nearly impossible to find the other party's movement, making it impossible to guard against. Master, does it feel good? The little evil demon said proudly. This body is too perfect. Lin Fei was currently in a somewhat difficult situation. Without the system's help, the wind god ancient beast was a terrifying nightmare for any expert. Even if he had a rank 7 body, under the little evil demon's sharp claws, a wound was easily left behind. It could be said that in the eyes of the little evil demon, a rank 7 body was no different from a piece of tofu. The little evil demon had just taken control of the wind god ancient beast, yet its strength had already reached such a realm. Moreover, most of its attacks were close-range attacks. It was definitely a golden fighter and could save a lot of energy units. An excellent body. There might not be many rank 8 human experts who can block it. Lin Fei laughed. In the next second, he took out the high-grade energy gun and fired a series of beam attacks at the little evil demon, destroying the heavens and exterminating the earth. The little evil demon screamed, "Master, you are cheating." The high-grade energy gun displayed its might. A series of beams hit the little evil demon's body, creating a large amount of sparks. The little evil demon fled in all directions, despising its shameless master. Wind prisoner. The little evil demon opened its mouth and spat out a special attack. It was like a transparent cover, trapping Lin Fei within. Countless wind blades attacked Lin Fei, leaving behind numerous wounds. Master, this is a special innate skill that only the wind god ancient beast can grasp. If anyone wants to escape, this wind prisoner will not be able to escape. Moreover, it will block all secret techniques and skills. The little evil demon turned the tables around. Even with Master's high-grade energy gun, you would need at least 20 shots to break this wind prisoner. Moreover, you would need to continuously attack. Lin Fei finally understood. There was a reason why the ancient beasts were so rampant in the ancient desolate great world. Who would not be shocked by their powerful abilities? Do you have any other innate skills? The little evil demon removed the wind prisoner. There is still a big move. The wind god race calls it wind cloud rend. It belongs to the category of a wide-range attack innate skill. Then forget it. Lin Fei was not interested in experiencing it. After fighting with the little evil demon's wind god ancient beast, Lin Fei had a clear understanding of the little evil demon's strength. In the ancient desolate great world, it could be considered one of the strongest. The little evil demon also performed a desolate beast summoning. Those prideful desolate beasts were all unbelievably obedient in front of the little evil demon. It could summon thousands of desolate beasts at once to battle. This was a controlling ability of the ancient beast royal family. Only ancient beasts could grasp this ability. It had extraordinary significance and was also the best proof that one had stepped into the ranks of ancient beasts. Alright, let's go and meet our old friends from the Tianji Hall, South Cloud Continent, and a few other people from the Tianji Hall. Chapter 25:17. Southern Cloud Continent. The ancient desolation world was the place with the most human activity in the 5 continents. There were no powerful desolate beasts here. There were no ancient beasts either. There were even legendary ancient desolate beasts. At the same time, the Southern Cloud Continent was the weakest continent in the entire ancient desolation world. As a result, human activity became more frequent, and all the major forces opened up their family territories in the Southern Cloud Continent. The Bing family. They were one of them. As a hidden family in the outer star field, although the Bing family did not have many people in the star field and did not care about fame in the ancient desolation world, the Bing family did not keep a low profile. The Bing family disciples roamed the world and made a name for the Bing family. In the eyes of the Bing family, how could the glory of the outer star field compare to the ancient desolation world? As long as you fought hard, everything would be reaped. The legendary treasures were not just a dream. 6th Miss, you're back. In a mountain range in the Southern Cloud Continent, the headquarters of the Bing family was here. If one was not familiar with the place, they would not know of the existence of the Bing family. Bing Qingya sat in front of her father with a cold expression and told him the news in detail. Are you sure that person is from the Avengers? Bing Shanghai's serious face revealed a rare trace of seriousness. He did not dare to believe it was true. The only person Bing Shanghai thought highly of was his daughter, Bing Qingya. He had always thought highly of her, and had a certain amount of authority in his own family. Your daughter is very sure, there's no mistake. Bing Qingya took out her high-grade energy gun. Father, look. Bing Qingya trusted her father very much. High-grade energy gun. Bing Shanghai sucked in a breath of cold air. Yes, and it's better than Tianji Hall's. It's more suitable for attacking. Do you think Tianji Hall can do it? Bing Qingya said. Father, this is an excellent opportunity. As long as this deal is done, Father's brothers and sisters will retreat and lose the right to compete. Bing Shanghai's face darkened. Qingya, those are your uncles. I don't have uncles like them. Bing Qingya's face was cold. For the position of the master, they used all means. The danger I faced outside was probably arranged by them. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? Bing Shanghai laughed bitterly. AI. It was time for the Bing family to choose a new patriarch. Now that the current patriarch was about to abdicate and enter the group of elders, a new patriarch was needed. Bing Shanghai, who was in the prime of his life, became one of the candidates for the position. The selection of a family head was not that easy. The group of elders didn't even try to stop the little tricks within the family. In their eyes, sticking to the rules wasn't a good thing. As long as you had the ability, it wasn't impossible for you to become the family head. Because of this, the selection of the patriarch was extremely cruel. This kind of selection was passed down from generation to generation. This matter is too important. I must tell the patriarch personally. In the meeting hall, the current patriarch, Bing Litian, listened quietly. Shanghai, do you think this is reliable? As for Bing Litian, who was about to step down, he was actually quite optimistic about Bing Shanghai. Bing Shanghai was not old, but he was already at the peak of the 8th transition. I believe Xiao Ye's words. Bing Litian had heard of the Avengers. After all, they had caused quite a ruckus. It would be difficult for the Bing family not to pay attention to them. However, he was still slightly suspicious of the things that the Avengers had advertised. Patriarch, that expert from the Avengers Alliance will come to our Bing family to trade in the near future. At that time we will know if it's true or not. Patriarch, you don't have to worry. This might be a chance for our Bing family to rise. Bing Qingya didn't have the same concerns as her father. She had seen the ability of that senior from the Avengers Alliance with her own eyes. Bing Litian wouldn't dispel the other party's enthusiasm. Then let's wait for him to come. The Avengers Alliance had always been known for being mysterious. It was rumored that the Avengers Alliance had a powerful production ability. Compared to the Avengers Alliance, there was obviously a gap. This also led to many forces looking for the Avengers Alliance to cooperate with. Tianji Hall's ability to monopolize everyone also gave everyone a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the Avengers Alliance would be a good partner to cooperate with. Bing Litian naturally liked to ride on the Avengers Alliance's boat. Although the Bing family's influence wasn't small in front of Tianji Hall, it still seemed a bit weak. The other party controlled all kinds of mines and resources and monopolized all resources. Then you will be responsible for this matter, Bing Litian said. The family will prepare the money for you. Once the cooperation is successful, you will be the family's hero. South Cloud Continent, in a continuous mountain range. Patriarch, those human experts are too despicable. Many of our clansmen have died. In an open space in the mountain range there was a densely packed stone house, and in the middle there was a huge altar, exuding an ancient aura. In the middle of the altar stood a white-haired old man. He held a scepter in his hand and looked incomparably holy. He stared at the sky and the huge shield. At this moment, a middle-aged man rushed over with a trace of unease on his face. Have you contacted them? A hoarse voice came from the mouth of this white-haired old man. I have, but there has been no response. This is different from the last time. Did something happen? The middle-aged man was the top warrior of the clan Zhaomu. Should we send them a message again? Ha 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 ha. In the sky, a burst of laughter came. Zhaomu, you guys should just admit defeat. Let me tell you a bad news. I'm afraid those allied tribes of yours won't be able to come. Outside this mountain range, our people have set up 15 interception lines. Now they have broken through 6 of the defense lines. It will be a long time before they can come to support you. In the sky stood an evil middle-aged man who was laughing arrogantly. Zhan 20, your Tianji Hall is too despicable. Zhao Mu said angrily. A ball of flame rushed out of his body and released a blazing temperature around him. He wanted to kill his way out. Don't be fooled. He is provoking you and luring you out, the white-haired old man said indifferently. He has no good intentions. Zhao Mu regained his calmness and his killing intent increased. The human race is indeed despicable and shameless. They only know how to use schemes and tricks. Zhan 20 stood in the sky and was a little disappointed. He failed to lure out Zhao Mu, the top warrior. Once the top warrior of the Inferno tribe was killed, without Zhao Mu's resistance, it would be very easy to take down the Inferno tribe. Chapter 25:18. In the sky above the Inferno tribe, Zhan 20 spoke again. The white-haired old man was Zhao Meng, a very domineering name. From the beginning of inheriting this name, Zhao Meng was as fierce as a tiger, and finally became the chief of the Inferno tribe. Zhan 20, you don't have the qualifications to make me hand over the tribe's sacred relic. At the very least, you have to get the elders of Tianji Hall to come over. You are not qualified. Zhao Meng said lightly, as domineering as he was in the past. Tianji Hall was a behemoth. In the eyes of Zhao Meng, this world was the world of the descendants of the wild tribe, and the human tribe was not qualified to act violently here. Old bastard, don't regret it. Zhan 20 realized that he had to be ruthless. I'll show you the power of Tianji Hall. Zhan 20 began to be unscrupulous. Attack. There are fluctuations in front, very subtle. Seems that it has been deliberately blocked. That must be the place where Tianji Hall will fight. In the sky, a figure flashed out and disappeared the next second. In a few breaths, Lin Fei broke into the array formation of Tianji Hall. Tianji Hall is so generous. They actually set up a defense line. These look like mixed blood. Are they the legendary descendants of the wild tribe? Lin Fei observed the battle in the forests below. The tribes that lived in the entire ancient Desolation Great World all came from the same ancestor. His name was Desolate, and in the end, he spread his branches and spread his leaves, forming many tribes. In theory, everyone was Hoi of Desolation. These descendants of the Desolation were actually not much different from the chief of the human tribe. They were burly and taller, and the contours of their faces were more prominent, which made them look a little weird. Lin Fei felt a violent aura from these descendants of the desolation. It seemed that they had the violent gene in their bones. Hey, the attack method of the descendants of the desolation is also strange. No wonder their bodies are so strong. In the forest below, a hairy descendant of the desolate race raised his fist and smashed it like a hammer. It was ferocious and terrifying. One of the elites from Tianji Hall was smashed away and fell to the ground. There's actually a special power augmentation. Is this the innate talent of the desolate race? This allowed Lin Fei to see that there was something different about the descendants of the desolate race. This was something that humans did not have. It was a special kind of power. At first, Lin Fei couldn't tell. Later, he used the system to analyze it and unfolded a 3D image. As expected, he saw something different. It was the special power that appeared on the descendants of the desolate race. With the support of this power, their strength would increase significantly and they would become extraordinary. Soon Lin Fei shook his head. These tribal experts are very strong. Their close combat abilities are almost at the level of martial emperors. It's a pity that they met the people from Tianji Hall. They are destined to lose. As expected, not long after, the elites from Tianji Hall took out their energy guns and started scanning them. These beams of light seemed to contain a special substance. The brave and invincible descendants of the desolate race were instantly shot until they could not get up. They could not move and became fish on the chopping board. These intermediate energy guns have been specially modified. They added some special substances, and those substances should have been purified from some special creatures in the ancient desolation great world. To actually be able to affect them, the Heavenly Secrets Hall has really put in a lot of effort in this area. Their research is thorough. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Lin Fei would definitely have underestimated the capabilities of Tianji Hall. Yes, Tianji Hall was much stronger than he had imagined. The more it was like this, the more Lin Fei wanted to play with Tianji Hall. He wanted to see who was stronger. Lin Fei did not stay for long. A new battlefield had appeared. In an open area he saw a forest of stone buildings. It was no different from the tribe he had imagined. However, the tribe was in a very bad situation. Even with the protection of the tribe's shield, it could not withstand the heavy artillery produced by Tianji Hall not far away. The black muzzles formed a terrifying line of attack. That's right, heavy artillery. The legendary heavy weapons were specially used to deal with defense formations. The special muzzles, the light beam attacks. Every beam of light was filled with the power to destroy heaven and earth. The tribe's shield constantly released ripples. It seemed like it could not keep up with the rhythm of the attacks. This also meant that it would not be long before the tribe's shield collapsed. The people of the Inferno tribe also looked terrible. They showed a rare panic. In the meantime, the experts of the tribe organized several surprise attacks in an attempt to destroy the heavy artillery attacks. They did not want to form a line of fire. However, they were all blocked by the elites of Tianji Hall. In front of the heavy artillery were all the elites of Tianji Hall. Each of them had an energy gun. They formed a line of fire to stop any tribal experts who tried to rush up. Those who rushed up were all killed. Their powerful bodies lost their function and were instantly torn to pieces. After a few times, after paying the price of a large number of corpses, the people of the Inferno tribe did not dare to go up. This kind of attack was really useless. Zhao Meng, is this all the Inferno tribe can do? Jean 20 said. That's right. You descendants of the Baron tribe, besides close combat, what else can you do? Unfortunately, in front of us Tianji Hall, your advantage will no longer be an advantage. Your Inferno tribe will be exterminated. Ha ha ha. On the altar. Zhao Mu, who was behind Zhao Meng, had blue veins bulging on his hands. They formed an existence like a horned dragon. His face was also ferocious. Chief, let me fight with them and get a chance of survival for the tribe. No, you are the top warrior of the tribe. If you go, who will support the Inferno tribe? Zhao Meng looked at Jean 20 in the sky. I thought that I would never use this trick in my lifetime. Tianji Hall has gone too far. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Crash. The shield finally could not hold on. Under the attack of the heavy artillery, it completely collapsed. Without the protection of the shield, The Inferno tribe finally fell into the attack range of the heavy artillery. The corners of Jean 20's mouth rose, and he said evilly, "Attack! Raise the entire Inferno tribe to the ground. This is the result of not cooperating with Tianji Hall." Boom! Boom! Beams of light whizzed over, bringing with them the breath of death. Activate! Zhao Meng, who was on the altar, inserted his scepter into the ground. There was a slight tremor from the altar. He sat down cross-legged, and his body released a blazing light. "Great Lord Turing, the tribe is under attack by the enemy. Your people seek your help. Great Turing, show yourself. Use your anger to destroy all the enemies." Under the passionate and rhythmic voice, as the white-haired old man Zhao Meng's last word fell. Chapter 25:19. Turing. Lin Fei, who was in the void, also sensed a slight movement from under the altar. It was a very terrifying aura. Wow! From under the altar, a fiery aura gushed out and instantly turned into a flame, covering the sky above the entire Inferno tribe, intertwining the whole world into a crimson color. "Lord Turing! Lord Turing is here. We are saved." The tribal warriors knelt on the ground. As soon as the crimson flame appeared, it enveloped the entire Inferno tribe. The flame kept wandering, but it had no effect on the tribal warriors. In the middle of the sky full of flames, a huge crimson ancient beast appeared. The surrounding flames also moved around the crimson ancient beast, appearing very active. "Trespassers die." The crimson ancient beast suddenly opened its eyes. The flames were dancing, and it spoke in human language. Wow! The crimson ancient beast descended near the elites of Tianji Hall with flames. The monstrous flames fell, and in an instant after a series of wails, those people died without a trace. "Old man, you've been fooled." In the face of the powerful Turing, Jean 20 suddenly laughed without a trace of panic, as if he had expected it. "I've long heard that your Inferno tribe has Turing, and thus became the largest tribe within a radius of 50,000 miles. Now it seems that it's true. However, your tribe's Turing is about to change hands." The appearance of Turing made Jean 20 very excited. This was one of the tasks. It could be done with or without it. Now that Turing had appeared, it was a great achievement. Sealing spirit painting. Jean 20 took out a scroll of painting, which exuded an ancient aura. As soon as the painting was opened, it automatically came to the sky above Turing. The flames that could easily burn the elites of Tianji Hall could not burn this painting at this time. After seeing this painting, Turing showed a rare trace of fear and turned to leave. A huge vortex appeared in the painting, and the flames in the sky were instantly sucked into it. Turing was not spared and was constantly pulled into the painting. Let go of Turing. Zhao Mu stepped on the ground, rose into the air, and shot toward Jean 20 like a cannonball. His whole body was burning with flames, and with a slash of one hand, a fire knife slashed toward the sealing spirit painting. As soon as the saber approached the spirit sealing diagram, it disintegrated and disappeared without a trace. "Ignorant man, you want to deal with the spirit sealing diagram?" Jean 20 rushed over and threw a flurry of punches. "Let me see the strength of a top warrior like you." Kill! A fist covered in flames collided with Jean 20's fist. With a loud bang, Zhao Mu, the top warrior, was sent flying, while Jean 20's body trembled slightly. In this comparison, he had gained the upper hand. It's nothing much." Jean 20 pounced on him again and pressed down with one hand. Zhao Mu, who had just flown up, seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. With a bang, he smashed onto the ground and cracks appeared. Top-level warriors are too weak. Jean 20 shook his head, and a long black saber appeared in his hand. The saber shone with a cold light and exuded a terrifying aura. Kill! A saber radiance slashed down. Voila! Zhao Mu's strong body was easily torn apart in front of this saber radiance, leaving a bloody wound that was so deep that bones could be seen. If Zhao Mu hadn't felt that something was wrong, he would have been cut in half by this saber. Little Mu, the weapon in his hand is made of the bones of ancient beasts. It can suppress the body of the descendants of the Wilderness clan. Zhao Ming hurriedly reminded. "Old man, you have some knowledge, but so what?" Jean 20 did not think much of it. He held the black saber horizontally. "So what if you can avoid the first slash?" Jean 20 waved his long saber and slashed at Zhao Mu again. This slash was as domineering as before. Dodge. Zhao Mu could only choose this method. A weapon made of the bones of ancient beasts had an innate ability to restrain his body. The perfect advantage was instantly lost. Master, you can start now. If you continue, the Flaming Clan won't be able to hold on for long. Little Devil reminded. Lin Fei really admired Tianji Hall. Jean 20 was wearing special equipment. Originally, he was not as good as Zhao Mu, but with the equipment on his body, he immediately gained the advantage. Zhao Mu, the top warrior of the Flaming Clan, was also in danger. If he was not careful, he would be killed on the spot. This expert of Tianji Hall is really not simple. Tianji Hall seems to have expected that there might be a touring spirit in the Flaming Clan, so he prepared a treasure to deal with it and suppress the touring spirit in one fell swoop. With the treasures on his body, the Flaming Clan really can't resist the opponent's attack. Lin Fei was indeed prepared to make a move at the most dangerous time. Only in this way would the opponent truly be grateful to him. I'll go and blast open the spirit sealing diagram first. You go and deal with Jean 20. In just a few breaths, Zhao Mu was almost killed several times. Many experts of the Flaming Clan were killed. No one could resist Jean 20's attack. Too weak. Is this the strength of the Flaming Tribe? Jean 20 chopped down with his saber, leaving no trace behind. He killed an expert of the Inferno race and walked towards Zhao Ming step by step. Little Mu, bring the clansmen away. A ferocious glint flashed in Zhao Ming's eyes. With a look of farewell, he grabbed his scepter and shouted at Zhao Mu. Boom! And at this time, the scarlet ancient beast totem spirit that was about to be sucked in was about to fall into despair when a terrifying beam of light shot out. The powerful defense of the spirit sealing diagram was sent flying, and a large amount of light was destroyed. So. 2 more beams of light shot out and were knocked away by the spirit sealing diagram. After 3 consecutive attacks, the spirit sealing diagram finally loosened. Turing broke free and regained his freedom. With billowing flames, he pounced on the nearest group of elites from Tianji Hall. Instantly, countless wails were heard. Damn it! Jean 20 was furious. Someone actually came to make trouble at this time. Hua! An extremely fast figure flashed by, and Jean 20 felt a sharp pain in his chest. Cracks actually appeared on his special armor. Hua! Another wave of coldness hit him. Jean 20 turned around and slashed with his saber. The saber radiance surged, and he felt a sharp pain on his back. A few more marks were left. Who did it? Come out! Jean 20's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. He actually didn't find any traces of the other party. This was too abnormal. Little thing, you want to see me? You are not qualified. There was another wave of coldness, and at the same time, there was an extremely disdainful voice. Jean 20 repeatedly slashed with his saber, but he still couldn't block the other party's attack. His body was burning with pain. He had no doubt that if he wasn't wearing the armor, he would definitely be seriously injured. What the hell was this? Your reaction is too slow. I'm coming. There was another disdainful voice. Jean 20 waved his saber to meet the enemy. He had clearly determined the position, but he disappeared in an instant, leaving marks on his body. It was really unimaginable. He was wearing a special armor unless it was a special weapon.